Once upon a time, there was a farmer boy who lived on the edge of a world of sword and magic. This boy was destined to become a legendary hero, but he simply did not want to. He was content with his peaceful, slow-paced life, and despite constant notifications from the system, he continued to live as he pleased. Meanwhile, the world around him and all the kingdoms on the continent were defeated by the Demon Queen Elizabeth. They didn't stand a chance without the legendary hero. As a result, the Demon Queen conquered the entire world and established her empire. But one thing haunted her: the legend of the legendary hero who was destined to defeat her. So Elizabeth used her search magic to find him and challenge him. But the MC is too busy living his best life. The village is surrounded by a special barrier, which gives him even more hours in a day to do what he loves. He has built a home from scratch, hunts, meditates, and makes sure his crops are thriving, and has nothing to do with demons or magic, thank you very much. Eventually, the system has enough of his stubbornness and curses him to die at the hands of the Demon Queen and then crashes and disappears. Our hero does not even notice. He is too focused on Dazhuang, his axe's name, which he forgot in the forest. And just as he is about to go fetch it, the sky darkens, and thunder rumbles ominously. And there comes Elizabeth, the Demon Queen herself. But instead of bowing in fear or acknowledging her immense power, our boy's first instinct is to rush to save his clothes and dried fish from the incoming storm. Our hero is in a good mood as he has saved his treasures. And of course, his trusty electronic pet dog, Wang Chai, is by his side, the only real companion he has. He tries to hurry Wang Chai inside, but just as he is about to go in, a voice echoes from above. Elizabeth, the Demon Queen herself, decides to make an appearance. Our boy glances at Wang Chai and asks his pet dog about her, but apparently referring to a powerful Demon Queen like she is just another passerby does not sit well with Elizabeth. The MC then realizes his massive error and immediately apologizes. Inside, though, he is panicking because obviously this village is supposed to be safe, not a stage for a sudden, uninvited guest who is on top of that the Demon Queen herself. Elizabeth, on the other hand, throws something at him, probably to test his reaction. In a desperate attempt to protect himself, our boy tosses his treasure into the air. But the object lands right in his hand, and it turns out to be a sword, and not just any sword, mind you, but the glowing, holy sword, Alpha. He tries to toss it away, but it seems like it has other plans. He is now holding a weapon of pure chaos, and he has no idea why. Elizabeth, who is watching him closely, mistakes his confusion for a clever trick. She figures he is hiding some incredible power. With that assumption in mind, she introduces herself, and then in the very next second decides that the best course of action is to kill him. Our poor hero is now more confused than ever, and he scratches his head as to how the heck the Demon Queen is here when he has not even left the village. Things are going from bad to worse, and just when he thinks it cannot get more ridiculous, Wang Chai starts barking at her. As Elizabeth starts casting her magic, the MC remembers that the system informed him that their encounter was bound to happen, and now, after realizing he has absolutely no control over his fate, he tosses the sword aside. After all, he is just a newbie in this crazy world, and with the ultimate boss showing up, it seems like surrender is his only option. With a half smile, our boy decides to retreat inside his house and feels oddly at peace with how his life has been here without any regrets. Not even a single one. But Elizabeth misunderstands his smile as a challenge. So, in her infinite wisdom, she decides to throw boulders at his preciously built house. Meanwhile, Wang Chai calculates the trajectory of the attack and fires missiles at the incoming boulders. Elizabeth figures that Wang Chai is some kind of magical artifact tied to the MC, the so-called legendary hero. She is also convinced of her own superiority, so she does not bother to question it further and uses her magic to finish the job quickly. Meanwhile, Wang Chai defies every law of common sense and manages to calculate her attacks and turn them right back. Naturally, Elizabeth finds this laughable that the little thing is actually trying to teach her a lesson. Amused and at the same time annoyed, she resolves to erase Wang Chai and, well, the whole area while she is at it. She creates huge black holes, but her magic fails like a cheap firework, which leaves her standing there in confusion as she tries to figure out what went wrong. She wonders if our boy has done something inside that little house of his to mess with her power. Of course, the truth is far less glamorous. Our poor hero is lying on his bed and is completely resigned to his fate, probably mentally composing his farewell speech. Wang Chai, meanwhile, barks non-stop at Elizabeth, and she finds the gesture equal parts ridiculous and annoying. She then decides that enough is enough and unfolds her wings and rushes towards the dog. An hour later, the MC wakes up and feels unsure if he is dead or alive. Everything is quiet, unnervingly so. He summons what little courage he has and tiptoes to the door to crack it open and hopes for the best, but sees the worst. There she is, Elizabeth, standing in the yard with Wang Chai dangling in her hands like yesterday's laundry. The poor dog looks thoroughly lifeless. Their eyes meet, and with someone tossing aside a used napkin, she throws Wang Chai to the ground. She then mentions something about being sorry for destroying his magic tool, though her words lack any real care. Our boy knows very well that there is no point in arguing with her and suggests they sit and talk instead of continuing whatever this mess has turned into. Elizabeth agrees to talk to our boy, but only after making sure he is 6 feet under the ground. Before she can make that happen, though, things take an unexpected turn. She realizes she has hit her breaking point and wonders if this is how it all ends for her. With all the grace of a toppled statue, she collapses. Our hero rushes over to check on her, but then things get weird as her clothes start disappearing. And as Elizabeth's body slowly becomes visible, the MC's nose starts bleeding like crazy. By the time night falls, Elizabeth wakes up to find herself on a bed. Her first thought is how humiliating it is for the Demon Queen to end up like this. She notices the handcuffs and assumes that our boy has decided to turn her into some kind of trophy instead of just finishing her off. She tries to use her magic but realizes that the shackles won't budge, and more than that, their clinking makes it clear they are yet another overpowered artifact of our hero. She then looks around the room and takes in the odd collection of weird things. It all feels like a wannabe wizard's hideout to her, and she realizes that she might have underestimated the MC. He is not just annoying, but he is weird as well as annoying. Her train of thought gets interrupted when our boy walks in carrying some food. But before he can launch into whatever awkward speech he has prepared, she shuts him down. There is no way she will beg for mercy, so if he plans to kill her, he might as well get it over with. Our hero is nervous, but the poor guy is trying his best not to show it in front of the Demon Queen and just wants to talk with her. As for the handcuffs, he assures her that they are only there for safety. But to Elizabeth, it sounds like he is testing how much he can humiliate her before she snaps. The MC then tries to prove that he is not a bad guy and unlocks the cuffs. He even smiles, like that will somehow fix everything. To Elizabeth, though, it feels like he is mocking her and acting like she is no threat at all. She suppresses the urge to blast him to bits and decides to play along for now, but later he will regret his attitude. Our boy then turns to leave, to let her get some rest. Meanwhile, the question of why he has not killed her when he had the chance obviously lingers in the mind of many. For our hero, the answer is simple. In a world full of magic and resurrection skills, killing the Demon Queen could easily backfire. Plus, killing someone is not exactly his thing. He is more comfortable dealing with chickens and fish. His big plan to resolve their conflict is ridiculously simple. That is, become her friend. He feels proud of his brilliant idea and laughs to himself. Unfortunately, his laughter only convinces Elizabeth that he is mocking her. She glares at him, while he notices that his poor companion, Wang Chai, has turned completely miserable in the middle of all this chaos. Elizabeth is curious whether Wang Chai is some powerful magic tool of the MC. To our boy, though, it is just a little gadget he just recently made out of boredom. Elizabeth, who is waiting for the perfect opportunity, sees it as her moment. She decides to use her infinite magic to recover her strength, as in her eyes, our hero has just lost his magic tool, and now the power is all hers. She throws him a half-hearted apology for breaking his toy, all while preparing to strike. The MC, on the other hand, is completely unaware of the Demon Queen's plotting, and is busy taking out the memory card from Wang Chai. He then opens a shelf to reveal several more Wang Chais and reassures her not to worry, as he has plenty more. Elizabeth freezes and finds herself completely caught off guard. Our boy, however, slides the memory card into another Wang Chai and activates it. Then, Elizabeth catches a smell of something delicious. Despite her usual belief that she is beyond such trivial things like food, the smell pulls at her senses like a magnetic force. Our hero offers her some food made up of vegetables and grains he has grown himself. Elizabeth takes a bite of the dumpling. Then another, as if she has no control over her own hands. The taste is an explosion like magical fireworks going off in her mouth. Even as a demon queen, she cannot deny that the flavor is irresistible. Then suddenly the spice hits her like a punch, and soon she is sweating and trembling. The MC, who has added a bit of chili as per his own taste, begins biting his fingers nervously. As Elizabeth struggles to keep her cool, she thinks to herself that of course this evil hero is using food to imprison her for some sort of bizarre experiment. Our boy has carefully made a soup with different ingredients that can cut off the spice Elizabeth is feeling after eating the dumplings. But his food seems to mess with her head. One moment, she is sure he is feeding her poison, and the next, she feels like she is floating in the sky. Still, she takes the spoon and eats it, and for a brief moment, she feels stronger, like she has just discovered some hidden power. But then, she snaps out of it and demands to know what he really wants from her. Our boy just simply wants to figure out how a demon queen and a hero can live peacefully together. But of course, Elizabeth misunderstands again that he just wants to use her as a test subject to get stronger and defeat her. She is furious because as a knight, dying is fine, but being humiliated is not. Somehow, though, she lets it go and decides it is not worth the fight. The MC, on the other hand, is completely thrown off that if she will kill him for messing things up. But instead of doing that, Elizabeth climbs onto the bed and makes it clear she is agreeing to his terms, not because she is scared of him, but because she wants ultimate power. And of course, her deadly aura makes it clear that if anyone tries to make her bow down, she will destroy them. Our helpless boy, not really knowing what else to do, agrees to everything she demands, even the extra food. A year has passed, and our hero finds himself lost in thought while using the holy sword to chop wood. The demon queen has broken the village's protective barrier, and now it is as exposed as a rabbit in a wolf den. Monsters have started to show up, though they seem hesitant to come too close, whether out of fear of the demon queen or common sense. Who knows? But the MC cannot shake the thought that if Elizabeth ever decides to leave, he will be doomed. Just as he is drowning deep in thoughts, Elizabeth snaps him out of it as she demands lunch, and being the good servant he has become, he rushes to fulfill her request. The MC's survival depends on one thing, which is getting Elizabeth's protection. But Elizabeth, on the other hand, is happily oblivious, as she lies on the couch with a packet of chips like she has nothing else to do. After a year of doing absolutely nothing, she has basically become part of the couch and is turning into a potato. But despite that, she has the audacity to complain about getting tired of watching the same stuff on TV. Our hero, however, has more important things on his mind. He invites her to lunch, but instead of walking to the kitchen like a normal person, she uses magic to fly there. She knows she has gotten lazy, but instead of owning up to it, she just blames our boy for feeding her chips that are making her lazier. The MC explains that the chips are putting on the calories and fat. Elizabeth then notices the extra weight around her belly and decides to turn that fat into magic energy instead. Our hero is stunned at the sight of the transformation of the extra fat into power so easily. Elizabeth now starts to boast about messing up another one of his non-existent plans. Our boy, who has long given up on arguing with her, just plays along with whatever she says. Elizabeth then starts to eat her food like there is no tomorrow, and the MC, who is now used to giving in, promises to make more. After all, he has accepted his fate to live with her in his near future. She immediately misunderstands that he is trying to fatten her up before killing her. Our hero, on the other hand, gets up to bring out the dessert. But as soon as he turns his back, Elizabeth feels tired of him feeding her and decides it is time to get rid of him. But the second she sees her favorite pudding, all thoughts of rebellion disappear, and she starts drooling at the sight of it. Our boy knows exactly how to handle her. Just give her the right food, and she is anybody's best friend. Meanwhile, somewhere far off, a man and a girl are running for their lives from some masked figures. The figure, however, casts a spell and traps them in a magical cage. The man grips his sword tightly and urges his daughter to run to the town for safety, while he stays behind to hold off the attackers. But his daughter refuses to go anywhere without him. Deep down, the man knows he has to keep the promise he made to her mother, that is, to protect her no matter what. The masked figures are not just ordinary men, though. They are armed with magic, and the man knows he has to end this quickly before things get worse. So, with a swing of his sword, he slashes one of them down. But naturally, the others do not just go away. One of them transforms into something that looks like it escaped from a nightmare. The girl, still not getting the hint to run, shoots arrows at the beast, but they just bounce off like they are made of marshmallows. The man begs her to flee. He does not have the luxury of time. These are Dark Guild apostles, and fighting them is like trying to tame a wild tiger with a toothpick. But his daughter is not budging and insists on helping him. Meanwhile, one of the apostles dashes toward the man and punches him so hard he probably tastes his own teeth. Even lying on the ground, half wounded, the man wants his daughter to leave. But she is not going anywhere. The creature, now looking like a cross between a monster and something out of a horror show, threatens to finish them off. The girl finally realizes the situation and offers to go with them if they would just spare her father. But the creature does not give a damn about her negotiation. He rushes to attack, but then something massive steps on it, and the whole area fills with dust. When the smoke clears, the girl opens her eyes to process what just happened. Standing there is Lord Mammoth, who has just crushed the creature under his weight. And atop Lord Mammoth is a shrine, with the immortal frog inside, who reports to someone that the danger is eliminated. The immortal frog then asks what to do with the man and his daughter, and then a small house on the frog's top shows up. And guess who is there? It is none other than Wang Chai, who orders that the humans be spared as they will be taken to his master for further judgment. Evel wakes up in an unfamiliar room and feels confused. She quickly searches for her father but cannot find him anywhere. Then, the memory hits her that he has been injured. She starts to panic and runs to find him. She opens the door and is greeted by a sight she is not prepared for, in which her father, Burrs, is flexing his body like he is auditioning for a bodybuilding competition. And there, clapping in awe, is our hero. Meanwhile, Wang Kai is doing circles around our boy like a well-trained dog it is. But Elizabeth is not in the mood for this, and she kicks the puppy away. Apparently, Wang Chai's crime is bringing these uninvited guests into the house. Poor Wang Chai. Its robotic heart breaks as it recalls how it has recently been beaten and humiliated by the Demon Queen. And yet, its master is not paying attention to its suffering, but he is too busy admiring Burz's physique. Burz then decides to rip off his clothes well, except for the undergarments, thankfully, and flex again, as if our hero has not seen enough. Evel cannot believe her father, who was injured just hours ago, is now doing this. But then, Burz finally sees her and calls her name. Before our boy can say anything, Elizabeth, who is far too annoyed for her own good, demands that Evil and her father leave. After all, she is the one who has been there first, obviously. The MC tries to save whatever dignity has remained and invites them inside to talk. Once inside, our boy offers them some tea. Evel eyes the cup suspiciously and wonders if it's some sort of magical tea that healed her father instantly. The MC clarifies that it's just warm water and nothing special. Meanwhile, Elizabeth is bothered by the uninvited guests, though, of course, she has conveniently forgotten that she is not exactly on the guest list herself. As Burz slowly regains some of his memories, he recalls how Wang Chai brought them back and how our hero gave him water, which somehow made him feel energized. After drinking the tea, something incredible happens. Evel and Burz find themselves lying in a vast field and feel so refreshed they could practically float away. The sky is so beautiful, it nearly makes them cry. And just like that, after a simple cup of barley tea, Evel transforms into a 1-star archmage, and not only that, but grows elf ears as well. Burz's archmage level also jumps from 3 to 4. The MC offers them some more, but Burz gets overwhelmed by his kindness so much that he does not know what to say. Our boy, on the other hand, is helpless as he has no snacks to offer them because the Demon Queen, has taken all of them, and he cannot afford to poke her. Our boy just cannot resist asking why they are being attacked, and Burz explains that it's all thanks to the elf bloodline in Evil's body. Evel then starts spilling her story. Apparently, her mother was some saintess of the elf race who fell head over heels for Burz, despite the elf bloodline's strict rule against marrying outsiders. Our hero then gets curious if it's the elves who are after them, but Elizabeth shuts that idea down and declares Evil's whole story pure nonsense because the interracial marriage rule is as outdated as dial-up internet, all thanks to the Demon Queen unifying the world. Then, Burz gets to share how when his wife was unfortunately forced to go back to the Elfland, he heroically grabbed Evel and went into hiding. The MC cannot help but find this whole thing feels like one of those tragic love stories where everything is doomed from the start. But Burz clears that up by mentioning the elves let them go because of his wife's sacrifice, and the real trouble now is the Dark Guild from the Demon Realm. Our boy glances over at Elizabeth, who looks like she is ready to bite someone's head off. He immediately realizes he might have hit a nerve, so he apologizes. Elizabeth, however, is still fuming, but decides to focus on the Dark Guild instead and demands more details. Burz explains that the Dark Guild has been experimenting on humans and is trying to bring back the Demon Queen. And they apparently need elves for this project, which is why they are targeting Evil, who has not even activated her bloodline powers yet. Elizabeth sees right through our hero's thoughts, but he assures her he knows exactly where she has been all this time. Meanwhile, Burz and Evil have no clue what kind of strange telepathic argument is going on between them. Elizabeth, who is clearly taken aback by how much the world has changed in just 1 year, demands to know who told them the Demon Queen is dead. Burz explains that the Demon Queen disappeared 500 years ago, and if she were still around, she would have already come back to rule. Upon hearing that, the MC, who had been out of the loop for just a year, looks like he has aged 5 centuries right on the spot. Elizabeth, on the other hand, is eager to know more details about the source of the information regarding the Demon Queen's death. Evel mentions that, according to some literature, the Demon Queen was killed by the legendary hero. The hero and the Demon Queen battled for an entire month, and in the end, the hero sacrificed himself to save the continent, and they both died. At that moment, Elizabeth's aura turns about as deadly as a storm cloud on a summer day. The poor father and daughter duo immediately agree with Elizabeth that the rumor has to be false. Then the MC drops the bomb that he is the legendary hero. Well, according to the system, anyway. But he does not stop there, and also introduces Elizabeth as the Demon Queen. The father and daughter nearly pass out from the sheer overload of this unexpected information. Elizabeth, on the other hand, just as usual misunderstands our boy's intentions and assumes that he is mocking her for being locked up by him. She gets furious and storms out while slamming the door with enough force to make the walls tremble. Burz, who has been holding his breath all this time, finally exhales and turns to our hero regarding his plans about them. The MC, who is still in shock himself, decides to give it some time to let everything sink in. As night falls, Burz and Evil lie wide awake. The events of the day have completely thrown them off. They whisper back and forth, with Evel still in shock. Though strangely, she has a twisted version of the truth in her head that Elizabeth has fallen for our boy, the legendary hero, and given up everything to live in hiding. Meanwhile, Burrs focuses on our boy's advice to calm down. Just then, the MC appears like a ghost in the darkness to check why they are not asleep yet. Late into the night, the MC suggests they play cards. It sounds like a harmless idea. Unless, of course, you happen to be Evil and Burrs, who assume it is some kind of test to decide if our boy will spare their lives. As they sit down, Evil cannot shake the feeling that the cards are radiating some evil energy. She musters her courage to ask our hero what the game is called. The MC pauses for a moment and loses himself in deliberation over whether to hit them with the original name, which is completely incomprehensible for them, or just tone it down for their fragile human minds. Finally, he settles on Dragonfight, a name that seems anything but reassuring. Upon hearing the name of the game, Evil and Burrs panic like they have just been handed their execution orders. Meanwhile, there is someone else in the room as well, and it's none other than Elizabeth. She is hidden in plain sight thanks to her concealing magic. Our boy then gets to explain that the game involves two brave heroes teaming up to defeat a dragon, but the cards will decide if they are heroes or the dragon. Evil and Burrs exchange looks that scream doom and dread, and their suspicions are now firmly confirmed. Our hero draws his cards first and looks satisfied with them. Then Burrs pushes Evil, and she reluctantly reaches out, and the moment her fingers brush the cards, the entire room seems to shift. Evil feels her energy drain faster than a phone battery on a Zoom call. She whispers an apology to Burrs, but he, in his infinite optimism or perhaps denial, reassures her that he has it covered. The MC asks that if they want to become dragons. Evil and Burrs immediately refuse, and our boy confirms it once again and then draws some cards to start the game. But as soon as the card reveals, his face gets dull. Seeing his reaction, Evil panics that whether they have somehow already failed this bizarre test. Our hero then goes first and places an 8. Burrs then goes next, and he treats his turn with the intensity of someone defusing a bomb. He carefully draws a jack and places it down. Evil skips her turn, while our boy takes forever to think hard about his next move, only to pass as well. Burrs is stunned and realizes that our hero is dragging the game on purpose and forcing him to keep playing and draining his energy. To end this madness, Burrs decides to play all his cards at once. He uses a powerful combo called Flying Dragon, as per the rules. But playing such big cards has a heavy cost, and now he is struggling with intense pain in his legs. Then suddenly a giant roaring dragon illusion explodes out of nowhere and shakes everything. The dragon launches a fiery attack at the MC, and the father-daughter duo look ready to dive under the bed. Elizabeth, on the other hand, watches the chaos just like she watches the television. But as soon as the dragon disappears, Burrs's confidence vanishes too. His winning move, which he thought so, turns out to be a complete disaster. Not only is he losing, but he has also somehow managed to make our hero mad. Our boy, though, does not seem to notice the panic attack Burrs is having. He is lost in his thoughts and then compliments Burrs about his move. Before Burrs can even react, the MC passes his turn again. Burrs starts to sweat and shake like crazy and makes his next move while Evil skips hers. Then comes our hero's turn. Acting like he has all the confidence in the world, he plays a straight, and another illusion pops up, this time of giant waves crashing everywhere. The father and daughter cling to their lives as if the waves are going to wash them away for real. When it finally stops, they look ready to quit, but nope, our boy is not done showing off. His next move brings out knights on some horse-drawn carriage. Burrs finally gives up as he is now out of ideas and patience. Evil, however, decides she is done hiding behind her father. She ignores his warnings and mirrors the MC's move. The night is getting more and more disastrous, and Burrs cannot stop worrying about Evil. She assures him that she is all right, though the look on her face says otherwise. Even the MC has to admit her guts. She is ready to do whatever it takes to protect her dad, even if it means breaking her own cards. But of course, that bravery costs Burrs 2 of his fingers. But as if things are not messy enough, our hero decides to fire up the chaos by pulling out the Joker cards. What follows is straight out of a horror story as the Supreme Clown King, a demon-level nightmare, shows up. The clown is not exactly friendly and spots Elizabeth and even threatens to kill her if she does not watch her step. Elizabeth, of course, is not having it. She is not just mad at the clown for treating her like some weakling, but also at our boy for summoning this overpowered nightmare without a second thought. She has barely managed to get to the 3-star demon god stage, and that is after swallowing her pride and taking help. And here is the MC treating the situation like a circus show. Meanwhile, Burrs is drowning in guilt and apologizes to Evil for being useless. When Burrs lays down his cards, his energy starts to drain. Even our hero looks a bit worried. He realizes Burrs is not fully recovered yet. When our boy sees the combination of Burrs's cards, he feels a bit dumb. Turns out Burrs could have ended the game way earlier but let him mess around and feel like a card genius. He now feels a bit embarrassed and mixes up the cards to make the clown disappear and apologizes for the trouble and walks off. With the legendary hero now gone, the father-daughter duo can finally relax. Elizabeth, though, is busy making up wild theories in her head. She is convinced this whole thing is just our hero's way of stalling before he comes for her next. Finally, morning arrives, and the chaos of the night comes to an end. Burrs and Evil are ready to leave. They promise to keep our boy's secret safe. Our hero then hands Burrs a pack of barley tea, and, more than that, gives him the deck of cards and acknowledges that his own skills are so bad he needs all the practice he can get. Elizabeth, however, has enough of their drama and practically pushes them out the door. As the two hurry away, Elizabeth finally feels like she can breathe. Everything is back to normal, or as normal as her life can be, and her first order for the MC is to bring her some food. Burrs speeds off like he is racing the wind and drags Evil along with him. Poor Evil, who is barely able to keep up, begs her father to stop. But Burrs is not listening. After all, he is too busy trying to outrun the ghost of the Demon Queen, who cursed them the night before. Apparently, she does not like being bothered, so she has placed a curse on their necks and warned them not to spill the beans about her or our boy. If they do, well, the curse will activate, and they will be on their way to the next world. Burrs finally stops and notices how far they have come. Evil also looks around and feels a sense of déjà vu that she has seen this place before. Burrs, however, is too busy being shocked at his own ability to run so far. Meanwhile, Wang Chai, who is the one who sent them here, is watching from a distance. With the corpses of the Dark Guild apostles still lying around, Burrs is not thrilled about staying there much longer and fears the place will crawl with demons soon enough. As Wang Chai decides to leave, the air suddenly feels heavier. And guess who decides to make a grand reappearance? It's none other than the Dark Guild apostles, along with their leader, the Great Apostle, who apparently has a demon spirit level or two up his sleeve. Upon seeing them, Evil freaks out and wants Burrs to just leave her behind. Burrs, however, is not the type to run away from trouble. After all, he has survived a night with the Demon Queen, and a few apostles are nothing compared to that. He grabs the deck of cards given to him by our hero and tosses the apostles away. This time, he is not about to back down because he knows that if he survives this little encounter, he can finally reunite Evil with her long-lost mother in the elf tribe. It will be just like when he went after her all those years ago. Then comes the big move. Burrs summons the number 4s from his card deck, and out pops a giant figure. Evil recognizes that it's her mother. At Burrs's command, the woman starts shooting arrows like a pro and takes out the apostles one by one. The Great Apostle tries to block her, but he does not stand a chance in front of the elf queen. His head goes flying, and that's that. With the battle won, Burrs collapses to his knees and looks like he has just run a marathon in full armor. Evil rushes to check on him, but Burrs has just invented an entirely new profession. And so, on that day, the Cardmaster is officially born. A week passes since Evil and Burrs have left, and the MC is back to his peaceful farm life. Right now, he is munching on a watermelon and admiring the magical world's fruit-breeding methods. Sure, the harvest is cool, but with no one to share it with, it feels as exciting as watching paint dry. At first, he was perfectly content with his quiet, peaceful life on the farm. No hustle, no bustle, just a simple existence with dirt under his nails. But ever since he met with people of the outside world, he started feeling restless. He can try to ignore it, but who is he kidding? Adventure is calling, and he is not exactly the type to ignore a good calling, even if it means stepping out of his comfort zone. But he knows really well that he is not exactly the brave adventurer type and is weak after all. So, he tries to suppress that desire down, but it is like a stubborn feeling that won't go away. Just then, Elizabeth pops in with her usual dramatic entrance. She notices our boy is looking all sad and just has to ask what is up. Our hero shares that he wants to go explore. Elizabeth suggests that he tag along with her. Upon hearing that, the MC's face lights up because obviously if the Demon Queen is with him, at least he won't have to worry about being weak. The duo then quickly gets ready and prepares to leave. Elizabeth uses her fingers and a magical portal appears. Before stepping through, though, our hero hits her with a list of concerns. First, she has to promise not to ditch him halfway. Second, she needs to keep her emotions in check and maybe, just maybe, try not to attract unnecessary attention. To her, it probably sounds like he is giving her orders, but surprisingly, she agrees without too much fuss. Then comes his final concern, as he wants to know if she would come back with him after the trip because obviously he is not about to test his survival skills alone in a village filled with monsters, the credit of which goes to her as well. Elizabeth agrees right away, as she has no intention of going before defeating him. But in return, she has a request of her own, which is a fruit pudding. Simple, sweet, and totally Elizabeth. With everything finally settled, they step through the portal, while leaving poor Wang Chai to guard the farm, or maybe just sulk. On the other side, they find themselves in a vibrant town. Now they are in Boaster Town, a neutral place. The MC gets all excited and acts like a little kid as he looks around from the equipment shop to the meat shop. He is running around happily, while Elizabeth notices that, even after 100 years, the outside world has not changed much. He agrees that it does not seem as crazy as Burrs had made it out to be. Elizabeth takes all the credit for the supposed peace due to her incredible leadership that has saved everyone. Our hero is not listening, though he is too busy at a nearby stall where kids are selling dolls. Suddenly, a beast man who looks like a pig comes and kicks over the kids' stall with his rage directed at the little ones. Apparently, their church owes money to his gang, and they have the audacity to put a stall in his territory. The kids, especially the little girl Annie, are understandably scared. She tries to stand her ground that they are not paying him a dime since the gang does not provide any protection. The pighead, however, does not seem to care much for her logic. Annie also does not back down either, and warns him that the nun will be back soon to sort him out. As people gather to watch a good street drama, the MC cannot take it anymore and shouts at the beastman to stop. The pighead turns his attention to our boy, and of course our hero has no idea what to do now. So, he silently begs Elizabeth for help. Though judging by her cold shoulder, it's pretty clear she is not interested in playing the hero today. So now our hero decides to play the crowd by announcing that the beastman is harassing a little girl. Surely the people will step up, right? Nope. The audience remains silent, as they are probably too entertained by the free show to do anything useful. Then, the pighead notices the MC's southern clothes and starts drooling over Elizabeth. Our boy suggests they resolve things with a calm conversation, or, better yet, offer some local specialties. But the pighead is not here for diplomacy. He orders his lackeys to beat our hero and lock up Elizabeth. And that triggers Elizabeth. Sure, the MC has imprisoned her before, but these clowns think they can do the same. Not on her watch. Her anger triggers a sudden shift in the weather, and dark clouds with thunder start to roll in as if the sky itself is telling the pighead he has messed with the wrong people. The pighead and his gang start to panic, probably wondering if it is going to rain or if their lives are about to be washed away. Our boy tries to calm her down that the entire town could be gone if she keeps it up. Elizabeth decides to spare them, but barely. Annie, who has been watching all the drama, is amazed by Elizabeth's power. The pighead is throwing all the fuss for just 10 gold coins, and upon hearing that, our hero turns to Elizabeth, who probably has more gold than she knows what to do with. He suggests borrowing a bit from her and offers to sell vegetables from his garden to pay her back. Elizabeth, however, calls him an idiot for suggesting such a ridiculous trade, especially since she did not even bother to bring her treasure chest along. Our boy then suggests using local products as payment. Maybe some of his garden veggies will suffice, but the pighead is not amused. Just as things are heading toward disaster, a pouch of gold coins comes flying out of nowhere and smacks the pighead in the face. It turns out to be from Hawthorne Therius, who wants the pighead to take the money and get lost. The pighead notices that the coins are from Thundersea Buckthorn, a powerful sword saint guild, and wisely decides to take the hint at least for now and back off. The MC helps Annie to her feet. He then offers Hawthorne some bananas as a token of gratitude. Hawthorne instead proposes a partnership that could solve their financial problems. Elizabeth, of course, is not interested. But our boy does not want to abandon someone who has helped him, so he insists on sticking around. Their next stop is a pub, but before entering, Hawthorne warns them to stay close. As soon as they enter, a beastman makes the unfortunate mistake of flirting with Elizabeth. Elizabeth shoots him a glare so icy it could freeze the sun. The beastman and his buddies have to look away. Elizabeth then turns to the MC and blames him for dragging her into this pathetic excuse for a gathering. Our hero turns her attention toward a private room. When the door opens, they are greeted by several women who immediately throw themselves at Hawthorne. Our boy freezes, and his jaw practically hits the floor as he tries to process that these are Hawthorne's wives. Yes, wives. Plural. It seems like Hawthorne is running his own harem. They all then sit down for tea, and Hawthorne begins the introductions. First is Gasha, a shield warrior, then Lolo, an assassin, followed by Glee, a mage, and finally Galia, an elven archer. The MC shares that he has met another elf recently. Elizabeth, however, is done with the small talk and wants Hawthorne to skip the family reunion and get to the point. But her attitude annoys Gasha, who wants her to stop being so rude. Lolo and Galia also pass some harsh comments about Elizabeth's confidence and looks. Elizabeth is on the edge of an outburst. She gives them a warning that if they want chaos, she will be happy to deliver it, but they better not cry about it later. Our hero can sense that a storm is on his way, so he immediately pulls out his secret weapon, Elizabeth's favorite pudding. One spoonful later, her anger vanishes like it had never existed. Our boy then shares a ridiculous story about how they are members of some nameless tribe, with Elizabeth as their queen and himself as her loyal servant. It's the kind of nonsense that has no real purpose except to distract everyone, and to give Lolo and Galia more material for their rude comments. They don't hold back and poke fun at Elizabeth again. The MC explains that it's her first time out in the world, and she is still getting used to all the cultural differences. Meanwhile, Hawthorne, who has been waiting for the drama to subside, finally decides to talk business. He announces his grand plan, according to which he wants them to join him and his wives in a treasure dungeon. He has also noticed the strange demonic energy Elizabeth displayed earlier, which does not exactly scream small-town princess. Our hero gets curious and asks Annie about these treasure dungeons. Annie explains that these are magical spaces created by ancient beings to hide valuable treasures, and they are hidden and dangerous. Hawthorne then reveals the real reason he needs them, and that is because the dungeon requires 8 people to break the barrier. Upon hearing that, Annie's mood takes a downturn. She knows these dungeons are insanely hard to navigate, and as a mere 4-star magician, she does not feel up to the challenge. Our boy sympathizes with her as his magical skills are not exactly impressive either, but Hawthorne reassures them that their job is just to be warm bodies to meet the head count. He and his wives will handle the real danger. And as for the treasure, they will be getting a few tens of thousands of gold coins. That number is enough to flip Annie's mood completely, from near tears to dreaming of gold in seconds. The MC glances at Elizabeth for her opinion, but she is too engrossed in her pudding to care, and leaves the decision to him. Then comes the magic measurement. Hawthorne has Glee bring out a fancy crystal ball that supposedly determines everyone's magical level. Annie explains how it works like she is giving a lecture. Hawthorne's level is already known, which is 4-star demon spirit, and his wives are somewhere between 4 and 5-star grand mages. So naturally, he wants to know where the rest of the gang stands. Annie goes first and clocks in at a respectable 300. Next is our boy, who confidently places his hand on the ball and fully expects it to confirm his status as the legendary hero. They wait, and then the ball delivers its verdict that is a big, fat 0. The MC's face falls faster than a failed souffle. Reality hits him hard that years of farming are not exactly a substitute for magical training. He then announces that his true talent lies in agriculture. To prove it, he offers everyone some bananas he has recently harvested. Unsurprisingly, the wives decline and wonder why they are bringing a farmer to a treasure hunt. Finally, it's Elizabeth's turn. She is annoyed at being dragged into their antics but still places her hand on the crystal. The moment she does, the room erupts with raw power, which leaves everyone covering their eyes. The MC is trying to look calm on the outside, but inside, he is freaking out. If Elizabeth's real identity gets revealed, it won't just be trouble, but it will be a total disaster. He gives her a look with a silent SOS, and thankfully, she picks up on it. Her magic flares up and matches the exact level Annie has mentioned for high-ranking demon spirits. Upon seeing that, Hawthorne's wives look like they have seen a ghost. Meanwhile, our hero finally allows himself to breathe, probably for the first time in 5 minutes. Hawthorne, on the other hand, is thrilled. With Elizabeth's power confirmed, their chances of getting the treasure just go through the roof. Annie, who is new to all this, is having to witness dungeons and treasure hunts. She cannot wait to see what else will happen. Hawthorne then wants Glee to use a teleportation scroll, and in the blink of an eye, they are somewhere else. Our boy feels a bit dizzy, but at the same time finds teleportation awesome, while Annie stands there shaking after seeing how calm Elizabeth looks. Hawthorne wants to rush into the dungeon, but Elizabeth announces that she wants to go home. They all practically explode. Gasha is furious, and even Glee and Galia are angry. But Elizabeth does not care at all. She just dares them to do something about it. The MC steps in and begs her to at least let him see what is inside the dungeon. Meanwhile, Annie cannot help but notice that the energy coming from the cave feels oddly similar to Elizabeth's. Our boy gets curious about it, but before he could get a word in, Hawthorne pushes him aside and promises Elizabeth that he will protect her and request her to cooperate. Elizabeth, however, ignores him completely. Instead, she turns to our hero and agrees to play along, which leaves Hawthorne fuming in frustration. She then starts to lead towards the cave, with the MC tagging along like an excited puppy. Hawthorne follows behind, all while grinding his teeth so hard it is a miracle they don't break. As soon as they get inside, the barrier slams shut behind them, which definitely does not help our boy's mood. He starts panicking, and Elizabeth further scares him that the only way out is to either be stronger than the person who made the barrier or complete whatever task they have set. Glee tries to cheer everyone, or maybe just herself, with confidence in Hawthorne to find something. But Gasha shuts her up before she says too much. Annie gets full of questions, but Galia assures her it is just treasure and gold coins. Then the path splits into different directions, and Hawthorne wants Glee to use her magic to find the shortest route. She does, but spreading her magic everywhere drains her energy, and she feels exhausted. Glee admits that her magic could not find the end of the maze, even after stretching it out for 3 whole kilometers. Galia then suggests using her spirit divination power, though she is not convinced it will be of any help due to low accuracy. Lolo proposes splitting into groups and backing it up with her clone technique, just in case things go south. Meanwhile, our boy has a quiet chat with Elizabeth and learns that the maze is just an illusion. He suggests she pitch in to help them out of this mess, but Elizabeth is too busy enjoying the show. She does not want to bother when she can just let them dig their own graves, and bonus points if they manage to drag our hero down with them. Annie, on the other hand, points toward the third curve. Something about it feels special to her, though she admits it might just be her gut talking. Glee, however, cannot sense anything and is pretty sure Annie's instincts are off, so Annie wisely decides to keep quiet for now. Glee then shows interest in the last passage, as according to her powers, it has the fewest monsters. But Lolo is all about splitting up and exploring everything, while Gasha insists they should stick together for safety. After getting all sorts of suggestions, Hawthorne decides to go with Glee. Annie, however, is convinced the last passage is a terrible idea, and to prove her point, she uses magic on her doll and sends it in first. Turns out it's just as Annie predicted, and the doll gets destroyed by a bizarre mimic worm. Our poor hero nearly has a heart attack at the sight of the disgusting creature. Elizabeth explains that the mimic is a parasitic beast usually found inside giant monsters, and she is way more interested in leaving the rest to fend for themselves. She just takes the MC and heads further. Annie tries to intervene again, and Lolo suggests using a clone to follow them and gather some intel, but Hawthorne decides a clone is unnecessary. He can practically feel the calmness radiating off Elizabeth. Her choice is not some random impulse, but a decision made with pure confidence, so he decides to follow her. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the passage, something or someone waits for them to make its move. Hawthorne and his wives are busy fighting with the endless army of monsters, which seem to multiply faster than they can deal with them. In the back, the MC and Annie are hiding like they have found the safest spot in the world, which is behind Elizabeth. To Elizabeth, though, our boy's acting skills are so bad that even a blindfolded dog would know he is pretending. She can tell, but she does not say anything. Meanwhile, Glee is giving Elizabeth the dirtiest look because she is furious about being led down a monster-filled path. Elizabeth explains it is perfectly normal for monsters to show up around magic. Glee, though, is not in the mood for explanations, especially since Elizabeth, who is like the walking powerhouse, is just standing back and enjoying the show instead of actually helping. Hawthorne tries to cool things down, but Glee is not in the mood. To her, it looks like Elizabeth is trying to seduce her master. Gelia and Gasha suggest that they rest for a bit, but Elizabeth is not having any of that as she is not here to waste time. Gelia and Lolo then want Elizabeth to go on without them. Hawthorne tries again to get Elizabeth to take a break and drink some elf potion to recharge. Upon hearing about a mysterious potion, our hero wants to drink it as it might give him inspiration for his next great culinary masterpiece. Elizabeth can understand all too well that he has eaten his way through the finest dishes in existence and is now craving something simpler. And just for that reason, she agrees to take a break. As they sit down, Gelia proudly flaunts her special elf potion like it is a priceless treasure. Of course, Elizabeth, being the powerhouse she is, does not need it, but Hawthorne senses the rudeness in Gelia's words, so she passes the potion to Elizabeth upon her master's command. But Elizabeth tosses it to the MC, who downs it faster than a starving man at a buffet. But the grassy taste is so strong he almost gags. He then offers it to Annie, who turns it down since she has not used much of her magic. Gelia's face turns bright red with anger after seeing her potion getting rejected. To make matters worse, Elizabeth decides to dump it. This, of course, only makes Gelia angrier. Now our boy, in his simple mind, has got the perfect fix for this mess with some of his treasured countryside delicacies, that is bananas. Everyone gets one, and then he hands Annie an apple. The simple gesture nearly brings Annie to tears, not because she is sad about receiving an apple instead of a banana, but rather she thinks about the kids in her orphanage who have not had fresh fruit in ages. Our hero promises more fruit will be sent to her and the others. Gelia, however, is having none of it. In a fit of rage, she throws the banana away, and Glee squashes another one. Hawthorne, on the other hand, suggests they eat for now and promises something far more extravagant once they find the treasure. As he, Lolo, and Gasha bite into their fruit, something utterly bizarre happens. The moment the fruit gets inside, they are suddenly teleported to a forest, all while wearing outfits that look like they come straight out of a costume shop. They find themselves surrounded by some insect-like creatures in coats who are singing and dancing. They then start to dance as well and move in the weirdest ways, as if they are auditioning for the world's strangest musical competition. Back in the cave, Gelia and Glee are left in shock as they do not know what to make of the weird dance performance happening right in front of them. Gasha, Lolo, and Hawthorne are pretty surprised when their magic levels suddenly shoot up after eating a banana and doing a strange little dance. They feel powerful, and our hero, who has been watching their dance, claps like it's the best performance he has seen in all of his life. Elizabeth, on the other hand, knows if they kept going, they were going to be in trouble, and our boy has already figured it out and raised their levels in advance. Gelia is stunned by the sudden surge in magic, and Annie puts two and two together that it's all because of the MC's bananas. Gelia, however, is still in denial that bananas could not possibly be magical. But Gasha, who has just become a 2-star demon spirit, insists that it's all thanks to the bananas. Lolo, however, blames a high-level magician for some hidden enchantment in the bananas. Hawthorne, meanwhile, is in disbelief at jumping 3 stages in one go to become a 3-star demon spirit. He turns to our hero for the origin story of these magical bananas. Our boy is completely caught off guard. To him, they are just bananas. Hybrid crops, sure, but grown naturally with no magic involved. Gelia and Glee are still hopeful and decide to eat the bananas too, as they hope for the same result. But before they can, the bananas turn into rotten mush. Annie recognizes this immediately. Apparently the bananas only work if at least 3 people eat them at once. But then Glee points out that Elizabeth has eaten one too, and Annie is left scratching her head, because if the user's power is not greater than the treasure, it should not have worked. Gelia thinks maybe it's her elf potion kicking in after all this time. Hawthorne turns to the MC for more bananas, but Gelia cannot, or maybe just does not want to believe it. Our hero, of course, has more. But before he can hand them out, Elizabeth just takes his backpack and declares that the bananas, including all the other fruits, are now hers. She then hurries him along, as in her eyes the journey is almost over. Our boy apologizes to Hawthorne and promises to share more bananas if he can. He also wants to move together, but Elizabeth is already speeding ahead, and with Annie in tow, they are off. Lolo, however, eyes the MC's backpack, but Hawthorne wants to wait. He has noticed that they are not dealing with ordinary people here, and Elizabeth, well, she is not just any princess from an unknown tribe. Hawthorne is not just interested in just mere magical fruits now, but he has his eyes on a much bigger prize. The Kingdom of Aristotle is offering a huge reward for information about a missing princess, and he is pretty sure Elizabeth is the one they are looking for. But of course, that is not all. He has much grander plans. He wants Elizabeth to be his, to gain more power in the kingdom. And as he focuses on his charm magic, his wives can feel the shift in the atmosphere. The trio keeps moving through the darkening maze. The MC feels like the passageway is endless, and he cannot shake the fear that they might never find an exit. Elizabeth, on the other hand, is convinced they are nearly there. Suddenly something behind them begins to move. Annie is the first to notice. But before she can alert our hero, clouds of dust fill the air, and our boy starts to cough uncontrollably. There comes Hawthorne, all while carrying his wives, who look like they have been bewitched by something. He apologizes to Elizabeth for his delay, and offers his services, and even suggests that she hop on his back. Elizabeth, however, turns him down instantly, because he is not exactly qualified to be her ride. Hawthorne looks a little offended, but Gelia is even more irritated. And then, out of nowhere, her head just falls off, and her body collapses to the ground with blood splatters everywhere. Everyone freezes, and for a moment, no one knows whether to scream, faint, or just run. That is until some movement begins to happen on the ceiling, and some disgusting creatures comes out called dragon fleas. One of the ugly things jumps toward Elizabeth, but she blasts it into oblivion like she is killing a fly. Meanwhile, Annie, who has already accepted that she is going to die in this very maze, just waits for her turn. Our boy, though, clings to Elizabeth like she is the last lifeline on Earth. And Elizabeth, well, decides to let the selfish get killed first. While Lolo fights the annoying fleas, Glee casts a defensive shield around Hawthorne and Gasha. Then this selfish beastman shows his true colors and wants the trio to find their way out by themselves, while he decides to figure out Elizabeth's mysterious identity. As the dragon fleas continue their attacks, things get worse and tables turn. Glee's magical shield breaks, and her head joins Gelia's in the Headless Club. And then Lolo and Gasha are next in line, while Hawthorne also gets busy defending himself. Hawthorne swings his sword to slice dragon fleas left and right. Gasha, on the other hand, blends hand-to-hand fighting with magic, while Lolo uses her assassination skills and cuts through the swarm with the precision of a seasoned pro. But no matter how hard they try, the fleas keep coming, and they are starting to wear out. In the middle of it all, Lolo gets lost in her thoughts for a second, and that is when a dragon flea takes its shot. But Hawthorne kicks it away and saves Lolo from a rather unpleasant end. Meanwhile, Elizabeth is still trying to figure out what the MC is going to do next. After seeing their true colors, she cannot help but wonder if he is finally going to stop pretending. Our boy is filled with regret as he has realized really well that he would much rather stick to farming in the village, where the only thing trying to kill him is the occasional stubborn weed. Elizabeth then decides that they have suffered enough to reveal their true worth or lack thereof, and wants our hero to stop sulking and get ready for what is coming next. She leads the way and leaves Hawthorne and his 2 wives to take care of the fleas. One flea follows them as well, but Annie, with the grace of a puppet master, kicks it away with her doll and takes care of it. As they keep going, Elizabeth casts some spell, and a huge gate appears in front of them. It opens, and they walk through it. Hawthorne also sees it and wants Gasha and Lolo to hop on his back and rush to charge through the gate. Just as the gate is about to close, they barely make it inside. And what do they find on the other side is a room piled high with gold coins, jewels, and other shiny treasures. Our boy is excited as he looks at the mountain of gold coins in front of him. It is like a scene straight out of a fairy tale, except that Hawthorne, being Hawthorne, pushes him out of the way. Gasha also does her best to make sure Annie does not get any ideas about stepping into the spotlight. And the treasure is Hawthorne's true love now. He cannot even pretend to be grateful for their help anymore. Instead, he figures that the best way to show his appreciation is by trying to kill them. Our hero reminds him that they are even now, and maybe he should not go overboard with the whole death thing. But Hawthorne is not interested in fairness. With his eyes fixed firmly on the Demon King's nectar, gratitude is the last thing on his mind. Just as things are getting heated, the sound of a gold coin dropping fills the air. At first it seems harmless enough, but then the ground rumbles like a giant's footsteps. Under the coins emerges a massive, terrifying golden dragon. The MC points it out to Elizabeth as if she has not already noticed the giant monster standing in front of her. Annie also goes into full-on panic mode, and the dragon's roar only makes things worse. Hawthorne, who is still convinced he can handle the situation with one epic strike, orders his wives to stall the dragon while he powers up for the kill. Lolo and Gasha move into action, with Lolo taking the lead. She uses her clone technique and hopes to confuse the dragon. The dragon, however, is too busy being a dragon to care about a few clones. Meanwhile, to Hawthorne, this is it. And the dragon is the last hurdle, and it's time to unleash his full power. As he gathers all his energy, Lolo switches tactics and uses her assassination skills to strike from multiple angles. The dragon does not even flinch. It is like poking a rock with a toothpick. Then it is Gasha's turn. She transforms her magic into a shield and throws it at the dragon. Gasha feels pretty pleased with her recently upgraded attack and thinks it is flawless. Too bad the dragon does not agree. With a swipe of its claw, it sends her flying. Upon seeing that, Lolo gets fed up and decides to pull out the big guns and uses her 1,000-person clone technique. Sure, she knows it won't do much damage, but she is convinced that these clones will at least keep the dragon distracted. Unfortunately, the dragon sends a shower of gold coins flying and wipes out all of Lolo's clones in seconds. Of course, the coins does not spare the trio as well. Elizabeth, who is safely wrapped in her protective barrier, cannot help but notice how shockingly calm our hero seems. But what she does not know is that he is not calm at all. He is frozen in place and is completely paralyzed by the chaos. Meanwhile, Annie summons a giant bear doll to block the storm of coins. But Lolo is still obsessively focused on protecting Hawthorne and uses her clones to shield him, but in the process, she totally forgets about herself. Predictably, one of the coins hit her right on the head. In the meantime, Hawthorne finishes charging up and unleashes his lightning flash technique, as he is fully convinced that even a demon spirit cannot block it. But as the dust settles, his overconfidence takes a turn. His sword, rather than cutting the dragon, breaks into 100 pieces. And of course, the dragon just casually kicks him away like he is nothing. Now standing there is the 4-star demon sect dragon, and it is ready to face the trio. Our boy has just watched Hawthorne get slapped by the dragon's tail, so he decides it's time to use his secret trick. Elizabeth, on the other hand, seems more interested in guessing what is going on in his head. Our hero wants her to get moving, otherwise they are going to end up as dragon food. And by they, he means him. Elizabeth is not exactly happy about the MC bossing her around like she is his assistant. Annie, however, is not focused on the dragon, or the fact that our boy and Elizabeth are practically at each other's throats. But she is trembling, as in her mind, the real nightmare has not even shown up yet, and she is sure they are not making it out alive. Elizabeth then walks over to Annie. She places her hand on Annie's head, and to her, something about Annie's magic feels strange, almost familiar. It reminds her of the Jim Jim bloodline. As Elizabeth looks deeper, Annie's memories flood in. She sees flashes of a happy, peaceful church where little Annie played and laughed. But that peace did not last long when apostles appeared and destroyed everything. Annie remembers a nun who had once been kind to her, but that woman's smile feels sinister in her memories. And then the violence began. One of the apostles tried to choke her to death, and that is when her power exploded. It came out with such terrifying force that it wiped out everything around her. Apostles, children, and adults. No one was left. Now back to the present. Elizabeth realizes that the girl has suppressed her power so far down that she has even messed with her own memories. To Elizabeth, it's just pure stupidity, and Annie is a disgrace to her bloodline. Annie, on the other hand, is too busy apologizing through her tears to the children she has killed back then. Elizabeth tells Annie that if she is done crying, it's time to stand up and do something. Otherwise, she can just sit there and wait for the dragon to eat them. Elizabeth's words shift something in Annie, and she is no longer thinking about her guilt anymore, but rather about protecting someone, and that is the MC. She summons her magic, and puppets of different kinds appear around her, and they charge at the dragon. The dragon roars and kicks the puppet panda. The panda puppet holds tightly onto the dragon's claw, while the rabbit puppet takes the dragon's body as a punching bag. The dragon lets out a scream, but the punches keep landing, one after another. The MC watches with curiosity, and tries to figure out what Elizabeth has done to make Annie change so much. But Elizabeth's big move is just a gentle reminder to her to face the present, and nothing groundbreaking, really. The dragon slams the rabbit puppet to the ground, but the rabbit grips the dragon's other claw tightly. The snake puppet now makes its entrance and wraps itself around the dragon's body. The dragon retaliates by whipping up a hurricane with its tail. The owl puppet then comes into action and does its best to block it. Our hero cannot help but admire Annie's puppet mastery, though his thoughts then shift to the mysterious Jim bloodline Elizabeth mentioned a few moments ago. But before he can dive into the mystery, he suddenly stumbles and barely manages to catch himself. Turns out it's a lightning flash attack from Hawthorne, who somehow is still alive. And on top of that, he is holding our boy's backpack. The MC is now very interested in getting it back, but Hawthorne is in full-on crazy mode. He starts to eat all the fruits inside the bag. Our hero is absolutely confused, and before he can process it, Hawthorne pulls a full transformation and turns into some sort of beast form of unknown power. Hawthorne has just turned into a disgusting-looking monster, and he cannot stop talking about how powerful he has become. It's hard to decide which is worse, either his ugly new form or the way he keeps bragging about it. The dragon is also unimpressed by his big talk and tries to get rid of him with a powerful breath spell. But Hawthorne manages to dodge it just in time and then charges at the dragon with a kick so strong it knocks the beast to the ground. Hawthorne does not stop there. He goes straight for the Demon King's nectar, drinks it, and changes into an even darker version of himself. Our hero, who has been watching his transformation in shock, knows things are getting worse fast. He turns to Elizabeth and hopes she has some idea of how to fix this. But instead, it's Annie who steps up and acts all confident to take care of things. She tries to use her magic again, but Hawthorne stabs her in the chest. Our boy freezes and stares at Annie as she collapses. He ignores everything else and rushes to her side and assures her that Elizabeth will save her. Meanwhile, Hawthorne, who is all high, turns to Elizabeth with a ridiculous offer, according to which she can either be his queen and help him take everything over, or let herself be used as a pawn in his twisted plans. The MC now boils with anger and curses Hawthorne. He wishes Elizabeth would just end it and kill him. But Hawthorne is not satisfied with messing with everyone and moves to jump on our hero. Just as he is about to crush him, something slaps him back and sends him flying. Our boy, who is now fed up with holding back, decides it's time to show his true power. Hawthorne is absolutely confused. After his attack, it feels like all the damage he has caused is slapped him right back in the face. He cannot wrap his head around it. Elizabeth, however, has it all figured out. She knows exactly that our boy has manipulated Hawthorne into being his own destroyer, as even she cannot bring herself to harm something created by our hero's hands, no matter how badly she wants to. The MC, meanwhile, just stands there, all confident that he is indeed the legendary hero, but in reality, he has no clue what is really happening. In his little delusional world, he is Elizabeth's devoted servant, who feeds her gourmet meals in exchange for her protection, and this time, she saved him as well. As long as he is useful, she will keep him safe. He has it all figured out in his mind, but the poor guy is wrong. Hawthorne, on the other hand, is not bothered by the odds. He just laughs. Less than half of his power is used, and he is already winning in his mind. He rushes at Elizabeth and is pissed off that she rejected him, but then he gets hit by something and sent flying. Not the glorious victory he imagined, disgusting beastman. He cannot understand what is going on when suddenly there is a dragon, and not just any dragon, but the Golden Dragon Queen no less, with a 1-star Demon King rank. The dragon turns its tail toward Elizabeth, as if it is asking for a little pat on the back. Despite being on death's door, Hawthorne refuses to admit he is beaten, but the dragon has enough of his stupidity. With a swipe of its claw, it stabs him. Our boy is shocked by what has just happened, so he turns to Elizabeth to confirm it. Elizabeth explains to him that the space they are in is fake, but then suddenly the two of them and Annie begin to float. The dragon and Elizabeth starts to speak in some weird language. Then, in a blink of an eye, the dragon transforms into a girl named Amelia. She gets teary and clings to Elizabeth and starts to complain that she has been waiting forever for her to return. Well, that is a plot twist no one saw coming. Amelia is not just some dragon, she is Elizabeth's pet. First, let's talk about Amelia's story, which starts in a forbidden land between heaven and earth. Elizabeth finds her there as a fragile little egg. With the help of her magic, she brings Amelia to life, gives her a name, and eventually trains her into a loyal disciple. To Amelia, Elizabeth is not just her master but also the whole package, including a mentor, a playmate, and the person who gave her life meaning. So obviously Amelia decides she will stick to Elizabeth and silently vows to protect and serve her forever. Over the years, their bond becomes rock solid. Amelia evolves from a rookie to Elizabeth's trusty partner and carries her through battles against all sorts of creatures. So when Elizabeth decides to rule the world to end all wars, Amelia does not hesitate for a second, and she is all in. At first, it is all rainbows and victories, but soon Amelia starts to notice something unsettling. Elizabeth's smile, which was once radiant, begins to fade like a poorly painted wall in need of a touch-up. Elizabeth gets stronger, and Amelia, well, she feels like she is watching her own powers fade in front of her master. Things come to a breaking point when all the drama over the Holy Sword starts. Amelia is off doing her usual patrol, following orders of her master like a loyal servant, while everything back home begins to fall apart as Elizabeth leaves in search of the legendary hero. 10 years pass, and Elizabeth's chancellors are losing their minds. Rebellion is on the rise, crime is up, and things are moving towards the worst. Heimerdinger suggests they split up and go stabilize their respective regions. Twillia, on the other hand, turns to Jim Jim, who is the one who knows Elizabeth best, for some sort of reassurance. Jim Jim is sure of one thing, and that is there is no way Elizabeth will lose to some legendary hero. But Amelia is beyond caring about any of that. She is too busy sipping wine and reminiscing about the good old days when she was Elizabeth's favorite. So she returns to the spot where Elizabeth had found her all those years ago, in the hope that maybe, just maybe, her master will come back there one day. Seasons turn into years, and now Elizabeth finally returns, and things are going to go back to normal, at least in Amelia's mind. Elizabeth, however, did not want Amelia to cling to the past, but she wanted her to meditate and grow stronger, like some demon queen-level powerhouse. But Amelia misunderstands the whole thing. She begs Elizabeth not to leave her behind, as she is convinced that the reason for Elizabeth's disappearance all these years was for her. And then there is our hero, who turns Elizabeth's focus back to saving Annie instead of dwelling on the past. Just in time, Annie wakes up, but Amelia is now fuming. Elizabeth is not even looking at her, but she is busy focusing on this some guy. And just when Amelia thinks things could not get worse, she finds out that this random guy is the legendary hero, the one responsible for taking Elizabeth away all those years ago. That is it for her, and she decides she has to settle things with him once and for all. The MC, who is totally clueless, happily introduces himself. Amelia, however, transforms her hand into a dragon claw and rushes at him to teach him a lesson. But instead of landing a hit, her attack bounces off. Our hero, who is still oblivious of her intentions, holds out his hand for a handshake because in his pure eyes, she is just a friend of Elizabeth. Elizabeth, however, corrects him. She is her ride, which turns on our boy's wild imagination, and he pictures the human form of Amelia carrying Elizabeth on her shoulders. Elizabeth uses magic, and in no time, they are back home. Amelia is completely amazed to witness her master's power once again. The MC, on the other hand, is also impressed at how easily he is back in his peaceful village. In his mind, one thing is obvious, which is to stick with Elizabeth, and his life problems will all disappear. As for Annie, she is out cold thanks to the teleportation. Elizabeth wants our boy to take Annie inside and let her rest while she deals with Amelia, who stands there waiting like an eager student ready for instructions. Elizabeth now has some bigger problems, like figuring out the Dark Guild in the demon realm. Amelia explains it is created by someone named Malfoy, a name that sounds vaguely familiar to Elizabeth. As for why it matters to her, it is because this guild has been killing a whole lot of people while claiming it's all in the name of bringing her back to life, and Elizabeth finds it absolutely annoying. She then gives Amelia her orders to wipe out the Dark Guild while keeping her name and location hidden, and, as a reward, she will finally earn her freedom. Upon hearing that, Amelia lights up, though her excitement is mostly about being able to curl up in Elizabeth's bed every night like a spoilt kitten. With her mission clear, Amelia moves off into the sky, but her grand takeoff does not go as planned. Out of nowhere, something hits her hard. She turns to see her attacker and finds Wang Chai, who has apparently decided she is its target practice for the day. Another missile comes flying at her, but she blocks it with her dragon wings. She starts to feel confident until an entire wave of missiles rains down on her. By the time the smoke clears, Amelia looks less like a powerful dragon and more like a burnt chicken. But Wang Chai is not done yet. It notices she is still alive, barely, but alive, and then starts preparing for another round. But before it can act, Elizabeth gives it a death stare. Wang Chai obviously does not want to get on the Demon Queen's bad side, so it quickly adds Amelia to the do not attack list, pretending it has not just roasted her. Meanwhile, poor Amelia hovers there, beat up, humiliated, and on the verge of tears, and wonders what she has done to deserve this nightmare. Our boy makes some fresh orange juice for Annie. Annie, who is still shaking, takes the glass and starts drinking. As the juice goes down, she feels its power, like the pulp and magic are helping her relax and energizing her. But then her vision blurs, and the ghostly image of the nun appears, who spouts nonsense about embracing her true self. Annie, being the emotional wreck she is at the moment, bursts into tears. Meanwhile, the MC flops onto the sofa like a hero returning from battle. Well, in his head anyway. He savors his little taste of adventure when Elizabeth walks in. One glance at Annie is enough for Elizabeth to declare that she remembers everything. And then Elizabeth starts a grand tale. Apparently, Annie's ancestors pledged eternal loyalty to her, the Demon Queen, and with Annie's bloodline awakening, that promise is back on the table. Annie's jaw drops as she connects the dots. She realizes that Elizabeth is the Demon Queen and glances at our boy to confirm if he is the legendary hero. And then, her imagination takes off. She makes up a story about Elizabeth and our hero battling for supremacy for an entire month, and then falling madly in love and retreating into seclusion for 5 centuries. To Elizabeth, it's almost accurate. But our boy, on the other hand, wants Annie to stop saying anything as he fears her words will make Elizabeth mad. Elizabeth then turns her attention back to Annie. It turns out that when Annie's bloodline awakened, she went out of control and wiped out everyone in her orphanage. And instead of owning up to it, she fools herself into believing she is waiting for the nun to return. Elizabeth is not done here. She digs deeper that Annie's so-called siblings are actually enchanted dolls, sustained by her magic no less, which explains why she has not progressed beyond the magician level. And the sad reality is that Annie tried to protect her loved ones from the apostles, only to lose control and kill them all. The weight of it all hits Annie like a truck. Her head throbs as memories crash back. Before she loses herself, Elizabeth knocks her unconscious. Our boy moves just in time to catch her. Elizabeth reassures him that Annie is just asleep, and that it's the only way to stop her from accidentally destroying everything. The MC realizes the responsibility is now on him to figure things out. The church is quiet, with the soft sound of sewing in the air. Annie lies on a bed and is asleep, while our hero works on sewing a doll. Then Annie finally wakes up and apologizes to our boy for causing nothing but trouble. She now remembers everything, that she was the one who caused harm. The MC corrects her that she is not some cold-blooded killer. She has only acted to protect her siblings. Still, Annie continues to sob and blame herself. Our hero then moves the conversation away from Annie's personal pity party and onto the dolls. He points out that while the details are impressive, Annie has tied way too many knots to keep the cotton from escaping. He tells her the knots will make the doll lose its spirit, but it's okay. They can fix it together. Annie, however, is still tangled in her dark thoughts. Our boy then shares a popular quote with her. He tells her not to get stuck in the rainy season of life, to look ahead and know that the skies will clear. He urges her to raise her chin and find strength in facing the truth. He then hands her a doll he has made just for her, a cute little angel. He names it Raphael and hopes that it might help heal her emotional scars, or at least offer a distraction. Annie takes the doll, and as she does, she can feel the presence of her siblings. She finally musters up the courage to say goodbye to them and promises to protect the church. Our hero offers his thanks to the books from the system for the lessons in psychotherapy. Still, he knows he has to check on Annie every now and then. After all, he cannot fix everything in one go. Emilia flies through the dark, muddy skies of Death Swamp in the demon realm and looks down at the mess below. Seeing how her master's land is destroyed makes her wonder if someone is trying to practice how much they can ruin. She cannot believe how bad it has gotten. As she lands, some ugly creatures eye her like she is their next meal. Emilia deals with a few of them, and the others scatter in fear. Then, a voice breaks the silence. A dark, witch-like figure appears. Kurthuzad, a 5-star demon ancestor, one of the Dark Guild's 6 pillars. She makes it clear that she is not happy to see Emilia. Meanwhile, in the Dark Guild Hall, millions of strange eggs containing creepy creatures are placed together like some kind of trophies. The 6 pillars of Dark Guild stand around, and they sense something strong is coming their way. Farazdak Samawi, a 1-star demon sovereign, suggests that the invader could be looking for revenge after Ghana's army got wiped out trying to attack the Sword Saint Guild. Ruth Bader, a 2-star demon ancestor, trusts Kerr to deal with the invader, while experiment number 24, another 1-star demon sovereign, suggests that William Elizabeth, a 3-star demon ancestor, should go have some fun with the invader. But William is not interested. Dago Cthulhu, a 4-star demon sovereign and the Dark Guild's vice president, declares that no matter how tough the invader is, they won't leave alive. And at the top of everything sits Malfoy, the Dark Guild's president, a 1-star demon sovereign. Back in the swamp, Kerr is burning in confusion and is trying to figure out why her magic suddenly is not working. Even her magic tools are becoming useless. In a last-ditch effort, she decides to teleport to the guild hall to give the others an update. But Emilia crushes her with a dragon claw and turns her into ash. With Kerr now gone, the remaining great apostles eye the empty spot in the pillars and start planning how to take down Amelia while she is supposedly tired. Amelia does not even care. She sees them as nothing but trash. One roar from her golden dragon turns them into dust, and she just keeps moving forward like it's no big deal. She soon runs into a monstrous creature guarding the gate of the Dark Guild Hall. The creature tries to act tough and demands Amelia answer its questions or die. But Amelia just kicks it aside and walks through the gate. Finally, she meets Malfoy, who, instead of looking like the decent guy he used to be, has aged into a twisted, ugly version of himself. To Amelia, he does not look like a threat anymore. In fact, it's starting to feel more like a joke. Amelia knocks Malfoy out in just one hit, which leaves his demon pillars to just stand there, completely stunned. But surprisingly, Malfoy is not actually dead. He regenerates himself and starts talking about how strong Amelia has become. But at the same time, he is also curious why she has woken up all of a sudden and guesses she must have run into Elizabeth. But before Amelia can answer, tentacles shoot up from the ground and grab her. And here comes Dago, all in delusion that he is going to become the new Lord of Demons by taking her out. Amelia is not exactly impressed. She starts biting the tentacles, and Dago thinks it's a waste of time. The thing is, Amelia does not care about his opinion, and she keeps swallowing them, one after another. Dago, who has been bragging about how big and tough he is, quickly changes his tune. In a matter of seconds, he goes from boasting to begging for his life. But Amelia is way too hungry to let him go and finishes him off in no time. Then Ruth comes. She is clever and pretends to surrender, but then tries to use a seductive kiss attack to make Amelia her puppet. Nice try, but Amelia plays along for about a second and then gets bored and throws her aside. As for William, one would think he would have learnt something after seeing the vice president and his dad turned into a meal. But nope, he thinks he can take on Amelia. Poor kid does not even get a chance to blink before she kicks him halfway across the place. Next comes experiment number 24, who decides to give it everything it has. Farazdak does the same and shows off all his muscle power. But they both get slammed by Amelia's wing like they are nothing more than bugs. Then Amelia turns to Malfoy and makes it clear that he does not even come close to being her match. Malfoy surprisingly admits that she is stronger, and he envies her since, as a human, he would not get the chance to reach that level. But Amelia is not in the mood for chit-chat, and she gives him a choice to either kill himself or fight for his life. He knows that there is no way he can win, but he has someone else who can help him. And it turns out that certain someone looks a lot like Elizabeth. A month passes, and our boy is out tending to his daily routine. But something is off. He is lost. Well, guess you cannot be the legendary hero and always be cheerful. Elizabeth also can tell something is bothering him. One night, after days of going through depression, our hero finally decides to face whatever is on his mind. The next morning, he presents Elizabeth a delicious bowl of ramen, and she notices he is acting strange, like he is about to drop a bombshell. The MC then starts the conversation by pointing out that after living together for so long, Elizabeth can sense he is not a threat to her. In fact, the two of them, that is, the legendary hero and the demon queen, can live peacefully together. And now he has a request for her as he wants her to return to her place, pick up where she left off, and start ruling the world again. To Elizabeth, that came out of nowhere, and she has no idea why he is bringing it up now. Our boy explains that when he first arrived in the village, he thought he could stay here forever, living a peaceful life. He did not believe in their fated encounter according to the system, but then she came to him. And because of that, the time barrier around the village got broken, and in the outside world, 500 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and things turned chaotic. Dark guild forms, and the whole mess involving Burrs and Annie is just the tip of the iceberg. Elizabeth, however, is confused, as she does not see how this has anything to do with them. But our hero knows that deviating from his destined path means he cannot live without her. And he does not want to live just as a farmer, oblivious to the chaos around him. He wants to be the very hero everyone thinks he is. But what really gets to Elizabeth is when the MC admits he cannot live without her. Now that is interesting to her. Our boy, on the other hand, does not want to be some useless hero, stuck in a village when the world is falling apart. He is not about to live a selfish, peaceful life while everything burns. And if the village gets wiped out by monsters, all he can do is move to the city and get a regular job. In the meantime, Elizabeth finishes her noodles and gets what he is trying to say. Our boy wants her to fix the mess outside, which is no big deal for her, and she can handle it. Upon hearing that, our hero gets happy and offers to help her pack. How sweet. But Elizabeth is not exactly eager to go back into the outside world. But instead, she has two solutions to deal with the problem. The first option is to cast world-destroying magic and just end it all in one go. The MC immediately rejects that idea, no surprise there. So Elizabeth moves on to option 2, which is to find someone capable of ruling the world and teach them from the shadows. And who, in her humble opinion, is the perfect candidate for the job? None other than our boy himself. The MC grips the holy sword tightly and tries to wrap his head around how he ended up in this situation. There is Elizabeth sitting a few feet away, who is enjoying watching our boy, the mighty hero, get dragged into swordsmanship training after constantly annoying her with his tricks. The sweet, sweet taste of karma. While she acknowledges our hero's raw power is far beyond hers, she takes immense pride in her mental strength and experience, something she is convinced he will never quite match. Just a few hours ago she was ready to walk away as he wanted, until he confessed that he cannot live without her. In her eyes, it is clear that ruling or destroying the world are just trivial matters for him. So, he has decided to just sit back and watch things unfold while Amelia takes care of the Dark Guild. Of course, she cannot help but think all his strange actions for the past few days, and then babbling nonsense this morning are just excuses to get her attention. After spending a year together, it is obvious to her that he has fallen for her, whether he admits it or not. Our hero, however, is a man of deep thoughts. He wonders if mastering swordsmanship is really as simple as swinging a sword 1,000 times a day. To him it sounds a little too easy. Meanwhile, Elizabeth just watches him with barely contained amusement. She might not have been as strong as him, but she enjoys every moment of watching him struggle. She is convinced that she is the only one who can control his wild interests. Love is not really her thing, but with the MC, well, she might make an exception. Between his control over creation and production, and her own expertise in swordsmanship and magic, she cannot help but daydream about their future child. Surely the kid would be the strongest ever. But of course, his father needs to get his act together first. Our hero, poor guy, has absolutely no idea what is going on in Elizabeth's head. As he struggles to figure out her true intentions, things take an unexpected turn. A small explosion occurs, and just like that, the holy sword disappears from his hands, leaving what looks like a boy in its place. The MC stares, as his mind is utterly confused if this is some sort of joke. The boy shouts at him that he is not a kid. Elizabeth also notices the chaos and recognizes the boy as Alpha, the holy sword spirit. Alpha does not seem too happy to see her and then rushes at her with clear intent to kill. Unfortunately for him, Elizabeth sends him flying with a kick. Poor boy lands with a bump on his head and looks like he has just been through a serious boxing match. They then sits down to talk. Our hero apologizes to Alpha for not realizing the sword had a spirit inside. Alpha lets it slide on the reason that his appearance is supposed to come at the critical moment when the hero battles the Demon Queen, not for a year of chopping firewood. He then grabs our boy by the collar and demands an explanation for such a misuse of his power. The MC tries to calm him down, but Alpha is having none of it. To him, it looks like our hero has forgotten his true calling as the legendary hero, and is now too busy making friends with the supposed villain of the story. Elizabeth gets curious if Alpha wants to kill her. Alpha's anger disappears immediately, and he admits that it is just the system's settings, though under the current circumstances, he supposes she is his savior. Elizabeth then suggests that Alpha should help our boy rule the world. Alpha gets confused, and the MC tries to explain that he has been idle for too long and has decided to take responsibility as a hero. And his plan is to practice first and then save the world. Alpha points out that our boy has already accumulated enough experience to fight a Demon King level enemy, just by swinging him around for practice. The MC goes on that he has no natural talent, but with Alpha and Elizabeth by his side, he is confident he can accomplish anything. Before Alpha can say further, Elizabeth silences the boy with magic. She wants our hero to wait while she takes care of things. She grabs Alpha, who is now in full panic mode, and signals our boy for help, but Elizabeth drags him away. After a brief lesson, Alpha returns with his face swollen like a balloon, and he agrees to help the MC. With everything sorted, for now at least, Elizabeth instructs our hero to begin his journey and focus only on swordsmanship. The trio lands in Titano Town, which is alive with people, especially around the Sword Saint Guild's area. Elizabeth has used her magical instincts and dragged our hero and Alpha here, all while claiming that something big is about to happen. Alpha, though, thinks it's all a waste of time and complains until Elizabeth threatens to split him in half if he does not stop. That shuts him up right away. The poor kid clings to our boy like a scared kitten and turns back to his sword form. The MC spots a flyer on the ground. It advertises a guild competition, where fighters from different guilds will battle it out. Then a loud announcement echoes through the streets that the bets and entries are open. The crowd goes wild and runs to place their bets and grab seats and practically drags our hero and Elizabeth along with them. When they get to the entrance, a beast man acting as the ticket inspector stops them. His magic ticket scanner comes up empty since, well, they don't have any tickets. Our boy pulls out his gold pouch to buy their way in, but the beastman reveals that tickets originally worth 10 gold coins are now being sold for 200. The MC is irritated because apparently, even in a magical world, this kind of theft is still a thing. Elizabeth, on the other hand, does not have the patience for this nonsense. She hypnotizes the beastman with her magic, who goes from cocky to way too polite in seconds. Not only does he let them in, but he hands over VIP tickets like they are his personal guests. As our couple enters the VIP room, all the big names are already there. Tagore Severus, the spellwriter, sits in a corner. Then there is Brian, the drunk blacksmith from the Dwarf Kingdom, whose loud laughter fills the room. And finally, the Saugus sisters, Luna and Anna, who are representing the Sword Saint Guild. Anna spots Elizabeth and our hero right away and wants her sister to check them out too. Elizabeth plops into her seat and immediately demands snacks while Anna and Luna keep staring at them like they are trying to figure out a puzzle. The mood in the room shifts when a goblin named Gob makes his grand entrance. He is loud, dramatic, and enjoying the spotlight. He then announces the final participants in the competition. First up is Ching, the Sword Saint Guild's star swordsman. Next is Gaula, a giant of a man from the Giant Bear Guild who looks like he could crush people with a hug. Then comes Travis, a ridiculously good-looking elf who makes half the room mesmerized with his looks. And finally, Yi, the mysterious guest from the Card Guild, who steals the show just by standing there. As the competition begins, the arena erupts with cheers. Travis looks around the battlefield like he is the only adult in a room full of clueless kids. His eyes stop on Gaola, and to him, Gaola is the definition of a useless idiot who is loud, overconfident, and probably about to make a fool of himself. Yi is not much better. He is only here because his guild has helped the Sword Saint Guild once. The only person who seems worth his time is Ching. The fight starts with Gaola charging in like a bull, with no plan and just speed. Travis, on the other hand, fires a bunch of arrows. Everyone dodges them easily, and Gaola breaks it. But then the arrow sprouts roots that twist and grow and form a cage around everyone. Gaola, being the stubborn guy he is, tries to muscle his way out. But the roots have other plans. They wrap tighter and start oozing some sticky sap that leaves Gaola stuck like a bug in glue. Travis explains that how these roots are from a gum tree and are designed to shrink on impact and release sap to trap opponents like Gaola. But before Travis can savor his moment, Ching takes out his sword, and with a single swing, he cuts through the roots and frees himself, and offers an apology for destroying Travis's creation. Upon seeing that, Travis feels thrill like a madman and does not care about the plant, but wants Ching's life as payment instead. He then sends a swarm of glowing butterflies toward Ching in hopes of overwhelming him. But Ching remains unbothered and swings his sword again. This time the outcome leaves Travis stunned as he realizes his hand has been severed. He gets shocked and furious and can barely process Ching's calm declaration that the fight is over. But even injured, Travis is not ready to admit defeat. He acknowledges that Ching deserves the title of a genius from the Sword Saint Guild, but reminds him with a grin that he is a genius of the Elf Guild himself. Just as Ching begins to lower his guard, one of the butterflies explodes and forces him to stumble back. The blast sends his sword flying to the ground. Travis spits something on the ground, and a flower called the Healing Lily pops out. He slaps it onto his body, and it starts turning into a hand that looks just like his real one. Travis now feels unstoppable and proudly announces that with the sacred tree's blessing, the elves are the strongest of all. But that confidence does not last long. Giola appears and smashes both Travis's ego and his body into the ground and leaves him buried 6 feet under. The crowd goes wild, with half cheering and half stunned, while Gob loudly declares Travis officially out of the fight. Gala then turns to Ching and laughs like he already has victory to his name. His energy feels dangerous, and Ching can sense it. King stays calm and pulls his sword from the ground, all while realizing that Gaola has used his sweat to escape the roots. Gala then charges like a madman and is ready to destroy Ching. But Ching dodges just in time and counters with his cold slash technique and lands a few strikes on Gaola. But the result is barely a scratch, like he has been slicing a rock with a butter knife. To make things worse, Ching's fancy dwarf-forged sword starts cracking. Gaola does not waste the chance. He rushes again, but Ching manages to block the hit and rolls out of the way. The sword takes a serious dent from the impact and loses its worthiness. Ching throws it aside and is ready to dodge Gaola's endless attacks with nothing but his instincts. The crowd is enjoying the fight. Our hero is also loving the action, while Anna is busy trying to figure out how a high-quality weapon could break so easily. Luna suggests they step in to stop the fight and save their guild from embarrassment, but Anna does not want to. Her mind is elsewhere about how the Giant Bear Guild has suddenly become this strong. Something does not add up, and she has a nagging feeling the Dark Guild might be behind it all. In the middle of the chaos in the arena, Ash, the Grey Sword of the Sword Saint Guild, brings up that an apostle is here to Bali, the Elder Sword. Elder Bali, however, wants the others to deal with it themselves. And guess who is sitting here as the president of the Card Guild? It's Burrs, the genius who created the whole profession of cardmasters. Turns out he is a former member of the Sword Saint Guild too, except now he is sitting there and looks like he is one wrong move away from either blowing up or fainting. Keep in mind, this guy is a 4-star demon ancestor, but apparently even that does not make him immune to nerves. Burs has his own reasons, though. His whole life is basically about hating the Dark Guild, and he has built the Card Guild from scratch just to fight them. Over the years, he has killed more apostles than anyone cares to count. But today, anger is not the issue, but it's pure fear. Because sitting up in the VIP seats are Elizabeth and our boy. Naturally, Burs assumes they are plotting to kill him for not meeting their crazy high expectations. He is not just worried about the guild's performance, but he is also stressing over the card deck and barley tea the MC handed him to properly utilize. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the fight between Gaola and Qing is getting wild. Gala relies on his strength and earth magic. He slams the ground and turns it into some sort of sheet and traps Qing inside a giant boulder. For a moment, it looks like he has the upper hand. He knocks on the boulder to mock Qing, but notices a cut forming and jumps back, only to find his hand has been severed. Qing then shatters the boulder using his selfless state technique. Gaola wants to kill Qing, but the giant ends up having his own feet cut off. Qing offers him one last chance, but Gaola stubbornly refuses to give up. He then thinks about using his last resort, which is a forbidden drug his teacher told him not to touch unless things get really bad. It would make him super powerful, but only for a short time, and it comes with some serious side effects. Qing, on the other hand, just stands there with his magic aimed at Gaola like he is waiting for him to make a move. Gaola, not seeing much of a choice, swallows the pill. He has big dreams, which are turning into a demon king and killing Qing. Unfortunately for him, Qing has other plans. Before the drug can do its thing, Qing's blade ends the fight, and Gaola's head rolls across the arena. With Gaola out of the picture, the last fighter left is Yi. But the Yi behind the mask turns out to be Evil, who is psyching herself up for the final round. At the Card Guild, Evil is meditating with her cards and sipping barley tea, and then she levels up to a 1-star Great Demon Spirit. Just then, Burs walks in and calls her by her fancy new name, Yi Lifu. Upon seeing her dad, the first thing she asks about is the Sword Saint Guild. Burs, being Burs, brings news that is equal parts bad and hopeful. Sure, the Dark Guild's invasion is sorted out, but the Sword Saint Guild has way more drama going on than he expected. Yi does not look thrilled. She is worried because they need the guild's help to develop their region and boost the MC's Card Guild. But Burs has not returned empty-handed. He throws a pouch with some fancy dark gears from Great Apostles. But the real good news is that they can now join the Sword Saint Guild's competition finals. And he wants Yi to compete and win. Yi, however, doubts herself that she will get crushed by the stronger contestants. But Burs reminds her that they are not the weaklings they once used to be. He even promises to give our boy's treasure deck to her to help her power up. Now back in the competition, Yi shows up with our hero's cards, knowing full well she can only use 6 of them at a time, and the rest of her deck is just weak duplicates. But she cannot back down here, as the MC's promotion depends on her. So she uses a card slash to take care of the roots and moves forward. Qing can see how she lay low during the entire fight only to show her true power at the end. But he is not impressed, and wants her to quit, since she is not worth his time. His guild owes her a favor, so he is warning her. Yi, however, is not in the mood to give up. She fires a magic attack that barely misses him and catches the attention of Brian. She then goes on to attack and swings her cards like swords, but Qing blocks them all like it's child's play. He figures out she is just trying to distract him and charges at her. Yi panics for a second but does not let it stop her. She jumps into the air, stepping on her cards to get some distance. From above, she launches another card slash. Qing dodges it easily and counters with a leap. The fight heats up as Yi's card lock starts to weaken Qing's magic sword. For a second, it looks like she has him until he powers back up again. But Yi is not done yet. Turns out all her weak-looking attacks were just to stall for time. And then she plays her trump card. There comes the Spades Dragon, a massive, terrifying creature that has the whole arena buzzing. Even Tagore wants to document it. Brian, however, is more interested in the genius who made those cards. Our hero is amazed as he watches Yi show off her skills with cards and shares it with Elizabeth. Qing, meanwhile, faces Yi's Spades Dragon, and then pulls out massive sword chi to summon his blue sword attack to take down Yi's dragon. Yi, on the other hand, is not having such a great time. She can feel the huge gap in their power. Her replica cards are of no match and she knows it. Her only hope is her treasure deck, but using it is risky since she cannot control it properly yet. Before she can even come up with a plan, Qing is already in her face and attacks with enough force to knock her flat on the ground. She accepts her defeat and is somewhat okay with it because she has made it this far, and that is good enough. Just as everyone thinks the fight is over, something happens. A creepy energy appears behind Qing and shoots straight through his head. There is no warning or build-up, but just a sudden, overwhelming force. Qing does not even have time to react before his body is taken over. Yi stares in disbelief as his whole vibe changes and realizes that the Great Apostle has possessed him using Jaola's head. Gob, the commentator who has been hyping up the matches all day, suddenly loses his cool. His energetic play-by-play turns into nervous rambling as the Apostle's power breaks the arena's protective barrier. The crowd goes nuts, screaming, panicking, and running in every direction like their lives depend on it, which obviously kind of do. Meanwhile, Anna, Luna, and Tagore watch the chaos unfold like it's a really bad episode of reality TV. The MC turns to Elizabeth to ask if they should step in or do something. But Elizabeth wants him to stay put because as a future ruler, he needs to learn how to deal with unpredictable situations. Burrs, meanwhile, is sweating bullets. He watches our hero and Elizabeth with suspicion and pieces together, in a wrong way as usual, that they must have known this invasion was coming and had set it up as some weird test. He thinks it's great that now, on top of everything, he has to impress them too. Elder Bali watches him and silently feels happy as Burrs now has no choice but to come back to his guild after embarrassing himself. Back on the battlefield, the Great Apostle is enjoying himself as he controls Qing's body and shows off his dark power. Yi, who has now seen that she is up against someone from the Dark Guild, decides it's time to stop holding back. She pulls out her treasure deck and goes all in. The Apostle, noticing her strength, immediately tries to take her out. Their powers clash and cause an explosion. When the dust settles, Yi stands tall as an illusion of a knight with a glowing holy shield appears behind her and protects her. The battlefield is a chaotic mess, but the MC cannot shake the feeling that this all feels oddly familiar. Even Brian admits these new cards Yi is using have an unreal power. Tagore also cannot help but note how the phantom warriors Yi summons look like the legendary 13 holy warriors from ancient stories. Elder Bali, on the other hand, is busy wondering if this is the same strategy Burrs used against the 6 pillar demons. Burrs answers that he used 9 cards back then, while Yi is only using 5. Yi, down on the ground, is already in action. She picks 2 cards from her deck, 1 red ace and 1 black ace, and demands that the Great Apostle leave Qing's body. What follows is an explosion that momentarily stuns the Great Apostle. For a moment, even he seems impressed, but the realization quickly hits that he is the target. He cannot figure out how mere cards can pack so much power. He decides he is not about to stick around and tries to escape with the intention to take Qing's body with him for further study. Unfortunately for him, one of Yi's illusion warriors blocks his way with the shield and tosses it to another, then another, and effectively traps him. The Great Apostle is completely thrown off by the sheer absurdity of it all. He is not ready to die so soon after being just born, so he desperately unleashes his most powerful move, a fierce sword spell. But before he can do anything, the illusion warriors trap him inside a glowing box. Yi orders the warriors to press in. The shields move and slowly close the box tighter and tighter. The Great Apostle panics and begs for mercy, but his pleas fall on deaf ears. Moments later, the shields compress completely, and his body bursts inside the box. Qing falls to the ground, free at last, though his swollen face makes him look like a pufferfish. Yi's mask slips off, and she realizes that she has been a bit careless. As the fight ends, Burrs finally relaxes and convinces himself that Elizabeth and our hero will be satisfied with how things have played out. Our boy, however, is not just satisfied, he is thrilled. The moment he recognizes Yi, he turns to Elizabeth and nudges her to remember the father-daughter duo they met before. Elizabeth, who is far less impressed, shoots an annoyed look at Burrs, who immediately starts sweating under her glare. He silently vows not to disturb them again and bows deeply as if his life depends on it. The MC also sees Burrs and grows even more excited. He cannot wait to ask questions and catch up, which only makes Burrs more terrified. The poor man seems convinced that our hero's enthusiasm means he has somehow failed to meet expectations. Elder Bali, who has been watching from the side, cannot hide his curiosity about the very person that Burrs respects so much. Elder Bali welcomes a mix of people to their meeting hall that is the father-daughter duo, and of course, Elizabeth and our boy. Everyone takes their seats, and Elizabeth's intentions are crystal clear that she wants our hero to learn about world affairs as a part of his preparation for leadership. Our hero, however, decides to call it experience. Elder Bali starts things off by congratulating Burrs on winning the competition. But Burrs, being the humble, or rather sacred guy he is, turns the attention away from himself and introduces his saviors, the MC and Elizabeth. Although with the death glare Elizabeth is giving, he does not dare to breathe a word about who she really is. Our boy cannot help but feel bad for Burrs, who has to juggle all these secrets like his life depends on it. Even stepping outside with Elizabeth feels like dragging trouble along to the MC. He then suggests to Elizabeth to call her a beginner to avoid drawing attention. Elizabeth is uninterested and wants him to do whatever he feels like. So he takes her indifference as a go-ahead and makes up one of his usual ridiculous stories. This time, he claims he is some minister from a far-off nation and that Elizabeth is the princess. Ash, who knows the area, wonders how he has missed hearing about Princess Elizabeth. But Burrs, like the loyal sidekick he is, backs up our hero's nonsense without hesitation and even credits him with teaching card tricks. Not wanting to leave Burrs hanging, the MC returns the favor by praising his card skills and even asks for sword fighting tips. This shocks Luna, who cannot understand how someone so good with cards needs help with swords. Ching, however, wants her to keep quiet and not embarrass them in front of the adults. Yi turns to our boy and asks for his honest opinion on her skills. Our hero gets clueless. Then Burrs also requests feedback. Poor MC has nothing useful to say and admits he has not expected them to get so creative with his cards. Burrs then shares that they have copied his cards and even started a guild without telling him. Yi looks a little down, as she feels like she is not strong enough, but our boy cheers her up that opening the guild to more people is actually a good thing. Somehow, the father-daughter duo completely misunderstands him and takes it that he means that regular folks like them can easily teach the card tricks and help the guild grow. Our hero just silently cries as he envies them for having magic power. Meanwhile, Tagore, with his fancy demonic eye lens, scans everyone for magical energy. He sees that Elizabeth glows with power, while the MC barely has any at all. When Elizabeth notices Tagore staring, he panics, and her glare is so intense it makes him rethink every decision he has ever made. Elizabeth shares her desire to kill someone, but luckily, our boy saves the day by offering Elizabeth her favorite pudding, which immediately calms her down. The conversation then takes a serious turn as Elder Bali brings up the need for an alliance to fight the Dark Guild. Ash lays out a bunch of dark gears they have collected during the competition, and Burrs explains where they come from. Apparently these gears grow inside people who accept the Dark Guild's power. Luna guesses that one of the participants, Gaola, might have accepted the dark power after passing a purification test. Anna, however, suggests the Dark Guild might have just skipped the test entirely. Tagore mentions that detecting fusion through purification only works for the weakest cases. He explains that fusion has 3 levels. In the weakest, the host becomes a puppet-like dark apostle. In the middle level, the host births a great apostle but cannot control it. At the highest level, the host fully controls the fusion, gains immense power, and serves the Dark Guild as a pillar demon. The one thing that ties them all together is the Dark Guild, of course. They have to follow the orders of whoever gives them their powers. It's like being stuck in a never-ending job with no way out. King wonders if he almost became one of the top apostles of the Dark Guild. Tagore explains that while Ching was under their control, he was not completely in it. If he were, his skills could make him super powerful, like a pillar demon. Elder Bali is grateful to Burrs for his help. Burrs, as a former member of the Sword Saint Guild, just did what was expected of him. No big deal. Ching accepts his defeat and admits that Yi is strong, especially with her card skills. But Yi gives all the credit to our hero. Brian then turns to our boy and wants to know if he made those cards and where he learnt blacksmithing. He also notices the holy sword in his backpack that just does not look like any ordinary sword. The MC answers that he is not really a blacksmith, and he does not know much about it. He just does a bit of work at home for fun. Brian does not buy it and just laughs it off. Luna feels confident that the Dark Guild won't dare to make a move as long as the Sword Saint is around. But Anna warns her not to talk too much. Naturally, that makes the MC even more curious about the Sword Saint. So he asks Burrs, who shares that after the Sword Saint sent word from the mountains 6 months ago, there have been no updates since. Ash further breaks it down for our hero. The Sword Saint went to arrest Elder Axe, who betrayed the guild, but she never came back. Ching shares that he went to the mountains and found the place destroyed, half of it leveled. Elder Bali adds that Axe got his hands on a huge magic weapon, the giant axe named Demon Burial. It's so powerful that Axe can actually fight on the same level as the Sword Saint. Brian has checked all the fancy weapons from the Dwarf Kingdom, but did not find anything that matches the description. So, he figures it must be something made by the Dark Guild. Our boy, who is still not getting it all, listens as Burrs explains how the Sword Saint Guild works. The president is the Sword Saint with 5 elders under him. Each one specializes in a different weapon, including sword, dagger, spear, shield, and axe. But since Axe betrayed them, he killed the dagger and spear elders and started a rebellion. Elder Shield died fighting the Dark Guild, which leaves Bali as the only senior elder left. The rebellion has caused a lot of people to turn against the guild, including Elder Bali's own son, Hawthorne Therius. The MC recognizes the name and shares that his son is no longer alive. Elder Bali knows the traitor's fate is decided, but the real issue is that too many things have gone wrong, and the Sword Saint Guild is struggling to stay together. He is desperate for everyone to unite against the Dark Guild. But honestly, the odds are not looking great. Brian is on board to provide weapons except for the high-level ones because, well, grinding stones are in short supply. But his father is working on it. Tagore cannot help but question why Elder Bali thinks they can possibly take down the Dark Guild with their current resources. Elder Bali explains that he is relying on Burrs and hopes that he will close his guild and join them as vice president. Burrs, however, has already left their guild and is not interested in returning. Elder Bali does not back down easily and offers to open a new department and make Yi its elder. Yi knows really well that she is not capable enough to hold such a high-ranking position. Elder Bali then proposes that as long as Burz joins, he will get complete control of the resources. In other words, he can do whatever he wants, even if it does not involve magic or anything useful. Ash also tries to convince Burz to rethink. After all, joining them is much easier than starting a new guild. Burz feels the pressure and turns to the MC for advice. Our boy shares the wisdom from his hometown, and according to which it's easier to join a high-ranking position than start one's own business. But the ambitious ones still choose to start from scratch. But our hero knows that he himself is not really a big dreamer, so his advice probably is not worth much anyway. But in Burz's mind, he completely misreads the MC's words, that he does not want him to be just some sidekick. He is now caught between not wanting to offend Elder Bali and not wanting to disobey his savior, and is in a tough spot. Elder Bali even offers Burz to add his own conditions if it helps. Finally, Burz stands up and explains that he did not create his guild for fame or wealth, but to raise the MC's reputation. His decision is firm. As for Elder Bali, he does not understand why Burz is so dedicated to our hero's cause. Burz, however, assures that his guild will still support the Sword Saint Guild in taking down the Dark Guild. Elder Bali has no choice but to agree to recognize Burz's guild's legitimacy. There, the problem solves. Elder Bali then asks Brian about his father, the Dwarf King, who has been in seclusion for ages. Brian reveals that his father is researching the Grinding Stone issue, though no one is willing to cooperate with them. Elder Bali then turns to Tagore, who agrees to provide weapons and combat spells. And finally, Elder Bali lays out the grand plan that in 2 months, they will gather their forces, and in the meantime, they will try not to screw everything up. Then our hero declares that he wants to join their guild and specifically learn swordsmanship. Both Burz and Yi are shocked. They cannot believe it, but the MC wants them to ask Elizabeth because apparently it is her idea. The father and daughter duo is too scared to question Elizabeth, so they just agree with him. Elder Bali then asks about our hero's magic level. After all, most swordsmanship requires some kind of magical ability. Our boy admits that he has no magic skills. Upon hearing that, Ash makes it clear to him that, without magic, he won't stand a chance at learning the magic sword techniques. Elder Bali is not so sure about that either, but he does mention that there is only one person who has mastered swordsmanship without magic, and that is the Sword Saint. So, if he is serious, he will have to find her. Burz also thinks that the MC will need to step up if he wants to learn from the best. Our hero understands them, but inside, he cannot help but feel like they don't think he is cut out for any of this. And honestly, that stings a little. Tagore writes down some sword skill spells and hopes they will help the MC. Just as he finishes, Elizabeth's pudding is also finished, and our boy, all excited, shows her the magic spell that carries the sword skills. Elizabeth crushes the leftover pudding cup in her hand, and then out of nowhere, Tagore, who has been sitting there just seconds before, explodes into a bloody mess. Meanwhile, somewhere else, the mighty sword saint Chi-Chi Saugus is in the middle of a fight with Elder Axe. She is determined to take him down for teaming up with the Dark Guild. Chi-Chi uses her magic to attack Axe, but of course he blocks it with his weapon, the Demon Burial. Axe then starts to brag that as his bond with his weapon grows, Chi-Chi's threat will go away, and soon he will have the upper hand. Chi-Chi, however, reminds him that if he keeps acting like that, the Axe will soon take over, and he will lose himself. But Axe does not care. He wants Chi-Chi to see just how strong the darkness is. And so, the dark energy starts spreading all over his body and takes control of him. Axe's body starts to change in the most inconvenient way as it transforms into that of a woman, though thankfully, his face remains intact. Burial, the demon is clearly in control now and is overtaking every inch of him. Chi-Chi cannot help but call him a fool. It's like watching someone fall for the oldest trick in the book, getting controlled by a dark gear embedded in his chest, and still not realizing it. Axe then rips the gear out and starts to vanish and gets replaced by the demon. Chi-Chi is not about to play nice. She draws her weapon, Phantom, a super weapon with a long, storied history and forged by the Dwarf King himself. Made from the hoof armor of the Phantom Horse King, it can make her run 10 times faster, like turning her into the wind itself. Burial wants to silence her, but Chi-Chi is not about to make that easy. She unleashes her chopping skill and rips the ground apart. As the fight drags on, Chi-Chi watches in annoyance as her phantom weapon cracks under the pressure. Burial, who is now in Axe's body, still struggles to adjust and blocks some blows while others hit their mark. Chi-Chi knows that the Phantom Horse King can travel up to 100,000 kilometers a day without getting exhausted, yet it barely caused any damage to her. Burial, on the other hand, gives Chi-Chi some time to think while she starts to stretch her muscles. But Chi-Chi has no time to waste on her, and she pulls out her next set of weapons. First up, the Stalactite Spear, a weapon forged from the rare stalactite columns deep in the dwarf's secret treasure cave. It's deceptively light, but at the same time indestructible. Then comes the Insect Scythe, a weapon made from the sickle of the insect king mantis. It can lock onto targets and convert damage into magic energy. Next is the Cthulhu cane, which is crafted from the limbs of a dark sea creature. It comes with a lovely little bonus that the user's soul will slowly erode. Finally, Chi-Chi pulls out the explosive knife, which is made from rare ores from the Earth's core. It's a weapon that requires the user's high skill to control it. Otherwise, it can explode if one so much as sneezes near it. Burial can feel her new body loosening up, but Chi-Chi is not waiting around. She summons the Snow Silkworm Shield, which is made from the silk of the snow-white silkworm and is cold, tough, and practically indestructible. Chi-Chi is ready to end this, and she has a plan. The stalactite spear will boost the insect scythe's power, the Cthulhu cane will twist space, and the explosive knife will release energy from the Earth's core in a continuous explosion. But she can only hold it for a minute before the dark power starts messing with her mind. A minute of chaos is all she needs. Just to top things off, Chi-Chi summons the Hammer of All, which is forged from the fossilized bones of a mammoth lord. It's just a 100-ton hammer that can cause absolute destruction with a simple tap. She swings it at the distorted space she has created and launches an arrow of destruction through it. Burial moves so fast it is as if the snow silkworm shield does not even exist. Before the shards can even hit the ground, she has already moved past the arrow aimed at her and slices Chi-Chi cleanly in half. But Chi-Chi pulls herself back together and summons a shield of abyssal magic with 7 guard swords. A solid effort, really. But Burial smashes through it like it is made of tissue paper and leaves Chi-Chi flat on the ground. As her warm-up is now over, Burial figures it is time to get serious. She uses the all-seeing eye of her trusty axe and scans the distance and locks onto her next target, which is Elizabeth. On the other side, Elizabeth and our boy have just returned home. Elizabeth, with her priorities firmly in place, runs straight for the couch. Chips in one hand, remote in the other, she settles in to relax, all while leaving the tiresome business of world domination to our hero. Surprisingly, or maybe not, the MC does not want to rule the world either. The poor guy is already mentally and physically drained from the day, and the idea of more responsibility is further exhausting him. But a deal is a deal, and Elizabeth is not letting him off. But to leave that aside, our boy needs her to give him a heads up before she pulls any more Elizabeth specials. Why the sudden rule? Well, maybe it has something to do with the incident earlier. During their meeting, Elizabeth casually blasted Tagore out of existence. The room then obviously turns into chaos. Elder Bali orders to keep things under control, while Brian decides to enjoy the drama with his wine glass. Burrs tries to calm them and turns to our boy for answers, but our poor hero looks like someone has unplugged his brain. Elizabeth grabs the sword recording spell from our hero, tosses it onto the table, and wants everyone to pay attention. She activates the spell, and it turns out to be a parasite looking for a host. The nasty thing immediately rushes at our boy, but Elizabeth destroys it just in time. As the parasite turns into some creepy dark energy, they realize something worse. Even Tagore's body is part of the spell. Apparently, Tagore has also signed up for the Dark Guild's life-ruining membership. Elizabeth, point out that this is not just some random magic. If they let Tagore cast a spell during their fight, the whole area would have become a breeding ground for parasites. The MC, on the other hand, nervously bites his fingers as he is thankful to still be alive. Elder Bali wants to know how Elizabeth detected the parasite, but she is not in the mood to explain and keeps it to herself. Burrs, meanwhile, is freaking out. He knows Elder Bali's massive ego all too well and figures he will assume Elizabeth is some low-ranking nobody, insult her, and set off a chain reaction of chaos. So of course, Burrs turns to the MC for help, but our boy is too busy still trying to wrap his head around everything. Elizabeth is now done with the drama and announces it's time for tea and drags our hero along with her and leaves Burrs to deal with the mess himself. As they leave, Elder Bali decides he will head south with Ash to figure out who these two mysterious people really are. Back at home, the MC demands Elizabeth warn him about any future messes she plans to create. She ignores him as usual, and instead focuses on the information she has picked up. First, Tagore's glasses, which can detect magic, are probably made from Jim's red demon eyes. Second, the dark energy from Tagore is not even from the Dark Guild, which means some other bad guys are out there. But since Amelia has already wiped out the Dark Guild's headquarters, Elizabeth figures the leftovers are perfect practice for our hero to deal with. Our boy, on the other hand, is curious as to how she knew about Tagore. He wants to learn her tricks, but then remembers he does not have magic power to begin with. Elizabeth knows that Tagore's glasses don't reflect his magic, which is a clue most people would not notice. Thankfully, her clothes designed by the MC can detect any bad intentions, which gives her the upper hand. In her eyes, he is just teasing her to admit that he is stronger. She is annoyed but unwilling to argue and decides eating chips is more important than dealing with his nonsense. Our boy asks her to teach him swordsmanship and complains about how the Sword Saint Guild rejected him. Elizabeth immediately says no and reminds him of their agreement, which is a deal she has just made up. Apparently, to rule the world, the MC has to master both magic and swordsmanship, and he cannot take any of his inventions except his clothes and has to follow her rules. Having no other options, he decides to ask Burs for help. But before he can leave, Alpha pops out of the holy sword and tells him not to bother, as Burs does not have pure swordsmanship skills. Our boy understands and then goes to check the bookshelf for something. Alpha gets suspicious that if he is looking for the item he once got from the system, the one he just threw away like it was nothing. Alpha decides to explore the MC's house, a place the Demon Queen finds as her personal paradise so much that ruling the world is not as appealing as lounging there all day. He sees the microwave, fan, and vacuum, and scrutinizes them like they are some sort of alien relics. Just as he is piecing together this mystery of domestic appliances, he steps in the kitchen, and suddenly pain shoots through him, sharp as a knife, or at least that is what it feels like. The sensation disappears as quickly as it came and leaves Alpha in confusion. He looks around to see from where that sudden killing intent comes. Our boy? Please, the guy cannot intimidate a houseplant. Elizabeth? Now that is a possibility, but her murderous vibes would be way scarier. His eyes then land on the kitchen wall, where a set of butcher knives hang innocently. Only they are not so innocent. Strange energy radiates from them, strange enough to make even the king of weapons uneasy. It looks like his soul has left his body, and he runs out of the house without a backward glance. Our hero, on the other hand, is unaware of Alpha's dramatic exit and is busy with his latest discovery, which is a book on Tai Chi sword exercises. He dismissed it as useless before, but desperation has a way of making even the dullest things seem promising. The book claims the techniques are simple and require neither magic nor extraordinary skill. Perfect for someone like him. Still, he cannot shake the nagging doubt that they will help in a real fight. Meanwhile, Elizabeth, who has just finished a bag of chips, is starting to feel sleepy. When the MC asks her for help, she figures he has arms and legs, so he can go practice on his own. As he leaves, she grins to herself. She has a plan. She will let him practice, fumble through the moves, and when he has no idea what he is doing, she will step in to save the day. Outside, our boy finds Alpha in his sword form, as uncooperative as ever. As he did not get any response from Alpha, he opens the book and starts practicing the first move. Meanwhile, 300 kilometers away, things are getting messy. The Toad Immortal is fighting Burial. The Toad starts throwing stomach acid, but Burial easily dodges it and kicks the Toad back. Toad Immortal lies on the ground as it's gravely injured. And then, as if its poor condition is not enough, Burial surrounds Toad Immortal's body with a sound-absorbing energy field. And then from the Immortal's head pops Wang Chai, her real enemy. Toad Immortal then pushes Wang Chai to take over. Burial, however, wants Wang Chai to move aside if it treasures its life. But Wang Chai is not in the mood to cooperate. After sizing things up, it decides the only way to protect its master is to eliminate Burial. So, it cranks up its defenses and launches a missile shower at her. Back at home, our boy is busy practicing sword moves from the book he found. After hours of hard work, he finally masters all of them. When he finishes, Alpha suddenly comes out after getting fully recovered. As if our hero was waiting for someone, he wants Alpha to give him some advice on his sword skills. But Alpha has no clue what he is talking about. The MC explains that the sword moves he just learnt make his body stronger and are not really meant for actual fighting. But still, practicing them makes him feel pretty good, like he has just had a refreshing nap. Alpha, however, remembers something else from earlier. That is when he found some really scary weapons in our boy's house and ran off. Once the top weapon, the legendary hero's sword, Alpha, was just reduced back to its original not-so-glorious form. He almost lost his soul in the process, which would be pretty embarrassing. If it had not been for our hero practicing with the sword, Alpha would have stayed weak, and basically just a tool for chopping wood. As the MC keeps feeling good about his Tai Chi sword practice, Alpha is having a mini identity crisis. Not only has our boy unknowingly saved him, but Alpha also misunderstands our hero's words and thinks he is bragging. So, the once proud sword starts questioning if it is even worth anything anymore. He feels down and decides to leave, leaving the MC worry about his sword practice. Back in the middle of the battle, Burial tries to get Wang Chai to work with her so that they both can destroy everything together. Wang Chai, however, just barks at her and refuses. This makes Burial annoyed, and she throws a chopping attack at it. Wang Chai figures out that if Burial's attacks keep going, they will tear through the ground and cause a lava explosion and earthquakes that could really mess up its master's life. It then extends its robotic hand and grabs the dark energy deep in the ground. Burial, on the other hand, is sure Wang Chai won't survive. So, she throws another powerful chopping attack and is convinced that it will be the end. But when she sees her energy being absorbed like it's some kind of tasty treat, she is both mad and confused. Wang Chai, however, is enjoying her energy and even offers her a chance to leave. But Burial is not interested in backing down. She has something much worse in mind. She gathers all the pain, torment, sadness, and 500 years of anger she has inside and packs it into one massive attack and throws all that built-up resentment at Wang Chai. But Wang Chai does not even blink. It pulls out a tiny, smooth mirror, which is one of our hero's creations, and reflects the attack like it's no big deal. The blast shoots out of the earth, goes through the universe, and who knows where else. And Burial just stands stunned as her years of pent-up rage are dismissed like it's nothing. Then, to make things even worse, she sees the dog drone, a buddy of Wang Chai, floating above her. She tries to destroy it, but before she can, she finds herself trapped in a force field. Wang Kai, who is still chilling, calls her the toughest opponent it has faced since Elizabeth, though it does not seem all that worried. The dog drone cranks up the force field's power. Burial does her best to stay confident and tries to hang in there, but the pressure keeps building, and soon enough she cannot take it. She gets burnt and buried deep into the ground. As the job is done, Wang Chai stretches its body and is excited to go through the MC's discarded junk and pick out things to upgrade. But just as it is about to leave, a hand shoots up from the ground, and then out pops Chi-Chi, who is wearing the lucky pendant. The pendant seems to be an ancient item from a lucky star that passes by the hero continent every decade and has been made into a piece of jewelry by the Dwarf King. Chi-Chi has spent years collecting pieces of this star, and whoever wears the pendant is said to bring incredible luck. Elizabeth is chilling on the couch and happily snacking on chips while watching the television. The ads are annoying her, but she just cannot resist finishing off the last crumbs in the bag, the ones loaded with all the extra spice and crunch. She savors each bite like it's the most satisfying and addictive thing ever. Once the bag is empty, she gets up to check on our boy. In her mind, he has to be struggling, and only she can step in like a hero, ready to guide him and save him. It would be perfect. She opens the door with a big smile, ready to offer her wisdom, but instead finds him sitting on the grass and fully focused on his exercises. He motions for her to be quiet, like he does not even notice her come in. At first she is irritated at his audacity to ignore the Demon Queen, but then she figures it out that he must have hit a tough spot and is trying to avoid it. So, of course, she comes up with a genius plan, and according to which, he will beg her for help, and then she will teach him a few moves that will guarantee his success, but only if he follows her conditions. But no, the MC is not even listening to her. He is too busy meditating and totally ignoring everything she says. Elizabeth's patience is starting to wear thin, but she tries to stay calm. She reminds him that he is supposed to be learning swordsmanship, not meditating. Then, as if to prove her wrong, our boy points a broken branch at her and mentions his strengthening exercises that are meant to train both the mind and body. While she has been eating chips, he has already mastered all 13 sword moves. He even offers to show her. Elizabeth is sure that he will just make a fool of himself and allows him. The MC starts with Tai Chi basics that include a calm mind, right posture, and deep breathing. And then, to her surprise, he pulls off the first move in which some dragonfly touches the water. That actually looks pretty powerful. She's not going to admit it, but it makes her stop and think. The next few moves only confirms that his power is real, and she cannot deny it anymore. When he moves on to the thunderstorm move, she has to admit that he has done better. As it is getting serious, she decides to step in. She uses her magic and pulls out her demonic sword of destruction. Our hero, on the other hand, moves on to his fifth move, in which a blue dragon comes out of the water, while Elizabeth uses the sword and summons the demonic dragon. It is frustrating to Elizabeth that how her once mighty sword force looks like a toddler's tantrum compared to whatever nonsense our boy is doing. Meanwhile, the MC, who is completely oblivious to her struggle, just stands there with his eyes closed and preaches about calmness and the truth of Tai Chi, and looks like he is hosting a meditation seminar. And then, just to make things even more dramatic, he executes his eighth move, and a glowing moon rises from the water. Elizabeth, on the other hand, summons rock aggregates to destroy the moon as she tells him he wandered into the wrong field. Instead of swordsmanship, he should have stuck to philosophy or moon-gazing. But then the moon balloons in size, and the ground beneath her starts to shake, thanks to our hero's gravity trick. But she is not about to let him win. She propels herself to the moon's surface. While the MC reveals his ninth move and meteors start to rain down like fireworks, Elizabeth cannot help but notice each one is packed with destructive force equal to her most powerful magic. And there are so many of them. She then shifts to her demon form and tears through the meteors like a storm, then charges at him to end his annoyingly calm existence. Her ultimate technique, which is an all-out slash that shreds the moon and erupts with a power so immense it seems like overkill, even to her. She then pauses to see if she has finally managed to wipe that annoying, peaceful expression off his face. But no, our hero stands there without a single scratch on him. Elizabeth just cannot believe it. And then, as if he has not already done enough, he unveils his 10th move, which is to hold the moon. Elizabeth cannot believe how dumb she is for getting distracted in worry of him. She then decides to put an end to this nonsense and pours all her magic into one big move and aims straight for the moon. Meanwhile, our boy is off in his own little world and shows off a move called the Sword of Enlightenment. Elizabeth, however, is not going to sit there watching him play around, so she unleashes her ultimate magic and summons 9 clones of herself, each just as strong as the real deal. The clones charge at him, with swords ready to strike, but none of them manage to land a hit. At first, she thinks our hero has dodged the attacks, but it turns out that space itself has stretched and pushed them away. She is now fed up and decides to go all out with her most powerful move, which is the Arrow of Destruction. This is the move she has spent years perfecting. There is no way he will survive this. But nope. The MC brings out yet another fancy technique and creates this weird cosmic hole in the air. Her arrow, which she is so proud of, flies straight into it and just disappears. Elizabeth is left staring in disbelief. They are now back on the water, and she cannot hold it in anymore. Years of hard training and countless hours perfecting her swordsmanship, all of it has failed her. And to make things worse, our boy is standing there lecturing her about sword techniques. But then her anger fades and she realizes something. Maybe it is time to stop clinging to her pride and let go of all that baggage and actually listen to him. Elizabeth knows that to take down our hero, she has to break a few rules, like messing with time and space, and moves closer to him. She is about to pull off a technique that might destroy her completely. Life without him does not mean much anyway, so to her, this end feels pretty decent. All she wants is for him to remember that she was the one who beat him. Our boy, on the other hand, is busy setting up his final flashy move. He reaches out, takes her finger, and instead of the epic showdown she expects, he pulls her closer. Before she can process anything, everything shifts, and suddenly they are back home. Her body goes back to normal, and her power jumps up to 7-star Demon Lord status. As they stand there in silence, our hero asks her opinion on his swordsmanship. Elizabeth, who is still trying to make sense of everything, does not even register his question properly. Her face turns red, which he notices, and suddenly, they are both standing there like awkward kids at their first dance. The MC tries to fix the vibe by praising her effort and dedication in guiding him, but of course, Elizabeth takes it all the wrong way. In her head, everything our boy did is part of some grand plan to help her break through her cultivation struggles. First, he pushed her senses to the limit. Then, he made her face impossible challenges. And finally, he beat her sword, the one she gave up everything for, just to rewind time and let her get stronger without paying the price. To her, this is not just about strength. It's proof that he has one ultimate goal, which is marriage and having the strongest kid ever. Obviously, she decides all by herself that she is not strong enough for that yet. Our boy, on the other hand, is completely clueless about the soap opera going on in her head. He notices her zoning out and snaps her back to reality. She responds by telling him to stop looking down on her. He really has no idea what she is talking about and stands there, confused, while she gets worked up over imaginary insults. She convinces herself that he wants her to train harder for the sake of their future superhero kid. So she gets considerate of him and promises to get stronger, though what she really wants is to ask if he likes her. But the words get stuck in her throat. Just then, Wang Chai lands nearby with Chi-Chi's body and kills their romantic tension. The MC can see that Chi-Chi's injuries are pretty bad. He then praises Wang Chai for doing a good job with the first aid. Wang Chai puffs up with pride, but its moment does not last long as it senses something is off. It turns and sees Elizabeth, who looks like she is about to explode with anger. She is furious because it has brought more people and ignored her warning. Meanwhile, 30 kilometers away, Alpha is out of breath after flying the long distance. He has just woken up and life is already a mess. The hero has apparently decided to play Romeo with the Demon Queen, which is inappropriate on so many levels. But Alpha's real issue is how everything our boy has set up makes him, the so-called king of weapons, feel completely useless, like a piece of scrap metal. He even turned back into his original form out of fear. He is losing his mind because his only job now is chopping wood. He decides to rediscover his meaning of existence and gain confidence, but then he hears someone asking for help. He turns and sees Burial lying there. She explains that her original body has been wrecked by some bad guy, and if she does not find a new one soon, she will disappear. Alpha, who has never seen such a gorgeous weapon spirit before, is completely mesmerized, but he knows that getting a new body for her is not going to happen overnight. Seeing his hesitation, Burial suggests he let her enter his body for the time being. Alpha agrees as he is too dazzled by her looks to think straight. Burial thinks he is an idiot for agreeing but decides to play along. She smiles sweetly and asks him to come closer, all while putting on her best innocent act. Alpha leans in and she pulls him closer, with her eyes full of resentment, and asks about his own problems so that she can help him deal with them. Alpha gazes into her eyes and gets completely captivated, as if her very essence has trapped his soul. He then confesses his deepest resentment that he has lost his purpose, and it is all because of them. She promises that if he hands over his body, she will shoulder his burdens. Alpha agrees and allows her to take control of his body. With Alpha's resentment fueling her strength, Burial feels an almost overwhelming surge of power. Even though the body is frail, she ignores its limitations. Her failures have taught her a valuable lesson that recklessness is her enemy. This time, she won't confront Wang Chai directly. Instead, she will bide her time and avoid him until she can deliver a devastating, calculated blow. Back at our boy's house, Chi-Chi opens her eyes to find Elizabeth staring at her. Dazed and confused, she begins asking questions. Elizabeth does not care about her confusion and warns her to be careful. She makes it clear that this house, everything in it, including the MC, belongs to her. Chi-Chi, who is still weak and is feeling the power radiating from Elizabeth, has no choice but to nod along. Just then, our boy walks in holding a bowl of noodles, only to freeze in his tracks when he sees the awkward position in which Elizabeth and Chi-Chi are practically on top of each other. It's like something out of a weird romance scene. He gets dumbfounded and shuts the door so slowly, it's as if he is trying to pretend nothing has happened. A bit later, they are sitting in the lounge, and our hero kindly suggests Chi-Chi rest. As for the injuries, he asks if they are caused by monsters, but Chi-Chi explains that she has been tracking a traitor connected to the Dark Guild, though she decides her identity is probably best kept a mystery. Elizabeth does not let it slide. She presses Chi-Chi about the Dark Guild as they have already disappeared. But in the back of her mind, she is already planning her little chat with Amelia. After all, if the Dark Guild is still out there, it is definitely because of her. But Chi-Chi does not know about the last 3 months of drama as she has been too busy chasing after traitors. Then they move to introductions. The MC introduces himself and then Elizabeth as Bai, his roommate. Chi-Chi's reaction is not exactly friendly, and Elizabeth is irritated about it. Thankfully, our boy steps in and defends Elizabeth about how she has helped Chi-Chi change clothes and used magic to heal her injuries. Chi-Chi cannot believe anyone could heal her injuries without advanced healing magic, especially not without being on the elf leader's level. Chi-Chi cannot help but be intrigued by Elizabeth. There is something about her. Those sharp elf ears, the powerful aura that surpasses even Chi-Chi's own as a 5-star demon ancestor, and the ability to use advanced healing magic. It is clear to her that Elizabeth is not just anyone. As she looks around the house, Chi-Chi notices the unusual design. It is unlike anything she has seen before, filled with gadgets that look like they belong in some mad scientist's lab. She wonders if they have been living here for long. Our boy agrees with that, but Elizabeth does not seem too happy about her endless questions. Talking with the two of them has made Chi-Chi realize that they are as different as night and day, with the MC being kind and gentle, while Elizabeth is all cold glares and sharp words. Chi-Chi has dealt with the Dwarf King, Aristotle, the Elders of the Elf Guild, and even Malfoy, but these two are complete mysteries. Elizabeth is now done with the small talk and wants Chi-Chi to leave if she has nothing important to say, and of course not to make a mess. The MC reminds Elizabeth that Chi-Chi is a guest and is injured, so he will clean up later. Elizabeth just pouts. Chi-Chi realizes that their conversation is getting nowhere, so she apologizes for the interruption. She knows she needs to find Burial quickly, or the whole continent will be in danger. She even wonders if it has something to do with the Sea of Darkness, but pushes that thought away. It is not like she needs any more complications right now. She summons her sword but feels nothing. No sword, just a spark. She tries again, only to stumble back and her mind completely blank. She cannot even remember a single sword form. Elizabeth then explains that the impurities in Chi-Chi's body have stolen her sword skills. Our boy gets curious about these impurities. Then Chi-Chi admits that in a moment of weakness, she made a deal with the Sea of Darkness, a shady group linked to the Dark Guild. She admits her mistake, and that she has fallen for the temptation. Our hero suggests she can learn swordsmanship from him since he is also training, and Elizabeth can help them out. Upon hearing that, Elizabeth's reaction is immediate and intense. She gets angry at the MC for daring to drag her into his stupidity. Our boy gets startled and apologizes. He just thought they all wanted to take down the Dark Guild together. Elizabeth does not seem convinced, and Chi-Chi can sense the tension and decides it is time to go. She does not want to be the cause of any more conflict, especially with a sword she cannot even summon. Our hero insists that she eat the bowl of noodles he has made before she leaves, but Chi-Chi turns him down. The MC then sincerely wishes her good luck. Elizabeth, on the other hand, grabs the bowl and claims it as her own. Our boy cannot figure out why Elizabeth is not lifting a finger to help Chi-Chi, especially since her current condition is a direct result of fighting the Dark Guild. But Elizabeth is too annoyed to be with her to help her. Chi-Chi sits under the open sky and tries to clear her mind by meditating, but her thoughts keep drifting back to her fight with Burial, and she cannot shake the feeling of losing. The pendant around her neck shattered during the fight, and it's only thanks to Wang Chai that she has not become a permanent resident of quicksand miles away from anything resembling safety. She curses herself for being so delusional about her own power. One blow from burial, and there she was, lying flat on her back. That should be a wake-up call. She regrets ever allowing the Sea of Darkness to manipulate her when she was at her weakest. Her self-pity is interrupted when our boy appears and notices that she has not gone too far after all. He sits beside her, almost as if he knows she needed someone to drag her out of her head. He then shares a bit of his own story about how he once had the chance to learn swordsmanship, but decided to be all nostalgic and stick with village life instead. Now he regrets it and feels like a fool with no talent. He is desperate to find a way to defeat the Dark Guild. But to Chi-Chi, he does not understand her condition. What she learnt is not just swordsmanship, but it's demon swordsmanship, which is passed down from ancient ruins. Our boy tries to be optimistic that she still has magic, and can grow stronger by changing her field, and someone he knows has done it as well. Chi-Chi, though, is not buying it. Losing her swordsmanship is like losing a part of herself and her identity. She is not sure she can handle that. Our hero mentions that in the grand scheme of things, nothing really matters. They can just start fresh and work together. He even shares about Tai Chi swordsmanship with her. Meanwhile, Elizabeth, who has apparently been watching them with her concealment magic, is fuming at the MC for daring to betray her. She lets her imagination run wild and pictures our boy and Chi-Chi getting all cozy, practicing together, and probably becoming best friends forever or a couple. Who knows? Of course, that just sends Elizabeth into a rage. Our boy hears Elizabeth's voice, and she pops up, and he takes it that she wants to help them. But instead, Elizabeth reminds him of their agreement, according to which nothing can be given to anyone without her say-so. Our boy jogs her memory that she ate the noodles he has made for Chi-Chi. But to her, everything is for herself, including him. Our poor hero, who is in desperate need of her help, has no choice but to agree to whatever nonsense she throws at him. Then, just to make everything even more ridiculous, Elizabeth pulls out her space curtain, wraps Chi-Chi in it, and takes her away. The MC just stands there alone and feels that Elizabeth's sharp tongue is matched only by her unexpectedly warm heart. Chi-Chi finds herself in a strange place owned by Elizabeth. She looks around and knows right away that this space can only be owned by the Demon Queen. Elizabeth promises to help her, but Chi-Chi senses danger and hardens her defenses. She is right to be cautious because, in an instant, Elizabeth launches a fierce attack at her. Chi-Chi dodges the attack and cannot understand why Elizabeth, who once saved her, now wants her dead. There is no personal grudge between them, so she just cannot comprehend this sudden hostility. Elizabeth is not exactly giving off friendly vibes. She just wants Chi-Chi dead as fast as possible, and even suggests she stop resisting to make it easier. Chi-Chi is not about to give up either. She makes it clear to Elizabeth straight up that she is not some weakling but a top-tier demon ancestor. Elizabeth, however, does not look impressed. She keeps hammering Chi-Chi with attacks until she finally manages to pin her down. Chi-Chi demands to be let go, but Elizabeth is not listening. Then things get weird. Elizabeth notices that Chi-Chi's head is not in the game anymore. Without her swordsmanship, Chi-Chi has turned to some shady power inside her, and it's clearly messing her up. Instead of finishing her off, Elizabeth switches tactics. Her energy forces its way into Chi-Chi's body and takes out this parasite-like creature that has been living inside her. Chi-Chi hits the ground and starts to recover, while Elizabeth turns her focus to the slimy little hitchhiker. The parasite, the dark sinister form, tries to dodge Elizabeth's questions about its ties to the Dark Guild. Elizabeth gets fed up and blasts it into nothing. Just when Chi-Chi thinks the nightmare is over, her body starts acting up. She moves like a puppet with its strings cut. Then she starts to talk as if she is possessed. Apparently the thing inside her made a deal with some magical entity. It promised her the power to become the Demon Queen, on the condition that every time she showed weakness, it took something from her. And if it gets destroyed, it has a backup plan, which is to use her body instead. Turns out that certain someone was Elizabeth, and it blames her for breaking the terms of the contract. Elizabeth recalls that something like this happened before. In the Demon Queen's training area, Elizabeth is working hard to reach the Demon Queen level, because she knows that a clash with the legendary hero is coming sooner or later. Just as she is pushing herself to her limits, a voice interrupts her. The voice introduces itself as Azathoth, the Lord of the Sea of Darkness. He offers her power, the kind that can rocket her straight to the Demon Queen realm and make her laugh in the face of the hero's strength. All he asks in return is, well, the teensiest little favor, which is to let him live inside her body. Elizabeth smells trouble, and a little poking around in his intentions reveals that Azathoth is not in this for charity. He is planning to reside in her body, lie low until the hero shows up, and then snatch the prize for himself. And yet the moment she grabs his chaotic essence, their contract gets sealed. But Elizabeth is not about to let a shadowy stupid call the shots. She leads his essence to the lava pit, which is a barren place and probably feels like home to him. She drops him in without so much as a goodbye. Azathoth throws a fit about contracts, backlashes, and how this is so unfair. Elizabeth, however, has a plan to become the Demon Queen by herself and turn the chaotic force she has already absorbed into her own strength, and that contract of his will no longer exist then. He sinks into the lava and curses her till the end. Fast forward 5 centuries, Azathoth is here to settle the score and show her the real power of his chaotic force. He turns himself up into his chaotic form, combines it with the top-level swordsmanship of Chi-Chi, and throws an attack at Elizabeth. Azathoth attacks straight at Elizabeth, but it gets blocked by a barrier. He gets furious as he realizes that his great swordsmanship has no effect and simply vanished. Elizabeth, explain it for him, that the techniques he is using are created by her, so naturally they would not work on her. After seeing our hero's impressive skills, what he has just used is not even close to the strongest swordsmanship. Azathoth is now even more confused and angry and is seriously questioning his power. According to the laws of power, he should have reached the 2-star Demon King level by now, but here he is, getting his attack wiped out like a bad joke. He decides to leave and break his body's seal, but as he tries to move, Elizabeth's power grabs his clothes. When he attempts to escape, his clothes tear apart, because Elizabeth is not letting him off that easily. He threatens her that unless she wants to kill Chi-Chi with him, no magic will work on him. But of course, Elizabeth does not take him seriously. Instead of a powerful spell or an attack, she just throws a bowl of noodles at his head. Azathoth takes it as the ultimate insult. But then something strange happens. The energy in the noodles begins to seep into his cells, and suddenly, his body starts to react. Azathoth screams in pain as his chaotic force escapes from his body. Meanwhile, Elizabeth calmly collects the chaotic energy and is irritated at herself for once again needing our boy's help. A bit later, back at the same spot, Elizabeth returns. The MC sees her carrying Chi-Chi's naked body, and he quickly covers his eyes like a true gentleman. The next day, Burial, now in the form of the Holy Sword, is getting closer to our hero's house. But she spots Wang Chai and vanishes in an instant. Wang Kai senses that something is off, but its radar does not pick up anything. Instead, its body starts cracking, and it blames Elizabeth for beating him up so badly that his system is in chaos. Wang Chai still has not gotten over the beating Elizabeth gave it after learning Tai Chi from our boy. Ever since she got stronger, Wang Chai cannot shake the fear that she might one day smash its data chip in anger. So it is now recovering the wounds Elizabeth has given it. Burial, on the other hand, is circling our hero's house for what feels like an hour, and her annoyance is growing with each pointless lap. Each time she thinks she will finally reach her target, Wang Chai pops up like an unskippable ad. At first, she tries to ignore it and convinces herself that the persistent dog is just trying to mess with her. But no matter how many times she changes her route, there it is, blocking her path. Finally, Burial has enough and decides to stop this ridiculous game of hide-and-seek. She transforms into Alpha and is determined to settle things with Wang Chai once and for all. Wang Kai spots her and scans her, but instead of bracing for impact, it cheerfully welcomes her home. Apparently, it mistakes her for Alpha. For a creature obsessed with data, Wang Kai sure makes some dumb mistakes. Burial is momentarily taken aback, but then she finally steps into the house. The sight of the familiar place hits her like a ton of bricks, and she starts to tear up. Her mind drifts back to those early days. She remembers the MC working non-stop to make an axe, the very same Da Zhuang that appeared in the start of the story. And guess what? That axe is actually Burial herself. She is there to help him cut wood and grow from a clueless kid into a young girl. But of course, not all the memories are so heartwarming. She thinks back to that one rainy day in the forest when our boy grabs a bunch of wood and forgets her there. Years pass, and 500 of them to be exact, and Burial is still stuck in the forest, forgotten by her master. All those years alone definitely made anyone angry, and that happened to Burial as well. One night, Axe shows up there and chats with the apostles about the Sword Saint Guild. He wants something to make him stronger. The apostles hand him a potion from the Dark Guild, and he chugs it like it's some magical energy drink. Dark gear appears on his chest, and he suddenly feels like a new man, probably imagining himself as the hero of some kind. Meanwhile, Burial, who is lying around in her axe form, starts radiating some dark energy, and a sudden blast kills all the apostles. Axe turns around to see the attacker but realizes it's the axe. Then, a voice comes from the axe and wants him to kneel. Burial comes out and offers Axe the power he is so desperate for, and this is how they ended up teaming up. Now, back in the present, Burial is irritated. After 500 years of holding a grudge, the first thing she felt after coming back is nostalgia. While she tries to process all of it, the door creaks open, and out walks our hero, who is apparently heading off to gather firewood. Burial, in a panic, turns back into her sword form. Our boy notices the holy sword and stares at it for a moment. Burial gets her hopes up that maybe, just maybe, he will recognize her. but it turns out he is thinking about the alpha instead. That is when it hits her that some random kid has taken her place, and that was the reason their resentments were so much alike. Then the MC picks up the sword, and she feels a familiar warmth, just like when he used to wield her. And of course, our hero feels something too. Though knowing him, he probably just takes it as a coincidence. As he starts chopping wood, Burial tries her best to stay cold and distant, but she cannot help feeling happy to be working with her master again. Our boy seems to notice too, like they are perfectly in sync that day. As the MC keeps chopping wood, Burial starts to feel a strange energy moving through her. Our boy also notices something new while swinging his sword. It's like he is holding Da Zhuang again, and after such a long time, he is actually enjoying it. Burial realizes that her master has not forgotten her, and all the anger and bitterness she has been carrying starts to lift. If the magic barrier had not broken and the world had not turned into a mess, he would have gone looking for Da Zhuang. But Burial knows her time has come. With her resentment gone, so is her purpose. She just hopes his next act serves him well and wishes to fade away peacefully. Our hero, who is unaware of Burial's quiet farewell, makes a promise to Alpha. He vows to create the perfect axe and swears that Alpha, as the holy sword, will be his companion on many adventures. With that, he goes inside to cook. But as he leaves, something changes. Alpha appears truly as Alpha, now that Burial is gone. While the two have reconciled, Alpha cannot help but feel discarded, used, and forgotten. Inside the house, Elizabeth asks Chi-Chi how she knows about her swordsmanship, and Chi-Chi begins to share a story that spans over a century. It all starts with the rise of the Dark Guild, which has begun capturing different races across the continent for their sinister experiments. With no one brave enough to stand up to them, Chi-Chi forms the Sword Saint Guild and sets out on her own to gather information in the demon realm. But things quickly turn sour. Her position is discovered, and a swarm of Dark Guild apostles comes after her. She then barely manages to escape. But in her panic, she falls into an abyss and lands in the Demon Queen's cultivation ground, where she finds a demon monument made of magma. Despite her injuries, she sees traces of the Demon Queen's swordsmanship and, instinctively, begins to mimic the moves. In that moment, her understanding of the sword deepens, and she absorbs energy from her surroundings. She spends the next 3 months training in that place until the traces finally vanish. Though she has not fully mastered the swordsmanship, the progress she has made is undeniable. But it also leaves her conflicted. She has reached the peak of what she can learn in this life, and yet she knows there are far greater heights she will never reach. It hit her that reaching that level seems impossible for her, and maybe her own potential is already set. That is when a voice appears and offers her a way to grow stronger. Before she can continue, the sound of the food pot bubbling interrupts her. She continues that she decided to accept the mysterious power and allowed it to settle inside her that it would help her fight the Dark Guild. But the power was still sealed, so instead, it handed her a tentacle weapon. Elizabeth explains that she had sealed the power herself a while ago, and what she was dealing with at that time was just a clone, not the real thing. Our boy is curious about the mysterious tentacle weapon that Chi-Chi has mentioned and starts to miss the taste of octopus. Elizabeth, in turn, wonders if it is delicious. Chi-Chi, however, is confused by how the topic has changed so suddenly. The MC then opens the pot and a light bursts from the pot as it reveals a curry. Elizabeth's eyes light up with joy at the sight of her favorite dish. Elizabeth enjoys the curry and savors its flavor, but suddenly the spice hits her. Our boy has gone all out with the peppers, probably too much, and suggests adding some ice crystal onions to calm things down. Elizabeth, however, is not about to admit defeat and insists that she is fine. But our hero is not convinced. He chops the onions with the knife on his palm, and Chi-Chi, upon seeing it, is shocked. He claims he does not know any sword skills, but here he is, wielding a butcher's knife like it's a toy. The MC adds the onions to the curry, then serves Elizabeth a less spicy version with rice. But Elizabeth is determined to stick with the original spicy one and refuses to let it show that she cannot handle it. Our boy then offers it to Chi-Chi, but before she can even touch the plate, Elizabeth gives her 3 options. Our hero and Chi-Chi are both unsure what exactly she means by 3 options. Elizabeth then uses magic to float the pot, the Tai Chi exercise book, and the butcher's knife, and presents them before Chi-Chi. To her, Chi-Chi is lucky to be in this situation, though we all know Chi-Chi does not exactly feel lucky at the moment. Before Chi-Chi can respond, the MC adds his thoughts that, sure, the curry and manual are fine, but he is not about to hand over his precious kitchen knife. Elizabeth is not in the mood for his commentary and wants him to zip his lips because this is a test between her and Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi feels the weight of being tested by 2 legendary figures and goes into deep thought. She looks at the pot of curry, which is practically radiating magical energy, and knows that eating it will likely push her to the level of a 1- or 2-star demon queen. However, she has just seen Elizabeth struggle with it, and considering Elizabeth is a lot tougher than her, that does not inspire much confidence. As for the butcher's knife, all her high-ranked gear is nothing compared to it, and her title of swordmaster suddenly feels nothing. Our hero has demonstrated the power of the knife already, and his warning not to overestimate herself is more than enough for Chi-Chi to rethink her choices. So, the pot and the knife are out, which leaves the sword skill book as her only choice. She picks it, but just as she makes her decision, chaos bursts inside the house in the form of Alpha, who looks like a madman and is intent on killing everyone. Chi-Chi senses Alpha's aura and figures out that burial has come for her. At this point, Chi-Chi decides she cannot keep bothering our boy and Elizabeth and decides to take matters into her own hands. She grabs the MC's knife to deal with the situation. But the second her hand makes contact with it, she feels like she has just tried to pet a tiger. The knife radiates a powerful aura, and before she knows it, all her energy is being sucked out. In a matter of seconds, she collapses to the ground, looking less like a warrior and more like a zombie. The knife rolls away and finds its way to Alpha, who is clearly just as surprised as Chi-Chi. It sucks the dark energy right out of him, and Alpha turns back into his sword form. The knife then rolls back to its rightful owner. That is our hero, who is now staring at it with pure confusion. The MC looks between Chi-Chi's zombie-like body and Alpha, now a sword again, and finally loses it. Farazdak, the giant bear guild president, lies on the ground and looks more like a pile of fur than the fierce leader he once was. Experiment number 24 performs first aid on him, and in no time, Farazdak is back on his feet, all healthy and ready to jump back at Amelia. But before he can do much more than stand, Ruth intervenes and blows him a soft air kiss to calm him down. A bit of magic here, a touch of charm there, and Farazdak's rage disappears as she assures him that the battle is already over. Experiment number 24 turns to Ruth and accuses her of vanishing without a trace. While the vice president got eaten and William got thoroughly beaten, Ruth had a reason to run away. She cannot face the Demon King or the Golden Dragon King, as she is not exactly built for that level of intensity. But as Malfoy is back in action, everything is fine now. Meanwhile, Amelia, who is now turned to an egg, catches Malfoy by surprise. He did not expect Amelia to be this resourceful. He never really wanted to hurt Amelia, not like this. Then the tentacle emerges and scoops up the egg and shoves it into the oversized egg-shaped container. A burst of light shines from it, and Malfoy feels something strange stir within him. As he feels the power of the Demon King, he ages backwards and marvels at the change. Just a little more, and he will have Elizabeth back. Then Tagore makes his entrance and announces that his connection to Dago has been cut off. Malfoy shares that Dago has sacrificed himself for the guild. Malfoy then demands to know why Tagore is here. Tagore explains that his current body has been exposed, and he needs a new one. Upon seeing an unknown person, Ruth turns to experiment number 24 for more intel. What she learns is a bit too wild for comfort there. Tagore, like Dago, comes from the Sea of Darkness, which is a chaotic realm beyond their world. He is not even human, just a parasitic clone of Azathoth. Ruth then questions why Malfoy would willingly team up with something so otherworldly. Experiment number 24 does not have an answer for that as well. It does confirm that the dark gears are Malfoy's doing, thanks to his research into chaotic forces. Tagore, or let's call him Azathoth now, reports that the plans to capture the Dwarf and Aristotle kingdoms will have to be put on hold due to the sudden appearance of the Card Guild and the Beast Gang. Malfoy also agrees on that, as the apostles he trained are gone as well. Malfoy has only one thing on his mind, that is to bring his master back to life. He has been working day and night, and now, after continuous hard work, it feels like he has finally cracked it. But just as he is about to succeed, everything falls apart. He cannot understand what went wrong, and the answer seems just out of reach. Then, out of nowhere, he starts coughing up blood and realizes his body is starting to give up. If he does not reach the highest level of Demon Sovereign soon, he won't survive. But quitting is not an option. He has spent his entire life chasing this goal, and he is not going to give up now. Experiment number 24 stands uselessly in the corner. For all its fancy electricity, it cannot fix anything for its master. Just as Malfoy is about to go into despair, Azathoth shows up and claims that he can make Malfoy stronger, and even proves it by turning a tiny rat into a massive bear. Malfoy has to admit it's impressive. The concept is simple enough, which is to inject a creature with chaos, cultivate it, stabilize it with magic, and problem solved. Malfoy and Azathoth then strike a deal according to which Azathoth will supply the chaos power, and Malfoy will provide him with bodies. But Malfoy, being the stubborn guy he is, refuses to use chaotic energy on himself, because he does not care about becoming some all-powerful ruler or taking over the world. All he wants is to bring his master back, and explaining himself to Azathoth is not on his to-do list. Azathoth obviously is not thrilled. Manipulating Malfoy is turning into a full-time job with no benefits. So he creates a clone named Dago to keep an eye on him while he is off. Now, back in the current moment, Azathoth is losing his patience. He wants his demon sovereign body restored. Malfoy tries to explain that his lab is falling apart and half his experiments are ruined, but Azathoth is not buying it. He knows Malfoy is good enough to whip up a Demon King in minutes if he actually puts in the effort. He then suggests having the Elizabeth clone, but Malfoy makes it clear that his master is not up for discussion, and Azathoth better not even think about crossing that line. Farazdak and Ruth can barely keep themselves upright as Malfoy's power hits them. It is the kind of presence that makes them feel like the ground is swallowing them whole. Azathoth then jokes it off. Deep down, though, he knows Malfoy is a ticking time bomb who is just waiting to explode. But he has his own hidden cards, like Elizabeth, for example. He keeps that ace up his sleeve for when he needs it, maybe even using it as a bargaining chip when the time is right. But for now, he is more focused on resurrecting his real body. With that, he leaves, while Malfoy impatiently counts down the days until Elizabeth will finally return in perfect form. Over in the Boaster town, our boy has been sent by Elizabeth to check things out. It has not been long since he last visited, but there is construction going on in the town. He makes his way to the church to check on Annie. As he opens the door, though, he is greeted by the sight of the pighead doing well, something that definitely is not appropriate for a church. Our hero kicked the perverted beastman and demanded to know where Annie is. The pighead gives him some half-baked explanation about Annie resting, and the MC is not exactly in the mood for it. But before our boy could make sense of any of this, the pighead confronts him for his accusation of wasting time and invites him to do whatever he was doing. Our hero freezes for a second and realizes that there is no Elizabeth around to back him up on this. Still, he is not about to let the situation get the better of him. He gives himself a mental pat on the back and decides that he will be the brave hero he wants to become. Just as things are about to take a turn, thankfully Annie appears. The pighead drops everything and rushes to her side and insists that she should take it easy. He proudly points out the spotless floor, which he claims to have scrubbed with blood, sweat, and probably a little too much enthusiasm. Annie thanks him for his hard work. The MC, meanwhile, stands there wondering if he imagined the whole thing wrong. They then sit down to enjoy some tea, and that is when our boy notices that Annie has gotten taller. Just like Elizabeth had said, with Annie's magic power back in full swing, her level has increased, and apparently, so has her height. Our hero then gets curious about the Beast Gang's sudden change in attitude toward Annie. Annie does not know either but mentions a big incident that happened last week, one that caused significant damage to the town. His thoughts turn to the Dark Guild, and Annie confirms his hunch. 1 week ago, the Beast Gang's leader suddenly turns into an apostle. Azathoth, who is watching the chaos, is sure after seeing it that orcs are better suited to absorb pillar power than humans or elves. But the problem is that they become nothing more than walking, mindless killing machines and not a parasitic body. The Beast Gang's leader causes chaos and smashes everything in sight. The streets are a mess, and no one dares to stand up to him. That is until Annie shows up to fix the chaos herself. She summons her puppets, and they charge at the leader and tear him apart piece by piece until he is nothing more than a lifeless pile. The pighead watches in tears as he loses his leader. Meanwhile, Azathoth, who has been silently observing, is more interested in Annie than the fight. Her power catches his attention, but what really gets him curious is her bloodline, which can be traced back to Jim. He starts plotting to consider Annie as his next parasitic target. But one sharp look from Annie, and the butterfly he is using to watch her explodes. Now back to the church. Our boy puts together the pieces that the Dark Gears left behind are enough proof that the Dark Guild is involved in the incident. Annie, though, cannot stop thinking about that strange magic she felt earlier. It's the same thing her eyes noticed right before the mysterious man vanished. Maybe catching him will give her some clues about her lost memories. But her thoughts shift when she remembers why our hero has come in the first place. The MC is here to check if she is recovering or if she still needs therapy. Annie assures him that she is fine. Then she declares that she will use her bloodline's power to save the world. Upon hearing that, our boy feels relieved, but also a bit guilty. Leaving such a big responsibility to her is a risky move, but it seems to be working out. Not that he has much of a choice because Elizabeth, who is supposed to care, does not bother about the world. That leaves him, a guy with zero magical ability, to keep an eye on everything. But even he knows that if he, the so-called legendary hero, tries to step in, he will probably just make things worse. Annie, however, completely misunderstands him. To her, it sounds like he is saying the world is too weak, the people are useless, and the Dark Guild is not even worth his time. And the worst part is that he is hinting that if this plan fails, he will have no choice but to reset the entire world. So, Annie promises to do her best, even though she knows she is nowhere near mastering her powers. The MC then pulls out a bag of fruits to keep a promise he made to her ages ago. He even promises to bring more in the future, which Annie takes in her own way. To her, the fruits are not just a nice gesture, but they are his way of keeping an eye on her progress. She accepts them and swears to live up to the expectations now sitting heavily on her shoulders. Our hero shares with Annie the agreement with Elizabeth, which means ruling the world. Annie gets all excited because obviously our boy, the so-called legendary hero, is finally taking action himself. But the MC clears things up. While Elizabeth believes peace comes from controlling everything, he wants to do it differently. And for that, he needs to gather some intel on the continent. Lucky for him, Annie, being the self-proclaimed bookworm, is the perfect person to ask. Annie dives right into the explanation. She does not know much about the elusive Dark Guild, but she lays out the key forces around the Poison Pond. There is the Sword Saint Guild, the Elf Clan, and the Kingdom of Aristotle. And not to forget the Dwarf Kingdom, which plays the trusty sidekick role with their knack for weaponry and strong ties with the Sword Saint Guild. The Sword Saint Guild itself is basically the continent's self-appointed boss. If one wants to start their own guild, they have to get their stamp of approval first. Before the Dark Guild, the major powers were constantly bickering, but the Dark Guild's emergence has scared them into temporary teamwork. The rest of the continent is not exactly peaceful either. There is Boaster Town, which is neutral and far from the main action. The magical beast Great Plains, Tatano Town, the Lost Desert, Giant Mountains, and of course, the Poison Pond, which separates the Dark Guild, Demon Realm, and Hell Volcano from the rest of the world. Among the main powers, Chi-Chi, the leader of the Sword Saint Guild, is the strongest and has set up camp near the Poison Pond to keep an eye on the Dark Guild. The Kingdom of Aristotle has closed itself off 10 years ago, and the Elf Clan is not much better, as they only allow limited contact with the outside world. The Sword Saint Guild's power has dissatisfied the Kingdom of Aristotle and the Elf Clan, but no one is willing to say it. For now, they are just coexisting, or more correctly, tolerating each other. The MC tries to place the Sword Saint's name, which sounds familiar to him. Annie then asks how he plans to achieve peace. He explains that resolving the Dark Guild conflict is not enough. The real problem is the endless bickering among the three powers, which will inevitably escalate into chaos. Sure, Elizabeth can suppress everything with her power, but he wants to unite the forces into a real alliance. He has already abandoned magic long ago, and as he tried to join the Sword Saint Guild to learn swordsmanship, he was rejected, and even Elizabeth turned him away. Still, he sees the Dark Guild crisis as an opportunity. His plan is to convince the powers to work together willingly. Annie, with her over-the-top imagination, decides there is definitely a secret bet going on between him and Elizabeth about whose method to rule the world is the best. 5 centuries ago, Elizabeth achieved peace by ruling with an iron fist. But now our boy is out here trying to teach people to achieve peace on their own. It sounds nice in theory, but even Annie has to admit it's unusual and, honestly, a bit too optimistic. Still, she cannot help but feel honored to be part of his grand chessboard. Not that she has a choice. If he does not find her useful, she might just end up as collateral damage. That thought alone is enough to make her want to train harder, even if only to survive. The MC notices her zoning out and asks about the Kingdom of Aristotle. Annie admits she does not know much, other than the wild stories about their steel giants, massive constructs powered by a tiny bit of magic. Our hero gets intrigued, but Annie suggests he visit the Elf Clan first since Aristotle is still playing hard to get. She also mentions a new guild recently recognized by the Sword Saint Guild and now allied with the elves. And just at the mention of the new guild, the very founders of it, Burs and Evil, travel under the guise of an illusionary carriage pulled by 3 horses and reach their destination. Burs and Evil stand at the edge of the plant purgatory, the trial zone that serves as the first hurdle to entering the elf tribe. They pull out their trademark card/technique and cut through the thorny plants like they are nothing more than weeds in a garden. But of course, this is just the outermost layer. The real challenge is yet to come. There is also someone else in the shadows watching them. The Sword Saint Guild has already sent a head-on to the elf tribe about their arrival, but apparently, the plants don't get the memo. The further they go, the more ridiculous things get. Burs knows they are just being tested, and only the strong make it through. Lucky for them, they are so strong. Soon enough, they face the infamous 5 elements P, the final obstacle before the elf tribe. Evil is curious how Burs knows it's the last stage. But before Burs can answer, the plant starts launching peas at them. As the peas come flying, Burs mentions that 30 years ago, when he was part of the Sword Saint Guild, he faced this exact thing to enter the elf tribe. The duo cuts through the peas with their card/technique, and when the plant tries to get too cocky, they use the duo attack and slash it together. Burs warns Evil not to get too excited as the plant is not finished. Sure enough, it comes back and even stronger than before, and starts shooting peas which blast into thorns. Burs tells Evil to make a shield and stand behind him. Evil, of course, is not having any of it. She insists she is fine and can keep fighting. Evel gives it her all and keeps the defensive barrier up. After a while, the assault stops, and she has a small scratch on her hand. Burrs tends to it and heals the wound with his magic. He tells her to take a break and rest while he handles the rest of the fight. But Evil refuses to back down and insists on staying in the fight. Burrs gives her a warning to be careful. The plant reveals its true form and flexes its powers, including fire, ice, venom, and flora. It is not just a plant anymore, but it has become the full package of the Floral Horror Edition that can rival a demon sovereign. With its 5 elements working together in perfect, horrifying harmony, it seems determined to prove that it does not matter who the enemy is. It can crush them all. Burrs has encountered this plant before, back when Chi-Chi wiped it with it in no time. But now, years later, it has clearly become stronger. The longer they fight, the more dangerous it becomes, and Burrs knows they cannot afford to waste time. He decides to pull out his 3rd skill, but before he can act, an arrow comes out of nowhere and lands with a thud. A flower blooms from it, and the 5 elements P, despite all its earlier swagger, freaks out and gets back into the ground. Evel cannot shake the sense of familiarity in the energy, and Burrs points out it is because of her elven blood. And then an illusion of an elf appears, who invites them in. Evel, however, cannot help but wonder why her mother is not the one greeting them. Burrs explains that elves have a ridiculously complex hierarchy. To protect them, her mother went to the Holy Land 16 years ago. He assures her that her mother's love won't change. When they finally enter the elf tribe, they are met with icy glares and hostility. Evel asks Burrs why everyone looks like they want to throw them out, and he mentions that the elves are not exactly social butterflies and don't trust outsiders. Evel points out that she has seen elves in strong guilds outside. Burrs gives her the lowdown that the tribe has a ranking system, and elves closer to the giant divine tree in the center have purer blood and access to better resources. The ones on the outskirts are the less pure elves, with just enough talent in plant magic and archery to scrape by here, but are apparently hot commodities outside the tribe. Before Burrs can dive deeper into the politics of elf society, Blanchett, the great general of the elf tribe, makes her entrance. She is there to guide them to the Holy Land and wastes no time moving out. Evel and Burrs follow her. Evel cannot help but be amazed as the trees shift and bend and create a path for them. Burrs explains that it is the guardian barrier of the elf tribe, and that without an elite elf guiding them, they would be trapped in the forest. As they finally escape the forest's maze-like grasp, they reach a massive tree glowing with a light so beautiful it could make a poet cry. Burrs stops and recalls that this is where it all began. 30 years ago, a 19-year-old Burrs is walking around as a proud member of the Sword Saint Guild. While basking in his own importance, someone yells at him to move. He turns to find a girl struggling with a holy mount gone wild. Naturally, he rushes to help her, and after the mount calms down, she thanks him. Seeing an opportunity, Burrs asks if he can ride the mount as a reward, and soon they are soaring through the skies. Burrs is amazed to see the secret core of the elf tribe, while the girl, Nikita, is scared. When he notices her panic, he is taken aback at the sight of an elf being scared of heights. It's just because she never learnt to overcome her fear. Burrs then points out her father in the distance, which causes her to freak out completely. Outsiders are clearly not allowed to ride the Holy Mount, and if her father catches her, she knows he will be in trouble even with his Sword Saint credentials. It turns out Burrs is just teasing her and wants her to enjoy the view instead of obsessing over rules. She starts to loosen up, and soon enough, they laugh and chat, and have the kind of light-hearted fun that makes them forget their worries for a while. Somewhere in the middle of all the chaos, they realize they like each other. Later, as they rest, Burrs suggests she make the most of her freedom while the tribe's officials are stuck in endless meetings for the next few days. Nikita cannot help but envy him, and notices that how his aura radiates pure joy, devoid of even the slightest hint of anxiety. She wishes she could be like him, free from the suffocating rules of her tribe and able to explore the world beyond. Burrs gets curious about her frustrations and asks why she wants to escape so badly. She reveals the political mess waiting for her at home, with the upcoming clan elder elections driving her uncles to scheme against her father. As part of their plans, her father has decided to use her as a bargaining chip and marry her off to solidify his support. Burrs promises to secure a teleportation scroll from the guild and take her away the next day. However, he warns her that running away will mean living in hiding from both the elf tribe and the Sword Saint Guild forever. Nikita expresses her readiness for a simple life, even if it comes with the risk of danger. They then seal their reckless plan with a kiss. Blanchett vanishes into thin air, and Burrs notices the hidden barrier she has slipped through. Of course, they have no choice but to follow. On the other side, Blanchett reports to the clan that her task is complete. Evel, on the other hand, looks like she has swallowed something foul. Vertan orders Blanchett to step aside. She is joined by Erland and Avari. Burrs greets them politely. Vertan skips the small talk and demands to know why they are here. Burrs explains he is representing the Sword Saint Guild, and that they have teamed up with his own card guild to form a hero alliance against the Dark Guild. He is here to invite the Elf tribe to join. Avari and Vertan are not buying it. They point out that the Sword Saint Guild has been losing its grip lately, and their leader has been missing for some time. Burrs requests for their magic to summon plants and insects to help track the Sword Saint. He explains she is close to becoming the Demon Queen, and losing her is not an option. He even tries to win them over by reminding Erland that he and Chi-Chi are old friends, but Erland, as silent as a stone, does not react. Avari, however, is more concerned about the energy cost. Apparently, rallying the plants outside the tribe is not just a flick of the wrist, it's a power-draining task. Naturally, she wants to know what is in it for them. That is when Evil points out the obvious. If they don't find the Sword Saint soon, the Dark Guild will come knocking on their door, and they will regret then. Vertan dismisses her as reckless. It is not just about the greater good, but it's about power balance. If they want the elves' help, they have to prove they are not just another group of wannabes. Then from the ground comes out the 5-elemental pea plant. Vertan announces that if they want to talk alliances, they will have to defeat it first. Evel is scared, but Burrs assures her he has it under control. Just as they are gearing up, a blinding light engulfs them. Burrs activates the Holy Guard skill and blocks out all light. He then explains to the elf elders that, even without their leader, they will still have to face the Dark Guild. Meanwhile, the plant in front of them withers, and Avari cannot help but acknowledge how much Burrs has leveled up. Vertan, on the other hand, asks which powerful card can summon such holy magic. Evel, however, is angry that their so-called test seems more like a death sentence and warns them they will regret it when the Dark Guild will come at their doors. Burrs does not want Evel to be rude. Then, Elrond finally opens his mouth that it has been 16 years since they last met. Evel cannot wrap her head around why Burrs is suddenly so respectful to these ancient figures, especially when she just wants to find her mother and get out of there. Then comes the plot twist when Burrs drops that Erland is her grandfather. And then, out of nowhere, Erland throws them a little welcome party for Evel, and it turns out they were all messing with them. But the father-daughter duo is still as clueless as ever. Erland asks Burrs to refer to him as father. Burrs tries to make sense of it all and asks for his wife, and Erland eagerly invites them to follow him. Evel has no idea what is going on, and Burrs is not much better off. Still, it seems like Evil's mother has somehow managed to patch things up with her father over the years. But, judging by Erland's creepy smile, it's pretty clear there is more to this than a family reunion. They turn to see the gigantic divine tree, and Erland mentions that the tree they saw outside is nothing but a projection, and that this one is the real deal. He goes on to share the ancient story of how the first clan leader, Twilia, sacrificed herself to create the tree and give the elves their magical gifts. Over the centuries, the elves have become a powerhouse thanks to the tree's protection. But now the tree is withering, and their dependence on it has led to their decline. As the elves began mixing with outsiders, it completely went against the first clan's original goals. So naturally, Erland had a problem with Burrs and Nikita's relationship, as it's apparently draining the tree's life force. Erland then performs a spell that strips away the tree's magic and reveals its true, lifeless form. Evel feels uneasy, and Burrs stares at the center of the tree, finally seeing Nikita's body, transformed into nutrients for the tree. Erland explains that this is all for the good of the tribe. While Burrs is now completely broken, Burrs is absolutely furious. He grabs Erland by the collar as he rages about being kept apart for 10 years from his wife, and how Erland has just used her as tree fertilizer. He demands that Erland hand her back, like now. Erland signals to Vertan and Avari, who move toward the ancient tree. They hug it like it's their long-lost best friend, merge with it, and soon enough, a branch sprouts from the tree. Upon seeing that, Burrs finally lets go of him. Erland explains that the two elves have become nutrients for the tree. It's the highest honor, and surely Nikita feels just as honored. Burrs punches the ground in frustration. He is having a hard time buying into the whole selfless elf thing. Erland mentions that even a tiny branch can extend the tree's light for another year. Sure, outsiders might not get it, but elves have their reasons. Then, Erland drops a bombshell that Nikita can still be revived, but only if Burrs is willing to pay the price. And the price is just the hero treasure cards Evil has on her waist. Erland has sensed some divine power in the cards, and if they offer them to the divine tree, it might be able to bring Nikita back. Burrs is curious now, but Evel reminds him that those cards are meant for saving the world, not playing around with life and death. Erland, however, insists that if the tree absorbs enough divine power, it can totally bring back the lives it sacrificed. And just to sweeten the deal, he promises to protect Nikita afterward. Burrs, who is torn but desperate, starts to warm up to the idea. Evil warns him about the possible fallout. If things go wrong, Elizabeth and the MC will totally blame them. But Burrs takes the cards and agrees to take on the responsibility. Burrs hands over the full deck of cards to Erland, and Erland assures him that once he casts the elven spell and lets the divine tree absorb some divine magic, Nikita will be back in no time. Evel, who clearly has a better sense of caution in comparison to her father, tries once again to get Burrs to think this through. But Burrs is willing to risk it all to bring his wife back. Just then, roots shoot out of the ground and wrap tightly around Burrs and Evil, and Erland suddenly seems like a completely different person. He starts laughing like a maniac, and reveals dark gears embedded in his body, and drops the news that the elves have been allied with the Dark Guild all along. He is not the Elrond they thought they knew, just a puppet manipulated by something far more sinister. As if that is not enough, a plant sprouts from the ground, and from its opening petals comes out a Joker figure. The Joker then explains how he turned the Elven clan elders into his puppets a decade ago, and replaced their organs with dark gears to achieve his own twisted version of immortality. As long as he does not interfere, the elders act like themselves, but the moment he steps in, they become his obedient playthings. Erland, who is under the Joker's control, hands over the deck of cards. The Joker does not hesitate to examine his prize and pulls cards from the deck one by one. Meanwhile, Erland unleashes his plant magic and covers Burrs and Evel with flowers. Not the nice romantic kind, but these flowers are energy-sucking little nightmares. The Joker then praises Erland for his efforts and then allows him to rest. He then turns his attention back to Burrs and Evel, and after observing their abilities, he has deduced that the cards allow them to summon spirits from other worlds, though at the cost of their life force. For a second there, Burrs feels somewhat relieved and assumes that the Joker's lack of knowledge about using the deck will prevent anything catastrophic. But, as if reading his mind, the Joker's ambitions become painfully clear. He is not planning to experiment on himself. He intends to fuel the card's power with the lives of the entire elf tribe. The sky darkens out of nowhere, and the ground begins to shake. The elves are in panic mode as their life force literally streams out of their mouths and floats toward the divine tree. Not even the holy mounts are spared. And then there is the Joker, who is gathering all the energy on the cards so that they can absorb it. Upon witnessing that, Burrs realizes that they are, without a doubt, screwed. Just when things cannot get worse, the Joker decides to summon his skills, and as well as a ridiculous creature that looks more horrifying than him. Meanwhile, in the peaceful chaos of our boy's home, Elizabeth suggests washing the dishes. A perfectly normal idea until a parasite-looking creature decides to crawl out of the dirty pile. It spots our hero and rushes at him but is swallowed by his vacuum cleaner. The MC and Elizabeth don't even notice as they are too busy debating his latest grand idea. He wants Elizabeth to accompany him to the elf tribe. Elizabeth, being Elizabeth, instantly assumes he is plotting some land-grabbing scheme. But our boy clarifies that it is not about conquest but persuasion. He has heard from Annie that Burrs is heading there too, and he figures they can use that connection to win over the elves. Plus, if all else fails, Elizabeth's reputation might help only if she is not too busy being sarcastic to cooperate. Elizabeth, who is sipping her juice, recalls Twillia, and given that elves live for 500 years, she guesses that she is probably still around. She agrees to tag along, but only after he gives her more of these juices. Outside the house, things are no less dramatic. Annie, Alpha, and Chi-Chi are gathered around Wang Chai and are having what can only be described as the most pointless argument in history. Each is trying to prove they are the most important person in our hero's life. Chi-Chi holds up the sword manual given to her by the hero and the Demon Queen, and declares that once she masters it, she will single-handedly wipe out the Dark Guild. Annie is not backing down either. She talks about the doll made by the MC, a gift none of them can beat. Alpha, of course, cannot resist a laugh. He does not need to brag, or so he claims, as he is our boy's younger brother and his destined sword. But the truth is, he has just been chopping wood with our boy for 500 years. Annie knows that Alpha, being our hero's exclusive weapon, is practically untouchable, but Chi-Chi is not the type to bow down easily. She cuts straight to the point and questions how the hero's sword could possibly be filled with resentment. She has seen her fair share of weapons, and Alpha doesn't exactly show heroic craftsmanship like Wang Chai does. Alpha defends himself that it was not forged by the MC originally, which left him with a side order of self-doubt and a sprinkle of bitterness. But then, our hero resurrected him, making him worthy of the hero's weapon. Annie decides to cross-check this story with Wang Chai. The dog confirms it. Apparently, the sword has been split in half at some point, and our boy trying his hand at swordsmithing only manages to break it further before resorting to glue. And now Alpha proudly shows off the line where he has been glued back together. Chi-Chi decides enough is enough and declares that only one of them can serve both the hero and the queen, and it's time to settle things. She is not shy about flexing her achievements either, as the double blessings of the hero and the Demon Queen have helped her power up to Demon King level. Annie doesn't argue and admits she is weaker than her, But to fulfill her duties to the MC, she will do her best even if it means facing Chi-Chi. Still, she knows she needs Raphael's power because, without it, her chances against Chi-Chi are slim to none. Alpha, meanwhile, is losing his patience. His hands change to sword-like blades as he prepares to settle the argument in his own way. And then Chi-Chi and Annie activate their powers. Thankfully, just as the tension hits its peak, Wang Chai takes out a literal stop sign. The sheer audacity of it makes even Alpha pause. Wang Chai, however, is not there to play referee. No. It reminds them all about its earlier point, that there are too many people vying for attention, which will only disrupt our hero's life. Then, Wang Chai clarifies its role. Sure, it could rally the monsters of the Great Plains and fend off intruders, but now our hero is too busy wandering around his village, especially now that Elizabeth is in the picture, and he has been ignoring Wang Chai. Poor thing. Wang Chai's actual request is simple. Stick to the MC, keep his life peaceful, and clean up any threats that come his way. And while they are at it, they can stop trying to outshine each other. The perks of serving our boy are obvious, and Wang Chai is not about to waste time spelling them out. And one last thing. It claims exclusive rights to rummage through our hero's trash. The three nod in agreement. Just then, Wang Chai's radar notices and signals that our boy is approaching. As our hero steps outside, he finds the group sitting together, all smiles and zero chaos, for once. Annie breaks the silence and asks if he is heading to the elf tribe. The MC answers that he needs to stop by the workshop first to pick up some tools before heading there. The trio feels Elizabeth's glare deep in their bones. Not that she is even paying attention to them, but her mind is busy piecing together the MC's big, world-conquering plan. Boaster Town in the east is under Annie's control, while the Sword Saint Guild in the west is Chi-Chi's responsibility. Both are now tied to him. After crushing the elf tribe in the south, it is obvious to Elizabeth that the north, ruled by King Aristotle, is next. He is collecting territories and turning the rulers of the east, west, south, and north into his loyal followers. Everything our hero does screams planning and precision. He found Jim Jim's descendant, upgraded weapons in advance, and somehow roped the Sword Saint Guild into his growing circle of allies. Even the elf tribe's related father-daughter duo fits perfectly into his master plan. There is no way this is all coincidence, but it is clearly calculated. She can see right through him. What annoys her most is the unsettling thought that she might also be a piece in his game. Her intimidating energy suffocates the trio, who silently beg Wang Chai to step in and save them. The little dog, feeling the weight of their silent pleas, decides it is the perfect moment to test its brilliant theory that no one hits a happy dog. He takes out a stick and acts all happy. Elizabeth, who is already frustrated, doesn't even hesitate. She kicks Wang Chai straight into the wall, which leaves him hanging like some piece of decoration. She is furious with our boy, the world, and now Wang Chai's poorly timed antics. She then turns her fiery gaze on the trio and asks if they think she is funny too. They immediately deny. She then delivers a serious warning to them that if they are sticking with our hero, they have to be ready to risk their lives at any moment. Luck won't save them forever, and they cannot always count on her or the MC to bail them out. The trio understands right away. Our boy then comes back, all while carrying a chainsaw. Alpha is now going back to its duties, and this chainsaw is apparently stepping in as the new tool for chopping. He also thanks Elizabeth for upgrading his backpack with space magic, though her expression suggests she is debating whether or not to strangle him. Her magic, which has only just reached new heights, has finally had some effect on his creations. Meanwhile, Annie and Alpha have their attention drawn to the small girl hiding behind our boy. Annie notices the forging on the girl's body and cannot help but think it looks far more complex than anything done to Alpha. Alpha, of course, gets jealous and assures Annie, or more correctly himself, that at least he is still the hero's weapon spirit, which is clearly his greatest advantage. The MC, who is unaware of all the drama, focuses on his next plan, which is to collect the elf tribe's magical plants and replant them in his field. As he gets ready to leave, Elizabeth reminds him that he has promised to take only 2 people with him. This sparks immediate competition as Annie and Chi-Chi eye a spot, while Alpha tries to act like his place is guaranteed. As the hero's weapon, one spot naturally belongs to him. Our boy, however, stops him with a calm explanation that this is a peace mission, and bringing weapons would not exactly send the right message. Alpha's confidence crashes instantly and leaves him looking completely defeated. With Elizabeth's portal ready, they are all ready to move, all while leaving Alpha behind to watch the house. Alpha feels that he is left out once again and starts to question his entire existence. Just then, he hears a voice calling out to him and sees injured Wang Chai, who asks if Alpha has learnt the way of survival yet. Alpha figures the MC's plan, which he obviously takes all wrong, that staying back with Wang Chai is like hitting the jackpot. In his mind, who needs some overhyped trip when he has the chance to patrol and learn from the legendary Wang Chai? This seems far more important, or so he convinces himself while happily tagging along with the dog. Meanwhile, on the other side of the portal, things are not exactly smooth. Our boy and the group have just arrived in the elf tribe's territory, and unsurprisingly, Annie cannot handle the ride through the magic portal and faints. Chi-Chi takes it upon herself to check on her, while our hero is completely distracted admiring the giant, ancient-looking tree towering in the distance. To him, it is breathtaking, but to Elizabeth, it is nothing more than a lifeless husk of wood. The MC wants to take a closer look, but Elizabeth decides that a change of clothes is necessary first. She uses magic to strip Chi-Chi of her outfit and leave her utterly mortified as she hurries to cover herself. It seems too much trouble for Elizabeth to bother giving a heads up, though thankfully she spares her from further embarrassment in front of our boy by summoning new clothes for Chi-Chi. Once the situation is under control, she changes into a more suitable outfit herself. She also makes it clear that no one else is allowed to wear clothes designed by our hero as, in her eyes, it would ruin everything. While the MC cannot help but think about how convenient magic is. As they move forward, the atmosphere grows heavier. A flower behind them unfolds and reveals what looks like an eye, through which the Joker watches them. He has already captured the father and daughter duo and turned them into decorations, but Chi-Chi's sudden appearance throws him off. Her presence makes him suspect that a major clash between the guilds is coming. He then shifts his attention to Elizabeth and recognizes her through Burz's and Evil's memories, despite the centuries that have passed. It is a shock to see her again, though she does not seem to have the same arrogant demeanor he remembers. She looks different, less intimidating, and more grounded, if that is even possible. Convinced she is up to something, he decides that it is best to eliminate the group, sparing only our boy. Unaware of the Joker's plotting, our hero and the others push on and manage to take down the trial plants blocking their path. Chi-Chi, the only one who has been here before, waits impatiently for the 5 Elements P. The MC asks about her connection to the Sword Saint Guild, even comparing her skills to those of the legendary Sword Saint. She then finally reveals that she is, in fact, the Sword Saint herself. Before our boy can even begin to process it, a sudden volley of arrows comes flying toward them. Chi-Chi deflects them effortlessly, all while relying on her sharp senses. Annie offers to handle the hidden attacker and claims she can sense their use of concealment magic. Chi-Chi makes it clear that she does not need help. She activates Tai Chi's first skill and locks onto Blanchette's hiding spot with ease, while Blanchette uses seed arrows on them. The panda puppet guards them against the 5 Elements P. Chi-Chi, of course, expected trouble, but this is ridiculous. With Annie and the panda puppet at her side, she fights to fend off the non-stop attacks. Meanwhile, our hero is busy narrating his life story to Elizabeth. He reminisces about his first trip outside, and admits how he would have probably fainted on the spot if he had seen a mess like this back then. But now he is a changed man, and no more faking calmness for him. Secretly, though, he is patting himself on the back for dragging Chi-Chi and Annie along. Sure, Elizabeth is terrifyingly powerful, but with her mood swings, he figures backup is a safer bet. Elizabeth, however, has her own thoughts. She remembers our boy as the quiet observer who used to hide his identity and act like a helpless puppy. But now, thanks to their contract, he has finally grown a spine, or at least borrowed one from her. The MC finds her presence oddly comforting. Well, when she is not blowing stuff up, obviously, and wishes they could stay friends forever. But peace is not on the menu for now. The 5 Elements P decides it is snack time and swallows our hero whole. Chi-Chi and Annie freeze and stare in horror. Elizabeth, however, seems to be off in her own world, as she replays our boy's earlier words like some rom-com heroine. The plant then vanishes into the ground, leaving everyone stunned. Chi-Chi decides enough is enough. She vows to find Blanchette, who is the brain behind all this chaos, and get some answers. Blanchette, however, has other plans. She realizes that her mission to capture the MC is a success, and triggers the plants to self-destruct, causing an explosion. Annie's puppets shield them from the blast, though they end up looking worse. Annie herself uses every bit of magic she has to stop the explosion from turning them into ash. Chi-Chi cannot help but give the puppets some rare praise and admits that even she, the Demon King, might struggle to survive that. But Blanchette is not done. She pulls out her ace and plants more seeds and uses magic to grow them at an absurd rate. New plants sprout up and circle Chi-Chi, Annie, and the puppets, and they prepare for another round of self-destruction. Chi-Chi activates a sword shield and drags Annie and the puppets to safety. They escape, but not without getting thrown away by the blast. Blanchette, who has been watching from a distance, has to admit Chi-Chi is tough, but she figures she can outsmart her in the forest, where scarier things than plants lurk. She then decides that she needs a break and turns to leave. But then comes Elizabeth. She appears behind Blanchette and demands answers with the aura that makes it clear she is not in the mood for excuses. Blanchette, who thought that the explosions had already taken care of Elizabeth, looks like she has seen a ghost. She even has the audacity to demand Elizabeth's identity, as if that is the real issue here. Elizabeth is unimpressed and decides to let Blanchett stew in her confusion. Upon seeing that, Blanchett's survival instincts kick in that falling into Elizabeth's hands will be a one-way ticket to the afterlife. In a last-ditch effort, she removes the armor on her hand and activates a seal and self-destructive arrows on herself. Elizabeth is convinced the elves have joined forces with the Dark Guild. 5 centuries of her rule, and people have already forgotten who is the boss. If they want a reminder, she is more than ready to oblige, as terror has always been her speciality. Meanwhile, deep in the middle of the forest, the 5 Elements P suddenly erupts from the ground and spits out the MC like a defective vending machine. Thoroughly disoriented, our boy blinks at the weird scene unfolding around him, but his confusion does not last long. The plant rushes at him, which leaves our hero to flail his arms and stumble back and hope for Elizabeth to come as some miracle and stop it. Just as it seems things cannot get worse, the plant pauses mid-charge and starts sniffing the ground. The MC gets confused, and then he notices the open packet of organic fertilizer in his pocket, spilling its contents everywhere. His carefully chosen gift for the elf tribe has, apparently, turned into bait for a psychotic plant. To make things even stranger, the plant suddenly transforms into a leafy puppy. Our boy, who is running on pure survival instinct, pulls out the rest of the fertilizer and holds it up like a peace offering. The plant puppy does not need to be told twice and devours the gift with all the enthusiasm only to collapse moments later in a bloated heap. Our hero seizes the opportunity and tiptoes away. He prays that Elizabeth will find him before the forest throws something else at him. Far from this chaotic scene, Erland delivers some unwelcome news to the Joker. He explains that the MC has vanished mid-teleport. The Joker, however, seems more intrigued than annoyed. He pieces the puzzle together and concludes that our boy is none other than the legendary hero. It is all the confirmation he needs, and he decides he will use our hero's magical cards to prove to Elizabeth that he is every bit as formidable as her. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest, Annie and Chi-Chi are recovering from what can only be described as a terrible day. After being hurled through the air by an explosion, they crash land in another patch of trees, bruised and disoriented. Chi-Chi coughs up blood as she feels the effects of unstable magic messing her up from using those sword techniques earlier. Annie feels a powerful wave of magic coming their way and alerts Chi-Chi. Annie and Chi-Chi are deep into the fight, with their puppets moving fast to block the attacks from the little cartoon mage, a 5-star demon sovereign. They notice that the cartoon mage has the aura of a hero, but there is something dark and nasty hiding under it. Chi-Chi uses her Tai Chi 3rd skill, a perfect move that should work, but the cartoon mage covers itself with a matrix guard. Then something else charges right at her, but Annie throws her puppet owl in the way just in time to protect Chi-Chi from the attack. But as if that is not enough, Annie starts to feel drained. Her red demon eye has been overused, and she is getting pretty worn out. And then another monster appears. That is the cartoon guardian, at the peak of a demon sovereign. Chi-Chi wants to take it on, but before she can even react, she coughs up blood, because of course her magic is unstable again. No matter how hard she tries to mix her sword skills with what our boy has taught her, it is not working. The cartoon mage, on the other hand, is busy making something that could probably blow up half the world. It combines ice, poison, fire, thunder, and void all into one big attack. Annie instantly knows this is way too much for her to handle alone. Chi-Chi is already hurt, and Annie is not doing great either. But then she remembers all the time our hero has spent training her. She cannot let him down, not now at least. This whole peace plan thing is way too important. The cartoon mage throws the big bomb, and just as the smoke clears, Annie's snake puppet swallows it whole. And then, like a miracle, Annie feels her bloodline awaken, which gives her a big boost in power. Chi-Chi, who is still shocked, watches as Annie's strength shoots up to the peak of Demon Sovereign, maybe even stronger than Chi-Chi herself. Now feeling a lot more powerful, Annie sends her snake and owl puppets to attack. Of course, the cartoon guardian raises its matrix guard again. The snake puppet, however, dodges the magic cubes, but it is not easy. Every move is draining Annie more and more. She cannot afford to let the snake get caught. One wrong move and it will be torn apart. She uses her red demon eye to see the cubes before they even show up. She then skillfully moves the snake out of the way while using her wind magic to distract the enemies. At the same time, her owl puppet launches a storm slash, but of course both the cartoon mage and guardian block it with the matrix guard. Annie is barely holding herself together. The snake puppet is doing its thing, which is eating up the magic, breaking it down, and feeding it to her. Annie knows that no matter how strong the magic of the opponent is, it will run out eventually. She just has to hang in there a little longer. But then the snake puppet gets chopped into tiny pieces, and in the blink of an eye, everything turns chaotic. Annie gets hit by an attack, and before Chi-Chi could even react, a massive wave of energy surges through the air and slams into her. Thankfully, Chi-Chi puts up a barrier to protect herself and the knocked out Annie from the blast that has practically wiped out the forest. It works kind of, but she still ends up with scratches. This is not Chi-Chi's first run-in with disaster. She has been here before once when she ended up in the Demon Queen's ruins and again when some crazy force almost destroyed her. Just when it seems like things could not get worse, the cartoon general, a 3-star Demon King, makes its entrance. Meanwhile, Elizabeth is on her own wild goose chase as she tracks some magic surge. She steps through a magical barrier, only to realize it's one big loop that dumps her right back where she started. She knows that there is a magic barrier, so it's clearly way beyond some average Demon King. That is when the creepy creature shows up with a doll that starts growing, and growing, and growing. It's the cartoon ceiling array, a 2-star Demon King with a knack for being extra. The big plan is to trap Elizabeth in a time cage forever. But Elizabeth is not exactly impressed. She does not panic or freak out. She just takes a breath, breaks the so-called invincible cartoon ceiling array like it's nothing, and shatters the time barrier with 0 effort. After all, she has already been stuck in one for a year, and she is not about to let that happen again. As the barrier falls apart, the creepy creature takes out another weapon. Elizabeth's patience is officially out the window. All she wants is to get past this mess, but a weapon stabs her, and before she can even catch her breath, it shifts focus to another headache. The cartoon Grim Reaper, a 1-star Demon King. This creepy excuse for a demon has a fancy trick up its sleeve. It can ignore levels and yank souls out of bodies. It tries it on Elizabeth, thinking it is being clever, but her soul has other ideas. Instead of being dragged away, her soul grabs the Grim Reaper by the collar and demands answers of its master. The Grim Reaper, who probably thinks it is the scariest thing there, suddenly looks like it needs a hug. For the first time ever, it feels the cold breath of fear. In a state of panic, it blasts itself away, leaving the cards on the creepy thing's hand, who realizes that even the invincible soul-snatching trick does not even work on her. Elizabeth's soul then casually returns to her body, and she can feel that it is our boy's power. She cannot help but wonder if all this chaos about the elf tribe trip was part of some grand master plan of the MC's. If he really wanted to test others so much, maybe he could have left her out of his drama. After all, she is not some pawn on a chessboard. She is the player flipping the board when things get annoying. With the creepy energy now dangling in her deadly energy's grip, she gives it an ultimatum to end itself or suffer something far worse. But apparently this little creep has a backbone or maybe just a death wish. It drags her into the cartoon maze, a brilliant trap created by 1-star Demon Kings to outsmart stronger opponents. Too bad it does not know who it's dealing with. Elizabeth takes a look around, and she can tell this is one of our hero's creations. One step of hers and the maze shatters like a glass ornament. Then comes the Cartoon Queen, a 5-star Demon King armed with daggers at the peak of Demon King power. And as if that is not enough, the Cartoon King himself looms in the background, waiting for his queen to win. Elizabeth, our actual Demon Queen, is not impressed. She sits on her swirling dark energy like it's a throne, giving the so-called Cartoon King a once-over. The Cartoon King orders the queen to kill her. The queen then draws the cartoon daggers, with their power matching that of a peak Demon King. Elizabeth is done and absolutely done. All she wants is for this annoying Cartoon Queen to just disappear, preferably forever. Without wasting another second, she fires her attack. But of course, the queen is not going to make it easy. She calls on something called a swift wing and throws it at Elizabeth, along with her other move, Ace Kill. Elizabeth does not even flinch. With a flick of her fingers, she creates a barrier and stops the attacks mid-air. She is ready to move on when she notices a scratch on her nail. She then decides she has enough of this nonsense and fires her magic bullets at the queen and hopes to end this for good. But the queen just cuts through the bullets. The bullets, however, are not giving up. They heal themselves in no time and keep coming. The queen keeps slicing through them with perfect timing. Then, in an attempt to up its game, the queen merges her daggers into one big fancy weapon and hurls it at the bullets with all the confidence in the world. She clearly thinks she is being clever, but her face drops when she notices there are now even more bullets heading its way. Elizabeth cannot help but boast about her magic bullets, who are the ultimate answer to irritating enemies like this one. With a casual point, she directs the bullets straight at the queen, and the bullets tear through her and leave nothing but pieces. Finally, some peace. Or so Elizabeth thinks. But no, because apparently this queen is not done being a pain. Some creepy energy starts swirling around and absorb into something, and then the queen reappears, now dragging along the cartoon dinosaur, a 2-star Demon King. Elizabeth can see that these two are the queen's final tricks. One card to absorb magic, and another to bring itself back to life. And because the queen just cannot help itself, she starts throwing out threats about consequences towards Elizabeth. To top it all off, she pulls out another card, the cartoon bottle of treasure, a 1-star Demon King. Meanwhile, the dinosaur does not look much better. It's shaking like it's about to explode, struggling to hold in some weird dark energy. The Cartoon Queen borrows the cartoon dinosaur's special skill, thinking doubling the absorbed magic and sending it back would be the ultimate power move. Turns out it is not. The spell hits and stops in front of Elizabeth's barrier. The duo freezes while Elizabeth calls them idiots for using her own magic against her. She does not waste time indulging their amateur theatrics and crushes and blasts them like they are nothing more than practice dummies. And for the record, that trick she did is totally inspired by Wang Chai. She then notices all 4 of the 9 cards from the deck, and then Cartoon Queen tries a sneak attack. She lunges from behind Elizabeth with her cartoon dagger, probably thinking this is its big moment. But Elizabeth, now in her Demon Queen form, splits her in half before she can even finish the thought. The Cartoon Queen goes down, but her trusty cartoon bottle of treasure is not ready to give up. It kicks into action and starts to regenerate the Queen. Elizabeth notices the automatic resurrection upon killing the Cartoon Queen, and how convenient it is to have it within a fixed range. Still, Elizabeth is not fazed. She traps the Queen in her ultimate confinement, and limits the resurrection range to her liking. The Cartoon Queen dissolves Elizabeth's punishment and boasts about only needing a single drop from the cartoon bottle to resurrect. Her confidence is borderline comical, and she even brags about the bottle being connected to an endless ocean of magic. Elizabeth does not hold back. Poison, water, skinning, needles, tearing, lightning, she throws it all at the Queen. By the time she is done, the cartoon bottle of treasure withers like a plucked flower in the desert. No more endless ocean, no more magic, and unsurprisingly, no more Cartoon Queen. Just as Elizabeth thinks she can finally take a breath, the Cartoon King decides it's time to step in. He then summons its cartoon daggers. The Cartoon King fuses his cartoon daggers into the almighty Cartoon Lance, a 2-star demon god, while simultaneously transforming himself into 1-star demon god form. He is fully convinced that he is the star of this show. After all, there is only one throne for the strongest, and he is mentally redecorating it to suit his style. Elizabeth, however, does not seem impressed. In fact, she laughs and remarks how it reminds her of an old story, one about a demon king who was the strongest in the world. Looking at it now, a little ant scrambling around, she thinks this must be how she appeared to the demon king back then. In the king's eyes, she is just rambling while standing on the edge of defeat. He then makes his move and unleashes a world-shattering martial arts skill. Elizabeth, on the other hand, counters with her world-breaking magic. But the king's ultimate move, the King of Grand Slam, lands with precision. He then starts to enjoy his self-proclaimed triumph. Elizabeth is done for, or so it thinks. But Elizabeth is not done just yet. While the king is busy celebrating his victory, she clutches a set of king cards and grips them tightly. To her, they are not just playing cards, but they are a reminder that she is still not good enough. She convinces herself that this is all part of the MC's grand plan, and if that's the case, then fine. He can enjoy his lead for now. She will catch up soon enough. As she sorts through the wreckage of both the battlefield and her pride, her eyes land on something completely ridiculous that is a cartoon duck still standing there. Irritated beyond reason, she hurls a blast of dark energy at it, hoping to erase its pointless existence. But of course, things cannot be that simple. Turns out this is not just any duck. It absorbs her attack effortlessly, then throws her own power right back at her. And just to make things worse, the magic backfires spectacularly and leaves Elizabeth with a brand new, completely humiliating problem. She now has the face of a duck. Meanwhile, miles away from all the chaos, our boy is living his best life, completely unaware of the madness unfolding. He hums to himself, happily picking fruit like he is on some relaxing farm trip. He cannot wait to take them home and grow them, and is totally clueless about the storm brewing in the distance. Unfortunately for him, danger is much closer than he thinks. A zombie-looking man is just behind him, watching him like a predator stalking its prey. Erland, the one pulling the strings, reports back to the Joker about our hero's location. And the Joker decides that it's time to drag him back in. The MC is busy humming away and collecting fruits, all while unaware that he is not alone. The man approaches him, who seems normal at first, until he starts moving in ways that scream he is possessed. Our boy, of course, pays no attention to him, as his only concern is the fruit slipping from his hands. Erland, who is pulling the strings behind the man, suffers with pain. Our hero, who is still oblivious, picks up a cactus plant, and as he turns, the man reaches out, only to grab the cactus. That is when the MC finally notices the man. His eyes widen to saucer size, and in panic he flings the fruits into the air. Erland, on the other hand, gets a taste of pain. Without a second thought, our boy bolts and yells things about ghosts in the forest. Erland is now annoyed, and he requests the Joker for 50 dark gears to awaken the rest of the corpses. The Joker agrees but adds the condition to catch our hero quickly. The MC, meanwhile, is running a marathon through the forest and shouting about zombies as if that would magically summon help. He desperately wants to find Elizabeth and the others, though his survival strategy mostly consists of screaming and running. Just when he thinks it cannot get worse, the ground starts shaking, and he sees an army of corpses coming from all directions. He tries to calm himself down and convince himself that he is the hero, and heroes don't panic. Then the realization hits him that he has left Alpha at home. As if that is not enough, the ground beneath him begins bulging and signals that the corpses are coming from underground too. Erland orders the corpses to take our boy down. But just as things seem utterly hopeless, a sudden burst of energy tears through the corpses. And there comes the 5 elements P, a magical plant he tamed not too long ago. Upon seeing that, Erland realizes that the plant is tamed, which explains why his plant magic has failed so miserably. The 5 elements P wastes no time and starts to unleash powerful bursts of energy that turn the corpses into a pile of regrets. Our boy clutches the 5 elements P like it's his last hope. Which, to be fair, it sort of is, as the plant unleashes bursts of power and smashes the corpses left and right. For a moment it's almost impressive, but of course, the undead are not playing fair. A few of them takes out some plant-controlling magic, and the plant comes to a halt. Erland is confident that the combined magic of countless elven ancestors makes his side unbeatable when it comes to bossing around plants. Then the 5 elements P has its own meltdown, and it shrinks into a tiny version of itself and plops into our hero's hand. The MC stares at it, and the corpses take this as their chance to swarm him and try to bury him under a writhing, disgusting wave. As the weight is about to press down, our boy cannot help but submit to his fate. But then, a laughter cuts through the chaos, and a chainsaw roars to life and slices through the corpses. Erland coughs up blood and gets bisected, and the Joker just cannot process how the whole damage is transmitted. Somewhere in the middle of this, the MC realizes he is holding the chainsaw and how he completely forgot that he even had one. And then the chainsaw's spirit, the girl, clings to our boy's legs and promises to protect him from all harm. But the corpses are still coming and lunging at him. Our hero panics and starts to swing the chainsaw wildly. Meanwhile, the Joker notices something odd. Every time the chainsaw lands a hit, the damage somehow bounces back to the caster through some magical link. Turns out, this chainsaw is not just good for turning corpses into confetti. It dishes out true damage. The corpse then tries a new tactic and fires magical arrows at the MC. But the chainsaw deflects the attacks easily. Our hero just stands there all while gripping his chainsaw like it's the ultimate destruction tool. Which, honestly, it kind of is. But it's not just the chainsaw doing the work. His outfit has this crazy ability to bounce back any attack right at the enemy. From the Joker's perspective, the guy looks like some kind of magic genius, but that does not mean he is backing down. He has got the advantage here, with a whole pile of dead elves on his side. Then, because things were not creepy enough, the corpses fuse together into one giant nightmare fuel clown and try to scare the MC into giving up. But the girl is not having it, and she swings her sword with insane skill and does not just cut the monster, but she slices through everything in her way. It cuts through the monster, the air, the Joker, and probably even the universe itself. The Joker just watches his strongest spell crumble. Meanwhile, our boy's slightly panicked expression confuses the corpses so much they think he is one of them. That is, a zombie. Over on the other side of this madness, Elizabeth is dealing with something equally ridiculous. She is facing off against the cartoon duck that has somehow turned into a perfect replica of her. Elizabeth is now offended beyond belief and decides to teach it a lesson. She uses 2 massive boulders and slams them together with the duck caught in between. But the duck comes out completely fine. Elizabeth then ups her game, as she is determined to grind it into dust. She spins it around, slams it a few more times, and then, for good measure, switches to her demon form. In her mind, all of this chaos is the MC's fault. But despite her best efforts, the duck just won't quit. Elizabeth is furious that this lowly creature has used all her most prized abilities against her, including time seals, soul attacks, and infinite resurrection. Then, she remembers something our boy said once about how strength is not just about raw power, but mastering the basics. Even the weak can beat the strong if they understand the fundamentals. Still, she has to admit he might be onto something. Maybe this whole mess is his way of teaching her a lesson. She then decides to end things once and for all, and prepares her ultimate move. The duck gets into position to copy her. Elizabeth unleashes the Demon Queen's sword less art. In the middle of a forest, the MC just keeps running here and there while shutting his eyes and mumbling nonsense, as if that will make the zombies lose interest. Meanwhile, his chainsaw crackles with energy and brings Elizabeth there. Upon hearing Elizabeth's voice, he opens his eyes only to trip over a rock and go flying straight into Elizabeth. His chainsaw soaring through the air, and the weapon spirit, not thrilled about being ditched, senses magic in her master's backpack. She graciously decides to return on her own, though not before giving Elizabeth a look of pure irritation. Elizabeth smirks and provokes her further by gripping onto our hero. Realizing just how close he has come to getting himself killed, he clings to Elizabeth's waist like a lifeline, looks up at her, and mentions that he has narrowly escaped death. Upon hearing that, Elizabeth pieces together that her last attack has been copied by the cartoon duck. And since those copies are essentially reflections, the whole thing has reversed time and space itself. If she had not been distracted, the result would have been total annihilation. So, our boy of all people has actually saved her by being his usual self. Feeling guilty for dragging her into this ridiculous mess, he apologizes and swears he won't be so reckless again. But internally, he has already made up his mind that he is not letting Elizabeth out of his sight because without her, he would not last 5 minutes. Elizabeth pulls him closer and tells him to give her more trials and toughen up the training. The MC does not understand and mostly just focuses on the fact that their faces are way too close. Elizabeth, on the other hand, finds herself in a similar predicament that on one side, she sees him as a mentor pushing her to be stronger, and on the other, he actually cares about her dignity. But before the awkward tension can escalate further, their heartfelt moment is rudely interrupted by none other than that stupid duck, who looks disturbingly like Elizabeth. Our boy freezes in place upon seeing the duck in front of him, obviously because it's not just any duck, but this one just looks like Elizabeth. He barely has a second to process the insanity of it all before Elizabeth snaps him back to reality. She is done, and whatever this mess is, she wants him to clean it up. Our hero gets confused because, honestly, how does one even begin to respond to a situation like this? But Elizabeth shoves him forward. He fumbles ahead and puts on a fake smile. But then things get worse. The duck starts to change into a twisted, unsettling version of himself. Upon seeing that, our poor boy almost has a heart attack. Elizabeth, on the other hand, stands behind him and watches with a mix of curiosity and irritation. She notices the duck ditch her supposedly strongest form to imitate the MC. Her ego takes the hit, but a part of her is curious. She wants to see how our boy handles this. As for our hero, he is in chaos. The guy is practically biting his fingers off in panic as his doppelganger duck stands there, looking creepy. But then, something unexpected happens. The fake Lee starts to twist and change, and then falls apart into a gross, slimy mess that splats onto the ground, with the cards floating above it. The MC recognizes them immediately as the cards he gave to Burrs. He then turns to Elizabeth and goes for some kind of reaction, but of course she completely misreads the situation. To her, his face screams that he is the strongest, and that stings. A 7-star demon god, and yet here she is, feeling like an amateur in his shadow. Her frustration bubbles over. Does he want to train her? Mock her? Or maybe just ruin her self-esteem entirely? The possibilities are endless, and none of them are good. The MC, who is unaware of the storm brewing in her head, quickly changes the subject and suggests she just teleport them to the sacred tree. Elizabeth surprisingly does so without any complaints. Meanwhile, things are not looking great on the other side. Annie and Chi-Chi are down with the area around them resembling the aftermath of a typhoon. Poor Chi-Chi is literally split in half. Just when it seems like things cannot get worse, an angelic figure who appears to be Raphael, Annie's doll, appears, radiating light and magic, and brings the two back to life. After healing Annie and Chi-Chi, Raphael realizes his work here is done. His master, that is the MC, and Elizabeth have shown up, and he figures they will handle things from here. So the group, including Elizabeth, our boy, Annie, and Chi-Chi, all teleport to the sacred tree. Our hero takes a good look at Annie and Chi-Chi, and gets concerned about their poor condition. Elizabeth, however, is in no mood for small talk. She is way too busy trying to figure out who has caused all this mess. She uses her magic to pull the sacred tree out of the ground. The MC stares as the tree, who seems to look back at him like it has seen 1,000 lifetimes of misery. Elizabeth notices how much has changed here in the past 5 centuries. Our boy spots Burrs and Evil and runs toward them, but before he can take more than a couple of steps, the tree's roots begin to stir and shoot toward him. The MC closes his eyes and braces himself for the worst. But just as the roots are about to hit, they swerve at the last second and lunge for Elizabeth. She just effortlessly takes care of them with nothing more than a cold stare. The Joker, who is somehow still alive, cannot help but feel a little humiliated. His plant defenses are gone, his cartoon summons are subdued, and his corpse magic has turned out to be completely useless. And yet, there she is, Elizabeth, the one person he has always wanted to meet, the one person who hates him the most. The MC, who is now hiding behind Elizabeth like a scared puppy, wonders if she knows the Joker. Elizabeth, of course, does not recognize him, so he takes off his hat and wipes off some of the makeup and reveals his face. Over in the Dark Guild, Experiment No. 24 is having a blast as he shoots Malfoy with massive bolts of electricity. As the experiment reaches its peak, a slimy, gross creature oozes out of an egg-shaped cell holding Malfoy. The thing wriggles around and slowly takes on Malfoy's shape, but still looks downright nasty. Experiment No. 24 is curious about what makes this thing different from a regular clone. Malfoy explains that he has done something brilliant as he took a piece of his own personality and stuffed it into the clone. So in a way, it's him, but just not fully him. Once the stage is set, experiment no. 24 announces the start of the fight as the freshly made clone faces off against another clone, which is a younger version of Malfoy. Things get wild fast when the fresh clone suddenly transforms into a huge monster, and his stretched out head lunges forward for an attack. But the younger clone dodges it and then pulls out some corpse magic and takes the big guy down in seconds. The fight gets over before anyone can even blink. Experiment no. 24 calls the younger clone the strongest one yet. Apparently, he has earned the title after winning 10 straight battles, which sounds both impressive and kind of weird. Meanwhile, the defeated clone just lies there and realizes that the younger one has hijacked his body cells. The younger clone does not waste time and finishes the job and moves on. No fuss. With the fight out of the way, Malfoy starts planning his next move. His goal is to turn this perfect clone into the ultimate weapon. He is going to teach him all about clone tech and dark gear so he can sneak into the elf tribe and gather intel. Experiment no. 24 suggests making a whole army of these perfect clones to conquer even more places. But Malfoy shuts the idea down and explains that perfection has its limits as it cannot be mass-produced. And if he divides himself too much, there will be nothing left of him. But this clone is special. Malfoy admits he gives it the one trait he hates most about himself, which is humbleness. Strangely though, this decision seems to make Malfoy feel better, like ditching humility finally makes him worthy of Elizabeth. The clone, however, clearly does not share the warm and fuzzy feelings. He glares at Elizabeth's clone, another one of Malfoy's projects, and shakes with rage. Experiment no. 24 warns Malfoy about some energy surge building up in the clone. The clone, who is fueled by anger, gets ready to attack Elizabeth's clone using corpse magic. But Malfoy gives the clone a sharp reminder to stay in his lane and reminds him why he exists in the first place. He is just a tool and nothing more, which is created to help him achieve his plans. The clone seems to back down, but back to the present, under the sacred tree, he drops a bombshell. He declares that he is not just a tool and has realized that he has his own purpose, which is to surpass Malfoy, kill Elizabeth, and live life on its own terms. Not exactly the kind of loyalty Malfoy was hoping for. On the other hand, Elizabeth and our boy are dealing with their own drama. Our hero wonders if Elizabeth has made a ton of enemies while climbing her way to the top. She does not deny it, which, let's be real, is probably a yes. The MC then starts feeling uneasy, as he realizes that being under Elizabeth's protection might also make him a target. But Elizabeth does not let it faze her. She wants him to focus on his ruined plan on building an alliance with the elf tribe, as the tribe is a total mess, with no decent leaders left to help him. The MC is too simple to think about the peace treaty in such chaos. Instead, he wants Elizabeth to deal with the mess. After all, it is the reason why she is here. Elizabeth, on the other hand, is annoyed that his plan was to use her from the start. While they keep bickering, the so-called perfect clone is ready to blow a fuse. He is not exactly thrilled about being ignored like some background character. Elizabeth has already figured out he is tied to the Dark Guild, but honestly, he could not care less about that, or even Malfoy. All he wants is to see them dead. Even though our hero has stripped him of his corpse magic earlier, the clone is not out of tricks. With the power of elves and his fancy dark gears, he decides it's time to get dramatic. With a loud crack of the sacred tree, he makes it clear that he is not messing around. Elizabeth, though, has seen enough. She knows what he is about and is not about to hold back anymore. Her magic hand shoots out and grabs him like a fly in a web. He cannot move an inch. Our boy, who is just too soft, asks her not to hurt Burrs and Evil, the father-daughter duo caught in the middle of this mess. So she moves them safely to him, and then turns back to the lunatic she has pinned down. She has questions like what the deal is with Amelia and those ridiculous rumors about her being revived. But the clone is too busy drowning in his own drama. Built as a tool to chase after Elizabeth, he has gone completely off the rails. His grand plan now is to deliver Elizabeth's dead body to Malfoy just to watch the guy lose his mind. Elizabeth starts to lose her cool, but the clone is not done. Fueled by whatever twisted grudge he has, he swallows the dark gear and breaks free of her magic and pulls out the Joker cards. Then, he summons the King Bomb, who is the Supreme Clown King, a 3-star demon god. The clown appears in all his glory, and the clone orders him to destroy them all. Elizabeth cannot stop getting irritated as a powerful being like the Supreme Clown, who is supposed to be a ruler of worlds, is now taking orders from this guy. It's embarrassing. Still, she is not about to take any chances. She prepares her defenses, just in case the clown's title is not just for show. The clown, though, is itching for a fight. He's been waiting for the chance to take on Elizabeth. Both of them are masters of dark magic, and he wants to prove who is better. Elizabeth uses her forbidden time zone as a defense while the clown throws some knives. But to her frustration, it does not work on him at all. The clown just stands there and brags about how his rules are stronger than hers. Elizabeth is starting to get fed up, but she is not stupid. It hits her that his skills are all tied to these so-called rules. She turns to the MC and hopes he will have some answers. But when our boy turns his face, the clown's reaction is instant. His eyes bulge, teeth bared like he has just seen a ghost. Apparently, meeting the creator of his precious rules is a little too much for him. The Supreme Clown King changes sides to Elizabeth and our boy just in time as Elizabeth's forbidden time zone shatters. Meanwhile, the so-called perfect clone stands there like a confused idiot who is lost on what is happening. He gets furious and accuses the clown of playing tricks on him and demands that he finish the job. After all, they have a deal. The clown, however, could not care less. What is he supposed to do with a broken, useless soul? Frame it and put it on display? He sends a surge of energy toward the clone, and he is gone. Just like that. Ashes to ashes, stupidity to dust. He then turns to Elizabeth in the MC and apologizes. Elizabeth, however, confirms that he wants to fight her. Our hero, meanwhile, is struggling to keep up. First, the clone just turned to ash, and now Elizabeth is chatting with someone like they are old acquaintances. Elizabeth, on the other hand, is still fuming over how downright evil the clone was. But the clown has enough for today. He never expected that after all this time, Elizabeth and our boy, who are supposed to be enemies, would now be acting like best buds. That is more shocking than anything else. With a final request asking Elizabeth to assure the MC that he won't cause trouble, he vanishes with the Joker cards falling into our boy's hands. Elizabeth warns our hero not to take these cards lightly, and that if the wrong person gets them, they are all doomed. Our boy points out that Burrs had them, and that did not burn the world down. Elizabeth now understands that if the user has good intentions, they can summon the 13 holy warriors. If not, then well, they will be possessed by black magic. She then turns her attention to the father and daughter in front of them. Tweelia is already dead and now she needs answers. She demands an explanation, but instead of talking, they just sit there looking like they forgot how words work. Our boy suggests giving them water. As he pours it over their undead-looking faces, they instantly heal back to normal. The MC cannot help but feel a little bitter and envious of them as magical users. The father and daughter immediately drop to their knees and beg for forgiveness. Burrs insists on taking the punishment, and then spills the truth that the elf tribe is corrupted by the Dark Guild. The enemy tricked them by using our boy's cards to their advantage. Evil adds that they were captured, have their magic drained, and after that, they remember nothing. Burrs himself blacked out after the clone sacrificed a ridiculous amount of life energy to recover the stolen deck. Elizabeth processes all of this and comes to a conclusion that their memories are tampered with. She then casts memory extraction magic, and the poor duo drops like flies. Our hero panics while Elizabeth scans through their memories but finds out that they are telling the truth all along. Our boy pours more water on them. Elizabeth, on the other hand, is deep in thought and trying to figure out where to get information. The entire elf tribe is practically crumbling, and their best leads just passed out. And right on cue, Blanchett pops up from underground and wants to help them. Blanchett slowly removes her eye patch and reveals a dark gear embedded in her eye, which she aggressively pulls out. Our hero watches this and feels a chill run down his spine. Elizabeth picks up the dark gear and inspects it. Blanchett, who is barely holding back the blood dripping from her eye, tries to earn Elizabeth's trust. But Elizabeth has other plans as she forcefully rips the memories straight out of her head. Blanchett collapses immediately, and our boy panics because, well, that is what he does best. But his panic turns to sheer flustered embarrassment when Elizabeth grabs his hand and decides they are watching the memories together. They see the Joker, the perfect clone, messing around with the sacred tree. He covers it with dark gear material, which transforms into eerie fruit. The elf eats it, and the other elves around become the Joker's personal puppets. Blanchett strikes the tree, but the tree kicks her right back hard. Under the Joker's control, the roots pin her down, and as a final touch, he drips the purple fluid into her eye. The next thing she knows, the dark gear fully takes over her. Soon after, Blanchett is delivering 100 high-ranking elves to the apostles. Then comes the part where Elizabeth watches herself in the memory, killing Blanchett. Blanchett's body lies motionless until the cartoon archer, a 5-star demon king, shows up out of nowhere and brings her back to life. Now, cut to the present, and they are all sitting together in what should be an incredibly tense moment. But Elizabeth is more focused on sipping the juice made by the MC, and she is mad. Not about the Joker, or Blanchett's past, or the memory invasion. No, she is furious because our hero has shared her juice with others. Our boy promises to make more for her once they get back home. Meanwhile, the father-daughter duo and Annie and Chi-Chi are happily enjoying their juice, each lost in their own thoughts. But the real shocker is that Blanchett is also sipping the juice, like she does not just go through a whole tragic backstory. Turns out she originally planned to sacrifice herself to save Burrs and Evil. She then hands Evil the number 4s of the card deck, and then an illusion of Nikita appears from the cards, leaving Burrs and Evil shocked. Somewhere up in the endless sky, Burrs is losing it. After what feels like forever, he finally has his wife back, and there is no way he is keeping his emotions in check. He crushes Nikita in a hug like he is trying to make up for all the lost time in one go, then calls for Evil, who hesitates to step forward. Nikita, seeing her like that, decides to explain that in the real world she has, well, died, but her soul has been reborn in the holy temple. Nikita steps closer, and just like that, their little family is back together. For now anyway. But there is no time to bask in the moment. Nikita has way too much to say and barely any time to say it. So she jumps straight in that her father dragged her back to the elf tribe, and in an act of self-sacrifice, she decided to dedicate herself to the sacred tree. Everything was all right until her soul gets yanked into a chaotic battlefield where warriors from different worlds were trapped. Turns out, a twisted clown god summoned them just to watch them fight to the death for his own entertainment. Faced with no other option, she and the others decided to fight back. Burrs, instead of looking appropriately concerned, is just watching Nikita with this ridiculously fond expression, like she is not talking about life and death battles, but instead rambling about what she had for lunch. Not that Nikita notices, as she is too busy making exaggerated gestures. She continues that how the clown god, being the cheating scumbag he was, started sending shadow armies at them. But they fought back. Then, he tried corrupting their fighters, and turned those who fell into creepy cartoon warriors. In the end, only 13 of them had the willpower to resist, and when the final battle came, she nearly got wiped out. And then comes the miracle of divine intervention as the creator split the chaotic realm apart, handed them holy powers, and even weakened the clown by splitting his shadow. Nikita pauses as she expects awe, or at least some reaction, only to realize that Burrs and Evil are too busy watching her adorable storytelling antics to actually listen. Burrs just pulls both her and Evil into another hug, to cherish what little time they have left. In gratitude, they thank the creator, who is obviously our boy, the all-powerful being who has no clue what is going on. Nikita then suddenly begins to fade, as according to her, the creator has given her a mission. She reassures them she is not really leaving, but she will always be watching over them and protecting them. Burrs and Nikita are left standing there, devastated, while back in the elf tribe, Elizabeth makes a rather interesting observation that Nikita's soul can travel between dimensions, even if only for brief moments. The MC has no idea how or why that works. Not surprising, considering he never seems to know anything about his own power. Meanwhile, Burrs and Evil, now brimming with newfound purpose, pledge eternal loyalty to our hero. Elizabeth, on the other hand, turns to him as she is curious how he has managed to manipulate dimensions, trap souls into forms, and summon them at will. Our boy has no idea what she is talking about. Then there is Chi-Chi, who is getting increasingly annoyed. Everyone has drunk the same magic juice, but somehow only Burrs and Evil get power-ups. Annie reasons that maybe it is because they started fighting the Dark Guild earlier, but that makes Chi-Chi start to self-doubt. And then Blanchett brings up a ridiculous request that she wants Elizabeth and the MC to resurrect the entire elf tribe. Elizabeth, who is already done with everyone's nonsense, shuts it down immediately. But our hero suggests that if anyone can pull it off, it is definitely Elizabeth. Elizabeth lays out the harsh reality that resurrecting an entire tribe is not just difficult, it is impossible. She can only revive a handful of people at a time, and they are talking about an entire civilization. On top of that, the corpses are still tainted with dark energy, meaning any revival attempt will likely backfire. And even if, by some miracle, they manage to bring the elves back, they won't last long. The tribe has always relied on the sacred tree for survival, and with it gone, their revival will only lead to another slow, painful extinction. Our boy then comes up with a much simpler idea to plant a new tree. Our boy takes one look at the sacred tree's roots and immediately knows that there is no saving those. Instead of wasting time, he scoops up some soil and finds it similar to the one back home. The problem is that if he plants new seeds from outside, they will take forever to grow into a proper tree. Elizabeth watches him and wonders if he is seriously thinking of replanting the sacred tree. Blanchett, on the other hand, is convinced our hero has officially lost it. The original tree was born from the sacrifice of the first patriarch, Twilia, something that cannot be recreated. But the MC, being the MC, seems to have found a way around that inconvenience. He just needs a little help. Before he can even finish asking, the father-daughter duo, Annie and Chi-Chi, throw their hands up like eager students in class. But he only needs Chi-Chi. And just like that, the girl who was sulking about feeling useless 5 minutes ago is now beaming like she won the lottery. Our boy asks for the branch she brought from home. She hands it over, and he mentions that it's not much use to her anyway. Now, any rational person would take that at face value. But Chi-Chi decides that he is utterly disappointed in her performance, that he is taking away the legendary sacred wood sword, and that she must now embark on a journey of self-reflection. Girl, it's a regular tree branch, not a divine artifact. Get a grip. While our hero walks off to do something actually productive, Chi-Chi punches the ground and vows to never let such a humiliation happen again. The father and daughter duo also misreads the situation and are convinced that the MC just used Chi-Chi as a walking caution sign for them. Evil tries to comfort Chi-Chi not to feel bad because at least she is stronger than them. And then there's Annie. Of course, she cannot be left out of the overthinking club. She decides that since she was with Chi-Chi the whole time but still too weak, our boy did not even bother reprimanding her. Chi-Chi refuses to let anyone call her the Sword Saint ever again and swears that she will carry this shame for the rest of her life. Elizabeth, meanwhile, is just relieved. In her mind, our hero scolded Chi-Chi in public to set an example for the others. At the same time, she is also curious about how exactly he plans to regrow the tree. Large-scale resurrection? Impossible. Magic? He does not have any. Violating the laws of nature? Well, that would be a new one. While everyone else is busy with existential crises, the MC calmly plants the branch into the ground. Then, like he is watering a backyard plant, he pours water over it. To top it off, he adds some fertilizer. Normally, it would take half a month for the roots to develop. But then the plant starts growing like it's on steroids. The ground trembles, roots spread at an alarming speed, and branches shoot out in every direction. And just like that, the sacred tree springs back to life, with the elves along with it. The tree world has officially arrived, and the Holy Land's barrier is gone now. Our hero, as always, is utterly clueless about what just happened and turns to Elizabeth for an explanation. Meanwhile, flowers bloom on the branches, and the elves begin coming out, looking like they just woke up from the longest nap in history. The moment the sacred tree's flowers start to bloom, the entire elf tribe is engulfed in an overwhelming surge of magic. Blanchett stands there, absolutely dumbfounded. Apparently magic floods the land, and now their tribe is full of resurrected elves. But the sacred tree is still in its early growth stage. Once it matures, the blessings it will bestow will make the first-generation tree look like a mere houseplant. Meanwhile, the MC stares at the branch he planted and tries to process how it grew so fast. Then, like a delayed light bulb moment, he realizes it's because the elf tribe is practically overflowing with magic. He then starts crying over his lack of magic, completely oblivious to the fact that he is the one who caused all of this in the first place. Elizabeth, on the other hand, is fuming. If she attempts something like this using dark magic, she would have to sacrifice 10 times her lifespan. And while she can recover, she would be out of commission for a good while. But then there is our hero, casually resurrecting an entire tribe like it's no big deal without even casting a spell. Someone please, make it make sense for her. She tries to rationalize it as she knows the basics. The flower buds serve as homes for wandering souls, and the roots reconstruct their bodies. Simple enough, but the final step, which is injecting a spirit into a body, is not something magic is supposed to do. Now she is wondering if it's the water and fertilizer he brought from home. Sure, they are packed with magic, but creating life is a bit of a stretch. If those are not the key, then the only remaining explanation is that he is not just some random guy, but he is a divine being. This realization makes her drop to the ground. Even the clown demon called him the creator, and at this point, she is starting to believe it. Meanwhile, Burrs turns to Evil to ask if she can feel the presence of the elves. Evil confirms that there are a lot of them, but honestly, she is still stuck on the fact that our boy resurrected an entire tribe. Chi-Chi is equally shocked. The very same branch that was utterly useless in her hands turned into something miraculous in his. And Annie feels so insignificant in the grand scheme of things that she does not even have the courage to look our hero in the eyes. But the MC claims that he only helped a little and that the real work is up to them, specifically the young saplings that still need someone to nurture them. Blanchett, however, is having a full-blown identity crisis. She once harmed her people while under the Dark Guild's control, and only an elder should be entrusted with the sacred tree's care. So, instead of dealing with that responsibility, she shoves it onto Evil, arguing that since Evil's mother once saved her, Evil should become the new elder. Burrs and Evil are left speechless, but before Evil can protest, our boy backs the idea that Evil's mixed heritage might help change the elf tribe's outdated traditions. Burrs reminds Evil of her mother's words to stay with the hero and do their best. And just like that, Evil is dragged into the role, while Blanchett enthusiastically promises to support her as general. Let's be real, their excitement is probably less about rebuilding the tribe, and more about keeping the MC happy. Annie then mentions that the Card Guild and the Elf Tribe will now be in charge of protecting the southern region of the continent, fighting against the Dark Guild. As things finally settle, our boy suggests heading home, but then he notices Elizabeth looking particularly moody. He gives her a poke and is confused by her sudden gloom, but before she can say anything, Chi-Chi cuts in. She has a problem that ever since she started practicing Tai Chi's sword techniques, her swordsmanship has felt off. Her once unfocused magic is now flaring up unpredictably during combat, making her feel like she is fighting against herself rather than her enemies. So, she wants our hero's help to figure out what is wrong. Our hero then decides to tell her the truth. It turns out that the MC has forgotten, and suggests that Chi-Chi should go to the Sword Saint Guild to improve her swordsmanship. The moment the words leave his mouth, Burrs, Evil, and Annie look at him like he has just suggested a fish take swimming lessons. Chi-Chi? The same Chi-Chi who basically invented the sword techniques in that guild? They cannot decide whether to be shocked or just deeply concerned for her. Chi-Chi, on the other hand, is going through a minor existential crisis. After all, she is the one who has trained the others. Before her self-doubt can twist further, our boy clarifies that it's not what he means. What has truly impressed him is the Tai Chi sword's final move, the sword-less form. He has seen Ching use it during the Tatano Town competition, and it has stuck with him ever since. Unfortunately, unlike Ching, he does not have magic, so pulling off that flashy energy sword trick is a no-go for him. And just as Chi-Chi is about to process that gem of wisdom, our hero points at her. Before she can even blink, it feels like her soul is doing a quick getaway. It zooms through the air, lands on a sword, and suddenly, she is in a temple floating somewhere in the sky. There is a group of kids practicing swordsmanship, with an old man overseeing them like some kind of sage. The kids, on signal from the old man, rush to attack her. Chi-Chi hits the ground and her sword lies beside her. Next thing she knows, she is young again, wearing new clothes, and joining the kids in their training. She meditates by a waterfall, gets knocked around by the kids, and by the end of it all, she is sipping tea with the old man. Chi-Chi stands on the still water, all while holding her sword and swinging it around. But then she coughs up blood, and the sword slips right out of her hand. It sinks straight into the water. Not that she cares. She just keeps going like nothing happened. Fast forward a few years, and Chi-Chi is no longer the young warrior. Now she has become a lady and is sweeping up autumn leaves while the kids have their little fun running around. The wind flings the kids into a giant pile of leaves. Chi-Chi, however, just keeps sweeping. A bit later, she shares the tea with the old man who asks if she has learnt the way of Tai Chi yet. Chi-Chi pauses and realizes that's what she came here for. She admits she has kind of forgotten. The man tells her it's time to return, but he has some wise words. Forget controlling Tai Chi and just become one with it. Chi-Chi, however, is curious about the man's identity. With a smile, he introduces himself as Zhang Sanfeng. As Chi-Chi is gone, Feng waits to see who else shows up next. Our boy watches as Chi-Chi meditates mid-air and her aura surges with newfound strength, and she officially becomes a 4-star demon king. Annie processes what just happened. Even Burrs and Evil seem a little shaken, though at this point, our hero casually helping people reach insane power levels starts to feel like normal. Chi-Chi expresses her gratitude to the MC. Not that our boy has any clue what he did to help, so he just accepts the thanks like a true professional. Regardless, she sticks to his advice. Instead of obsessing over swordsmanship like a battle-crazed maniac, she has decided to dedicate herself to Tai Chi. With that, she vanishes, leaving our hero to marvel at the fact that the stronger someone is, the more unpredictable they seem to be. Maybe it's a side effect of all that power. He then turns to Burrs and Evil to ask about their next moves and whether they need Elizabeth to teleport them somewhere. Evil wants to stick around and slowly get familiar with the elf tribe. Burrs, on the other hand, declares that he will be moving the Card Guild's headquarters there and helping Evil manage things. Meanwhile, Annie, who is still dizzy from her last teleportation experience, decides to take the scenic route back, riding a puppet instead. She thanks our boy for his help, but keeps her next destination a mystery. With everything wrapped up, our hero signals Elizabeth to leave and pokes her, and the two disappear. Out in the desert, Chi-Chi soars across the sky while Ash and Elder Bali find themselves in a rather unfortunate situation that is facing off against Farazdak, the president of the Giant Beast Guild. Ash has realized why a Giant Beast Guild member turned into an apostle during the last competition. Elder Bali, on the other hand, still struggles to accept that the once simple-minded beasts have turned into this mess. Farazdak lunges forward. Ash quickly warns Elder Bali that their opponent is at Demon Lord level and waits for instructions while skillfully dodging the attack. But Elder Bali reminds Ash not to underestimate himself, especially after drinking that supposedly legendary barley tea that somehow boosts his strength to Demon Lord level 2. Elder Bali then draws his sword and sends sharp needles piercing into Farazdak's body. Ash traps Farazdak with a mysterious liquid that solidifies like concrete and then launches into an all-out attack. He pours every ounce of power into his swordsmanship skill, unleashes maximum amplitude, and aims to crush Farazdak completely. Ash goes all out to attack Farazdak with everything he has and traps him in a whirlwind of grinding vibrations. Sure, Ash does not have the sharpness of the famed blue sword, but he does not need that when sheer stubbornness and hard work can make up for it. At least, that is what Elder Bali seems to think. As the vibrations settle, Ash pulls out his sword, and Elder Bali praises him and mentions that if he just believes in himself, he will surpass even the legendary blue sword one day. Ash appreciates the compliment, but he is not in some rivalry drama. He just wants to improve, step by step, without worrying about beating anyone. But then, Farazdak shatters the barrier around him with an explosion. Ash immediately senses the ominous aura. Elder Bali wants Ash to quit panicking and activate his sword shield. Doing as told, Ash summons a massive sword shield. But Farazdak barely lifts a finger and flicks it apart like it's made of paper. Ash coughs up blood and crashes right into Elder Bali. The two end up buried in the sand. Meanwhile, Farazdak has his own main character moment, as he radiates dark energy like a newly promoted boss villain. He is no longer just an enemy, but he is an awakened demon king now. And with the chaotic power of the Dark Sea, he feels unstoppable. The whole dark gear thing is just a stepping stone, and now he sees everyone below him as ants and is absolutely convinced that he has surpassed Malfoy. A little early for that kind of confidence, but sure. Before he can bask in his newfound glory, Chi-Chi arrives and slices him clean in half. She then turns to Elder Bali and questions why he is even here instead of guarding the guild's headquarters. Elder Bali explains that he brought Ash south to investigate a so-called small nation that might have something useful against the Dark Guild. Meanwhile, the Sword Saint Guild is busy repelling attacks and has sent its 10 colored swords into the demon realm to gather intel. But now that he thinks about it, there is no small nation here, which means that he has been played by the MC, Elizabeth, and Burrs. Chi-Chi decides that it's best to haul them back to the guild first, but she will need Elder Bali's help to summon everyone as she has got some big news to drop. Over in the Demon Realm Goblin Cave, the beastman who once sold competition tickets to Elizabeth and our boy is now rethinking his life choices. He has heard that the goblins there are nothing like the ones outside, but are completely wild, aggressive, and utterly unreasonable. The green-haired boy, though, tells him to relax. They have got the green sword and Travis with them, so if the goblins turn out to be savages, they will just handle it. Travis, on the other hand, is only here to return a favor to the Sword Saint Guild, and would probably rather be anywhere else. The girl in their group does not share their confidence, especially after hearing the rumors. The Beastman himself is not exactly thrilled either. He is used to making a profit from selling tickets, not from missions that involve dying. But a bounty is a bounty, and he is here for the reward. The green-haired boy reassures him he will be protected, though how reassuring that actually is remains questionable. Just then, the girl stiffens as the magic sensor goes off the charts. Something is coming, and not just one thing but a lot of things. A group of goblins surrounds them. The green-haired boy grips his cactus-like weapon tightly and readies himself to fight. In seconds, both sides rush at each other, and the cave turns into a full-blown massacre. In the middle of all this chaos, Travis leans against the cave wall and tries to process what is even happening. But before he can make sense of anything, something massive comes crashing down on his head. And just like that, he is dead. The rest of the group does not fare any better. They are all lying lifeless, leaving only one survivor, the terrified girl whose hands are bound tightly with ropes. The goblins eye her in the most disgusting way possible, with their grins making their ugly faces even uglier. The cave fills with her terrified screams. Meanwhile, one goblin, who is covered in some unknown liquid, laughs and behaves strangely. Ruth watches as the barbaric creatures grovel before her like obedient pets. She presses the dark gear to her chest and absorbs its power. A dark aura swirls around her, and just like that, she ascends to a 5-star demon sovereign. She then commands someone to reveal themselves. A bug-like creature crawls forward, and from its disgusting insides, Azathoth emerges. He gets straight to the point that if she wants the dark gear's power, she might as well go all in and hunt for the seeds of Malfoy. Ruth knows that Azathoth and Malfoy are not exactly on friendship terms, so she is curious about his reason for offering to hand over something so valuable. She reasons that maybe he is looking to backstab. She then uses her attraction magic around him and fully expects him to fall under her spell like countless others before. But Azathoth barely blinks. Instead, he wants her to stop wasting her magic, as he has no desires, no interest, and absolutely no time for whatever she is trying to pull. Now that's a first. Her charm magic can even bend demon lords to their knees, yet this guy is completely unaffected. That could only mean that he is at least at the Demon King level. Now she is doubting herself. Azathoth catches on immediately and tells her the dark gear is just a stepping stone. If she is serious about power, she should ditch the training wheels and sign a contract with him. In return, he will grant her chaotic energy strong enough to let her skip the Demon Lord stage entirely and ascend straight to the Demon King level, something 1,000 dark gears could not even dream of matching. His reason is simple. Her charm magic is valuable, but he is not here to play mind games. The choice is entirely hers. Ruth does not need to think twice. If a deal with the devil gets her the power she wants, then so be it. Our boy has managed to grow the 5 elements pea in his backyard, a feat he is quite proud of. He hopes the plants will all get along, but from the way the rest of the garden glares at the new arrival, it looks like the poor thing has just crashed an exclusive plant party. Our hero goes inside the house, where Elizabeth lounges like a bored queen. He suggests eating some freshly picked apples, but Elizabeth decides that processed snacks are far superior. When he warns her not to eat too much junk, she finds him unbearably noisy and just focuses on sipping her cold drink. The MC cannot figure out why she has been acting like a ticking time bomb since they returned from the elf tribe. She is not just upset, but she is straight up bullying the poor soda bottle. His imagination goes into overdrive that she must be disappointed in him. After all, he has no magic, cannot swing a sword to save his life, and is basically the definition of average. But still, he has helped unite the outside forces against the Dark Guild. Sure, he had to borrow her name to do it, but that still counts as an achievement. Elizabeth, on the other hand, is into her own existential crisis. She just cannot process that how is our boy bending the rules that apply to normal beings? If he can just defy logic like that, then there is no point to all her blood, sweat, and training. She feels like the stepping stone for his success, but he is not even trying to be famous. He is living in isolation and completely uninterested in glory. So maybe the real issue is that she has overestimated herself. No matter how much she struggles, she cannot surpass him. She then decides to abandon all ambition and flops down, hoping sleep will fix her problems. Our hero, in his infinite wisdom, observes her mood swings and of course lands on the most brilliant conclusion possible, that she is on her period. Never mind that they have been living together for over a year and he has never noticed anything like this before. But she is a demon queen, so maybe things work differently for her. He chooses to live and let live and calls her for lunch. She drags herself to the table, looking like the weight of the world is on her shoulders. He has made her favorite curry rice, but even that does not cheer her up. She swallows the food in one big bite without acknowledging his efforts. She then goes back to eat more snacks, but he opens the lid of the stew pot and proudly reveals a soup made with red dates, eggs, and tremella, stewed with brown sugar for added nourishment. He scoops some into a spoon, blows on it to cool it down, and holds it out for her. But Elizabeth, still stuck in her doom and gloom mindset, somehow sees this as an act of villainy. In her eyes, he is radiating dark energy and offering her some cursed potion. Still, she takes a sip. And just like that, she is no longer in the MC's dingy kitchen. She is transported to an extravagant illusion, an enormous hot spring of brown sugar, where Aunt Egg, Granny Red Date, and Miss Tremella are waiting to pamper her with an elite, all-inclusive spa experience. They are here to nourish her yin, beautify her skin, and remind her that sometimes all you need to fix your life is a good bowl of stew. Elizabeth has absolutely no idea what is going on as they pour some weird brown sugar broth all over her. Once they finally shove her onto a mat, Elizabeth is completely confused. Miss Tremella takes her hand, starts massaging her fingers, and calmly tells her to close her eyes and enjoy. As if Elizabeth could do anything else when it feels this good. She cannot pull her hand away no matter how hard she tries. Then Aunt Egg shows up and slathers some egg liquid on her back. Elizabeth wants to resist, but it's like her body is just melting into the sensation. And then, just when she thinks it cannot get weirder, Granny Red Date walks in. Aunt Egg mentions that Elizabeth is not quite ready for whatever is coming next, but her foundation is solid enough to handle it. Elizabeth looks at the trembling old woman and wonders how she is supposed to be intimidated by her. But then Granny stretches, and suddenly, she is a muscle-bound beast. Elizabeth starts to panic, but before she can make a run for it, Granny grabs her leg like she is trying to snap it in half and makes it clear that she is not going easy on her. Elizabeth's eyes well up, but Aunt Egg is over there, all calm and collected, and reassures her that Granny's foot massage will totally help her blood circulation. Before Elizabeth can protest, Granny starts smacking her foot like she is trying to tenderize a steak. Elizabeth screams. Before you miss it, Miss Tremella is a 9-star saint, so she is all about nourishing yin. Aunt Egg is an 11-star saint and is responsible for the whole beauty thing. And Granny Red Date is a 17-star saint who, by the way, is apparently above the demon god and is master of blood replenishing. Whether she wants it or not, Elizabeth's power level skyrockets, and she transforms into a 8-star demon god. Back at the house, our hero asks Elizabeth how she is feeling after eating that delightful stew. He notices her face is a bit red and wonders if it helped her at all. He even asks if the taste difference was too much for her, which, of course, Elizabeth interprets as him reminding her he is superior to her. Her mood sinks right back to rock bottom. Our boy looks completely lost and decides to leave her be, as his food therapy was a total bust. The MC is not in the mood to deal with Elizabeth today. The rules of menstruation are in effect, and Elizabeth's mood swings are making everything unbearable. Using training with Alpha as an excuse, he sneaks out, only to realize Alpha is nowhere to be found. He figures that he must be off somewhere with Wang Chai, his latest best buddy. Meanwhile, Alpha is indeed with Wang Chai, but his patience is wearing thin. A strange sound has been following him around, and it's messing with his sleep. Wang Kai, however, hears nothing and assumes Alpha is just making up another excuse to be lazy. But before they can get into a pointless debate, Wang Chai suddenly stiffens as it picks up a suspicious sound a few kilometers away. It warns Alpha to be on guard. Somewhere not too far away, Ruth is sprinting all while calling for help as goblins chase her. Of course, it's all part of the plan. She can already see the place where our boy and Elizabeth live, and things are moving smoothly for her. Azathoth had given her a mission, which is to eliminate Elizabeth, the very person Malfoy is obsessed with. Not that Ruth cares about Malfoy's weird obsessions. She does not know where exactly Azathoth, the so-called Sea of Darkness, came from, but if he can promote her to Demon King, then he is clearly in a whole different league. She is not picky about who she works with. Whoever gives her the best deal wins. Her charm ability is her greatest weapon, and she knows how to use it. It lets her deceive and take down opponents much stronger than her, which is precisely why Azathoth wants to work with her. She is confident that even if Elizabeth is a tough opponent, she can just manipulate our hero, who is after all a man. But before she can finish that thought, an explosion shakes the ground. Ruth blinks and sees that the goblins chasing her are gone. All that's left is a massive crater. These were not just any goblins either. They were demon sovereigns, enhanced with dark gears, and essential to her plan. Yet someone had just wiped them out in a blink. Before she can recover, Wang Chai's weapons lock onto her, and it demands to know who she is. She can feel that one wrong move, and she will be joining the goblins in the afterlife. Alpha, however, sees something completely different. In his eyes, Ruth is just a poor, helpless girl being hunted by monsters. He scolds Wang Chai for scaring her and puffs out his chest and proudly introduces himself as the right-hand man of the legendary hero, the MC. Wang Chai calls him an idiot. Instead of spilling classified information to a complete stranger, it wants Alpha to let it do its job first. Ruth, on the other hand, is internally panicking. She has no clue what Wang Chai even is, but if it scans her too closely, it might uncover something she really, really does not want it to know. So, she does what she does best and casts her attraction spell. Alpha's vision blurs and suddenly he is somewhere else. Our hero stands beside him and is clad in armor. They train together, fight monsters, and share some deep warrior camaraderie. And in the end, our boy wields Alpha, cutting down their enemy. Our hero now reaches Elizabeth's territory in Alpha's ridiculous fantasy, and as expected, the legendary hero does what he does best, wrecks everything in his path, and wins. With the battle over, he turns to Alpha and gives him a rare moment of appreciation for sticking by his side through thick and thin. But before they can bask in victory, another story begins that is the grand fairy tale of Wang Chai. The little dog is having the time of its life, running around our boy who, for some reason, is actually indulging it. He even shields it from Elizabeth's anger. Meanwhile, Ruth stands there, positively glowing with confidence that her charm has done its job. But Wang Chai snaps out of the daydreaming and picks up on a virus. It aims its weapons at Ruth and demands answers. Sure, she does not seem dangerous, but Wang Chai operates on one simple principle. When in doubt, eliminate the problem. Alpha, on the other hand, is off in his own world and is completely useless to the current situation. Ruth, however, is still trying to wrap her head around the fact that her Demon King magic failed. To add insult to injury, Elizabeth, a literal demon queen, is just chilling somewhere, and Ruth fears that she will die even without meeting her. Just then, our hero arrives, looking for Wang Chai and Alpha. The second Wang Chai spots him, it instantly retracts all its weapons and bolts toward him like a loyal pet. Our boy heard some commotion, so he came here to check. Upon seeing him, Ruth realizes that this man is not just some random warrior. He is the legendary hero, which means he is a nightmare to deal with. But everyone knows the classic hero saves the beauty trope always works. Before she can even start her act, the MC notices Alpha grinning like an idiot. He asks what is so funny. Alpha, of course, gives no response. Our hero then helps him out with a solid slap to the face. That does the trick. With Alpha finally back to reality, our boy decides he has far better things to do, like chopping wood. Without so much as a glance in Ruth's direction, he walks off. Ruth waits, then waits some more. When it becomes painfully clear that our hero has zero interest in her, she finally gives up and asks for help. Back at the house, Elizabeth is snacking away when Wang Chai and Alpha return, followed by our boy and, much to her irritation, Ruth. Before Elizabeth can even process this unwelcome addition, Ruth decides to go full drama mode. She stumbles, pretends to feel dizzy, and claims she needs to rest. Elizabeth just stares. The MC suggests she rest on the sofa while he goes to make her some tea. Elizabeth's aura is so intense it might as well be a death sentence. Wang Kai and Alpha are frozen in place and are absolutely terrified. But their fear does not save them as Elizabeth launches Wang Chai outside with a kick that could probably send it to another dimension. Alpha instantly reverts to sword form. Wang Chai scrambles to explain that this is all just a big misunderstanding. But Elizabeth is not interested in explanations, but just justice. And by justice, she means beating it senseless for bringing home yet another uninvited guest and completely ignoring her warnings. Ruth watches the so-called demon queen turning Wang Chai into a punching bag. She has no idea what started this, but she sees an opportunity, and she is not about to waste it. If Elizabeth and Wang Chai are at odds, this is the perfect time to strike. She eyes our boy and plans to use him and Alpha to take down Elizabeth. She then casts an attraction spell on him. Nothing happens. She tries again. Still nothing. The MC, instead of falling under her spell, notices her twitching eyes and assumes she is unwell. So, like the thoughtful idiot he is, he hands her a cup of barley tea. Ruth, barely swallowing her irritation, takes it. Our boy, who is completely oblivious to her scheming, just wants her to recover so they can send her back to the outer town and be done with it. The moment Ruth takes a sip, something shifts. A wave of power surges through her, her veins darken and bulge, and just like that, she is now a 2-star demon king. The cup slips from her hands and falls on the ground. Our boy immediately assumes that it's due to an allergy. Before he can think further, Elizabeth appears and explains that Ruth, just like Chi-Chi, has been infected ever since signing a contract with the Sea of Darkness. Our boy suggests that Elizabeth should just save her, same as before, but Elizabeth immediately shuts him down. He gave Ruth that tea knowing it would force her to cancel the contract, and now he expects her to clean up the mess, and she is absolutely not doing it. Ruth, who is still struggling, manages to glare at them and mention something about them showing off the greatness of the Creator. Then, out of nowhere, a dark mass escapes her mouth. The writhing creature tries to lash out and aims a curse at Elizabeth with chaotic energy. It does not even get the chance. The vacuum robot swallows it whole before it can do anything. The MC, who had been bracing for disaster, stares in shock, but now feels relieved that it was just some dirt. Elizabeth orders Ruth to start talking. Ruth puts on her best pitiful act and swears she had no choice in all this. But deep down, she is still trying to wrap her head around what just happened and how her contract with Azathoth broke so easily. Honestly, even she did not see this coming. Elizabeth, however, is not buying it. The sheer pressure of the Demon Queen's presence pressing down on Ruth like a weight she cannot escape. Suddenly, she feels very small. Our hero, who has probably had enough of Elizabeth's temper these days, reminds Elizabeth that terrifying the guest might not be the best strategy, and calmly tells Ruth to explain things. Ruth then does something no one saw coming and throws herself at our hero's leg. The MC freezes while Elizabeth looks 1 second away from setting Ruth on fire. Ruth hurriedly spills everything. The Dark Guild has teamed up with Azathoth and forced her to work for them. She totally did not want to do anything bad, so she ran away. But it turns out they left her a little parting gift inside her body. She throws in some fake tears for good measure and pleads for our boy to save her. Our hero tells her he will help, but only if she lets go of him first. Sometime later, Ruth reappears in a fresh set of clothes, looking slightly more put together. Elizabeth points out that the MC made those clothes for her, not Ruth, and makes it clear that she is leaving tomorrow. Ruth confesses that she was originally sent to assassinate Elizabeth, but after being purified by our boy, she is apparently turned into a new person. If Elizabeth wants her gone, she will leave, but if our hero wants her to stay, she won't disobey him either. She also mentions how heroes tend to fall for a pretty lady, and, well, Elizabeth is not exactly giving it her best shot. Elizabeth takes a look at her body and then casts a spell. A second later, she is back in her perfect, radiant form. The effect is instant, and Ruth's confidence wavers. Elizabeth reminds Ruth of her place. Tension crackles between them as a not-so-friendly competition kicks off. But before things get really interesting, the MC walks back in. Ruth sees an opportunity and takes it. She grabs Elizabeth's hand and slaps herself with it. Then, with the biggest, most innocent eyes she can muster, she sobs that our hero must not blame Elizabeth, because it's all her fault. Our boy tries to calm the situation, and suggests that this must all be a misunderstanding. Ruth is now convinced that she is winning. As long as she keeps playing the poor victim, he will take her side. Elizabeth, however, has reached her limit and openly admits that she does want to beat Ruth up. Ruth immediately turns to the MC for help because apparently he is the referee now. Our hero comes to a decision that Elizabeth must have her reasons. Maybe she can still sense something evil in Ruth. Either way, he tells Ruth to cooperate, even if Elizabeth's methods are a little intense. With that, he turns and walks off, leaving Ruth at the mercy of a very not amused demon queen. Ruth's brilliant plan to frame Elizabeth goes perfectly if you consider perfectly meaning a total failure. She stands there trembling with fear, while Elizabeth barely spares her a glance. She turns to leave, and does not consider Ruth a threat. Ruth stands there gritting her teeth. Outside, Wang Kai is repairing the damages caused by the Devil Queen, that is, Elizabeth, on the poor puppy. Inside, Ruth just finishes a bowl of braised pork rice and finds herself leveling up to a 3-star demon king. Our boy offers her more, but Ruth, already feeling like a stuffed turkey, declines. She can barely handle the first round, but part of her screams for more. Our hero, however, does not even bat an eye as he piles more food onto Elizabeth's already overflowing plate. But then it hits Ruth. Maybe Elizabeth and the MC are not just eating. Maybe they are eating like gods. She realizes that they might be way beyond the Demon King level, and this whole world might just have power levels she cannot even begin to comprehend. That is when it clicks. Elizabeth has willingly given up everything to stay with him, and now, Ruth is absolutely determined to get our hero for herself. She decides to play it cool and makes a joke about Elizabeth's eating habits, all while hoping to drive a wedge between her and our boy. But our hero just smiles because he is the happiest when Elizabeth enjoys his cooking. Not to be outdone, Ruth turns on the charm and wishes that someone would cook for her every day. Elizabeth's face immediately sours, but it's just how Ruth wanted it. She makes it sound like Elizabeth has taken the MC's cooking for granted. She continues her relentless flattery about our boy being the best cook she has ever met. Our hero is blissfully unaware of the sabotage happening right under his nose. His eyes are fixed on Elizabeth, whose mood has clearly taken a bad turn. She is upset, and that is making him uneasy. Later, Ruth takes a bath, and after using the MC's magical body wash, she shoots up to a 4-star Demon King. All of a sudden, world domination does not seem so far-fetched. She has never been interested in ruling, but now, she realizes that if she can get him for herself, she can have everything she has ever wanted. She makes up her mind then and there. Her old self is dead to her. Ruth's only goal from now on is our boy. After her bath, she asks him to bring her some clothes, but of course, he does not hear her properly. So, she emerges from the bathroom wrapped in nothing but our hero's towel. She walks over to the couch and plops down between the MC and Elizabeth, completely ignoring any notion of personal space. Then she leans in closer to our boy and sticks to him like an overly clingy leech. Ruth collapses onto the sofa while our boy gets up to find some clothes for her. He escapes again, but she is not too worried. There will be plenty of chances, and as long as she keeps going after him, he will eventually fall. Before she can plan her next move, a cold, dark hand clamps over her mouth. Elizabeth stands in front of her with a deadly aura. Originally, she had no interest in wasting her time on someone as insignificant as Ruth. But now she is curious. Ruth is from the Dark Guild, and that makes her worth questioning. But Ruth does not fear. Instead, she prepares to trap Elizabeth in an illusion of a 4-star Demon King. A perfect plan, except for the tiny problem that the moment she blinks, she is the one standing in a prisoner's uniform, tied up in a torture cell. Elizabeth strolls in and looks completely unbothered. Ruth panics that Elizabeth should be the one caught in her illusion, not standing here like she owns the place. But it turns out that Elizabeth let herself get caught just so she could drag Ruth in with her. Ruth warns her about our hero finding out, but Elizabeth has already thought of that. She has adjusted the illusion with 1 hour in there equals 10 seconds outside. By the time it ends, Ruth won't remember a thing. Ruth now realizes what is happening. Elizabeth wants her to back off from the MC. Well, she is not going anywhere. She has worked way too hard for this, and she knows that if she sticks with our boy, her future is limitless. And even if Elizabeth does kill her, Ruth is confident he will bring her back. Elizabeth does not understand what is cooking inside her head. She just wants to know about Amelia. But Ruth denies knowing her, so Elizabeth starts beating her. Ruth cries in pain and insists she has no clue. But Elizabeth is not buying it. The Dark Guild is not completely wiped out, and Amelia has been missing. That means Ruth might have her. Elizabeth keeps hitting her, and Ruth keeps swearing she knows nothing, but Elizabeth is not stopping. And the worst part is that she knows she is not just doing this for information alone. But there is something oddly satisfying about seeing Ruth suffer. Maybe it's revenge, or maybe it's because a part of her is jealous over our hero, but she is totally not going to admit that. Elizabeth sees the MC walk in wearing a different outfit and immediately snaps out of the illusion. Our hero is holding up a shirt, asking if it's big enough, but before he can even finish, Elizabeth bolts out of the house like it's on fire. Meanwhile, Ruth is half unconscious on the sofa and mumbles something about letting her go and promising she won't do that again. Our boy just stands there as if he has no idea what is going on. Night falls, and Ruth, now wrapped in a blanket, tries to piece together what happened during the day. For someone supposedly powerful, she feels like an ant in front of Elizabeth and the MC, tiny, helpless, and just waiting to get stepped on. Shaking it off, she decides she is not going to go down without a fight. But just as she turns toward the window, she freezes. Elizabeth is standing there watching her. Ruth does the only logical thing and buries herself deeper under the blanket. Earlier, Elizabeth had reminded our hero that no one is allowed to sleep in his bed anymore. She knew exactly what he was trying to do by saving Ruth, pushing her buttons, and waiting for a reaction. Too bad for him. Emotions were not something even the almighty creator could control. But once Ruth is gone, Elizabeth decides it is time to challenge him again. In her mind, she still has a shot at winning. Morning arrives and our boy wakes up to a sight he never expected. Ruth cleaning the lounge. He tells her there is no need since they have a robotic vacuum. Then he turns to Elizabeth, expecting an explanation. Elizabeth just does not care. Ruth insists she is cleaning because she made a mess yesterday. But the truth is that Elizabeth had been watching her all morning, and Ruth needed something, anything, to escape that level of discomfort. And well, proving that she is not completely powerless in front of the Demon Queen wouldn't hurt either. Our hero takes Ruth's hand to help her up. Elizabeth, watching this little moment unfold, has had just about enough. She slams the glass onto the table and then grabs the mop from our boy's hand. If it's such a big deal, she will mop the floor herself. But the MC, of course, does not let go. Because, in his mind, her rules mean her period is going on, and no way is he letting her touch cold water during them. Elizabeth realizes that this argument is going nowhere. Let's go, and our hero turns away to take a bath. He had noticed earlier that she drank the red date and wolfberry tea he made for her, which is his proof that her period is not over yet. He wonders if she is having stomach pains and figures the whole mopping the floor out of nowhere act was just another one of her impulsive episodes. Either way, he is relieved that the crisis is averted. Ruth, who watched this ridiculous exchange, cannot help but poke fun at Elizabeth. Elizabeth reminds her that she needs to leave that day with no extensions. The weight of reality crashes down on Ruth. The MC might be a treasure, but with Elizabeth guarding him like a dragon over gold, there is no way she is getting anywhere near him. With that in mind, she makes the smartest decision of the day and decides to give up. Our boy has prepared egg noodles for breakfast. Ruth asks Elizabeth if she can have some. Elizabeth wants her to eat and get lost. Ruth, however, treats the meal like it's the Last Supper and her final gift from our hero. The MC asks if she is really leaving. Elizabeth confirms that she will teleport Ruth away after breakfast and checks if he has any complaints. He does not, except for one minor thing. They should inform Burrs and Chi-Chi, considering Ruth is also running from the Dark Guild. A little heads up would not hurt. The moment Ruth hears those names, she recognizes them, but before she can say a word, Elizabeth shuts her down, basically telling her to quit stalling and finish her food. Ruth sits there, helpless against Elizabeth's control, but inwardly makes a promise that once she is out of here, she will build her own strength. Still, something about what the MC just said nags at her. The sudden rise of the Card Guild, Chi-Chi's disappearance, it all feels connected to his domain. Elizabeth looks downright annoyed just watching Ruth eat. Our boy is curious if she is jealous. Elizabeth gets completely caught off guard and immediately denies it. Our hero clarifies that he was actually asking why she is drowning her food in vinegar. She insists she likes it. But the moment she takes a bite, extreme sourness blasts through her mouth. But pride is a powerful thing, so she keeps a straight face well, as straight as someone on the verge of taste bud destruction can. As she suffers through her own bad decisions, her mind wanders. She and the MC have been through so much, from enemies to unlikely allies to whatever they are now. They have explored the world together, played games, and even taken turns ruling. Whether by fate or some cosmic joke, they kept crossing paths. But recently she learnt that he is the creator, someone she can never, ever surpass. In his eyes, she is probably just another insignificant existence, one among many, and yet his kindness feels genuine. It confuses her. It excites her. And so, throwing every ounce of her pride into a corner, she finally asks him whether he has feelings for her. The MC gets absolutely dumbfounded, and Elizabeth is the same. Jealousy took the best of her, and she blurted out whatever nonsense was swirling in her head. Ruth watches the drama intently, while Wang Chai and Alpha peek through the window like nosy neighbors. Unfortunately for them, Elizabeth spots their shameless spying and, with an irritated glare, sends them running off on patrol. Then she turns to Ruth and tells her to just eat before focusing her attention back on our boy. She is not here for riddles, but she wants a straight answer. Our hero, however, decides now is the perfect time to play dumb. But Elizabeth is not having it. She asks a clear question and is not about to let him wriggle his way out with food bribes. Meanwhile, inside the MC's head, chaos reigns. His heart is hammering, his brain is malfunctioning, and panic is setting in at an alarming rate. Did she figure it out? Is this the end? Should he run? Fake a heart attack? He is even questioning his own existence at this point. And to make matters worse, there is a tiny, annoying voice inside him whispering to just admit his feelings. But no, he has to keep mumbling like a malfunctioning puppet. He likes the way she gets mad sometimes, how she eagerly waits for his cooking, how she takes him outside, and how she always protects him when things get rough. But at the end of the day, he is just a servant, a friend at best. And she is the mighty Demon Queen. After making Elizabeth wait for what feels like a century, he remembers that he made her a pudding, and surely that will buy him some time. If she is busy eating, maybe she will forget all about this terrifying conversation. So, in a desperate attempt to shift the focus, he hands her the pudding, with a half-baked confession about how he is happy living with her. Otherwise, he would be a lonely mess in the world he has created. He tells her that once she finishes the pudding, she will know his answer. And just like that, she beams, thinking this is his clumsy, roundabout way of saying he likes her. But before she can take a bite, he snatches the pudding back. Elizabeth stares at him, completely lost, and he is still in his own ridiculous delusion of the rules. Then, out of nowhere, an illusion of Elizabeth appears, questioning him why he refuses to just say his feelings out loud. And in his eyes, she just does not get it. The MC, who is the head of the Leclan in Elizabeth's illusion, makes it clear to her that his feelings are entirely governed by the rules he has set, because, of course, he is the one who creates them. Back home, Elizabeth is absolutely furious. These rules of his are ridiculous to her. Over on his head, according to the rules he remembers from his past life, women cannot eat cold food during their periods. She feels like his feelings toward her are based on his moods. She feels hurt and cries for a bit, then teleports away. Our boy, who is clueless as ever, assumes she has left because she is offended after realizing he likes her. Not having the slightest clue about dating or maybe just how to read a woman, he is left brooding in confusion. Meanwhile, Ruth spots her chance and immediately asks for the pudding, now that Elizabeth is gone. But he puts the pudding in the fridge. After all, he has promised Elizabeth it is special and will only be for her. Ruth is not having it and decides to grab his attention before Elizabeth can return and starts running her imagination wild. In her mind, she pictures Elizabeth walking into our boy's bedroom to find them in some compromising position. She imagines the shocked look on Elizabeth's face. But before she goes more perverted, thankfully the MC snaps her out of it. Ruth switches gears and pretends to be dizzy and claims she is scared of the Dark Guild. Our hero suggests she rest on the sofa, but this shameless woman wants to go to his bedroom. Ruth has one goal, which is to get our boy alone. She grabs his shoulder, pretends to faint, and drags him toward the bedroom. The moment they step inside, her eyes lock onto the bed, and she is determined to pull him onto it. But our hero is not about to let that happen. He tries to stop her, but she is stubborn. Just as she is about to throw herself onto the bed, the MC thinks fast and throws a chair in her direction. He made a promise to Elizabeth, and he is not about to break it. The chair reaches her just in time, and instead of landing on the bed, she plops onto it. Then, as if to make things even worse for her, the chair suddenly starts rolling around the room with Ruth still sitting on it. It finally stops near the study table. Our boy suggests she make herself comfortable there instead. Ruth is beyond frustrated, but she has no choice but to go along with it. And just when she thinks things cannot get any worse, a pile of books and notebooks crashes down on her head. These are not just any books. They are his old writings and notes from when he had way too much free time. He even wrapped them up neatly, though it's clear he never bothered to dust them off. Ruth, on the other hand, is getting really annoyed by his complete lack of romance and is about to lose it when she suddenly remembers that he did mention his preferences. Just like that, her irritation disappears and is replaced by curiosity. She suddenly acts all interested in reading his notes, and our poor boy, having no clue what is really going on in her head, happily agrees. Of course, Ruth is not here for a casual book club session, but she has a plan. She wants to dig through his notes, figure out his deepest desires, and then make her move. She picks up one of the notebooks and uses her charm. Before long, another illusion plays out. This time, she imagines a scene where she calls our hero, who is dressed up as a maintenance guy, to fix her broken shower. The MC gets right to work, tightening a few bolts until the water starts flowing again. Everything is going perfectly. Well, for her. Our boy, on the other hand, is completely clueless about her evil intentions. Ruth lets the water drench her completely, which honestly is most likely on purpose. Our boy finishes his work and turns to leave, only to find her standing there, soaked. She then offers to show him something special, not just to look at, but to experience firsthand. But our hero, instead of playing along, he runs for the tools and inspects them with a level of enthusiasm he clearly lacks for her antics. The illusion she created vanishes the moment he pulls the book from her hands. Turns out it's his summary book, the one he made after a guest's visit to remind himself to restore all the tools. Ruth is not one to give up so easily, so she grabs another book, and this one is on healthcare. And just like that, another illusion kicks in. Now she is his patient, waiting for his expert diagnosis. The MC checks her pulse and starts listing off her issues, including heart problems, kidney troubles, and general bodily impurities. She suggests that he help her feel better in a more personalized way, but our boy hands her some medicine instead, complete with detailed usage instructions. She complains about the awful smell and suggests an alternative of a massage. Surprisingly, our hero agrees and tells her to take off her shirt. She starts unbuttoning, but before things can get interesting, he simply adjusts her collar and gets to work, with his hands pressing firmly into her shoulders. The pressure makes her scream. By the time he is done, her body feels weirdly light, and within seconds, her legs give out. She collapses to the floor, completely unconscious. Ruth grips her own throat and attempts to do something dangerous. But before she can go too far, our hero steps in. He warns her against using those ridiculous techniques from the book on herself, as she will end up doing more harm than good. And just to prove his point, her power drops, falling to Demon King 3 stars. Then the realization hits her that it was not her charm magic that affected him, but it's her soul falling straight into his weird book world. But Ruth is not one to give up easily. She grabs another book, and this time, the illusion shifts. Now, she is playing teacher, and our boy is sitting there like the perfect student. Well, as perfect as someone who has already done all his homework can be. She offers to check his work, but of course, he has already done it. In fact, he has moved on to creating his own problems. Not math problems, though, but the most complicated, mind-bending, headache-inducing math problems you could imagine. As if she has time to master that nonsense. Before she can even get a word in, the MC's phone rings, and it's his girlfriend, Elizabeth. He gets up to leave, but Ruth confronts him for using his phone in school and, on top of that, dating someone. Our hero reminds her that none of this is real. He graduated ages ago, and if she is really doubting it, he is happy to prove it by reciting the tables of derivatives and integrals. As he starts, Ruth can feel her brain start to short-circuit. She has enough. As our boy and Elizabeth meet, Ruth feels something gnawing at her, like someone digging into the deepest, darkest corners of her heart. She struggles to push it away, but it's useless. The sadness is relentless. Just when she is about to lose it, a crack rings out, followed by the sharp sound of a bell shattering the illusion. The MC grabs the book from her hand and hands her the bell instead. The book in his hand is some geometric nonsense that, while he wrote it, transformed into a cheesy high school romance. She realizes that the pain she felt does not come from the book or the illusion. It comes from the memories. The ones she buries so deep she thinks she has forgotten them. A man, a proposal, a lie, the love that was never love at all, the violence, the cheating, the moment when she had to kill him. That is where everything goes wrong. Forced to survive, she awakened her charm magic, wandered the brave continent, lured men, drained their energy, and got stronger. The more miserable she got, the more powerful she became. It was not long before she became one of the 6 pillars of the Dark Guild. But at the end of it all, she realizes something. She is not really after power or revenge or even survival. She is just running from the one thing she wants most all along, which is pure love. Ruth rings the bell, and then she transforms into a nun. She thanks the MC for waking her up, as if he did it on purpose, then declares she is taking on her mission again, and spreading the power of true love across universes to fight evil. She then vanishes, with the sound of the bell lingering behind. Our boy just stands there, staring at the empty space she left behind. Yeah, he will never understand how people from other worlds think. Meanwhile, in the demon realm, a dog-like creature is busy munching on something questionable when a cat-like being suddenly appears. Before it can do anything, some weird thing engulfs it, and then Malfoy absorbs it. Not that he is paying much attention, but he is too busy sulking over Amelia. The fact that she is Elizabeth's contract partner is driving him up the wall. As he goes through Amelia's memories, he watches her reunion with Elizabeth and finds her just as stunning as ever. Then Experiment No. 24 reports the news that Farazdak and Ruth have vanished, and there is a chance they have switched sides. Malfoy could not care less. But the report does not stop there. His so-called perfect clone has been defeated, and the Card Guild has taken over the Elf tribe. But Malfoy has no interest in any of it. Experiment No. 24 is understandably confused. Malfoy has been draining Amelia's magic for ages, yet now that he knows where Elizabeth is, all he does is sit there and play Amelia's memories like a lovesick fool. But Malfoy has his priorities straight. Elizabeth sent Amelia to kill him, which obviously means she is paying attention to him. So Experiment No. 24 decides it's time to do something before Malfoy completely loses himself. But before it can act, a crushing pressure fills the air. Elizabeth is back. Experiment No. 24 states the obvious, but Malfoy already knows. He should probably be focused on the danger, but his biggest concern is his appearance. Elizabeth is now in the demon realm, and her heart is sinking because to our boy, his precious rules mattered more than she did. As her tears hit the ground, the surroundings erupt with life, vibrant and flourishing. She wipes her tears and makes a decision. She will live well without them, and when they finally realize just how irreplaceable she is, they will come crawling back. Just as she solidifies her resolve, a familiar presence prickles at her senses. That is Amelia. With a sharp glance around, Elizabeth notices the dark gears scattered around and crushes them effortlessly. Cleaning up filthy magic is almost second nature to her, but she pauses. Right, she is not tied to the MC anymore. She then starts searching for Amelia, but the thought of Amelia accepting the dark magic irritates her. Then silence greets her. Which is weird because, last she checked, the servant master contract meant Amelia could not ignore her orders. Still, the idea of Amelia actually dying does not even cross her mind. Amelia is too powerful to go down so easily. With a flick of her magic, Elizabeth retrieves the egg containing her. A few quick spells later, the shell dissolves, and turns out the Dark Guild is way more of a problem than she thought. Amelia's magic is completely drained, leaving behind nothing but an empty shell. Elizabeth uses her magic to bring Amelia back. She watches as Amelia blinks and finally wakes up, but she does not recognize her. Amelia does not even remember herself, and Elizabeth's anger blazes, and her gaze sweeps across the world and beyond in search of Malfoy. The sheer force of her presence sends shockwaves through the realms. Annie immediately senses it, and wonders if this has something to do with her incident involving the 9-colored demon serpent. Xing and Chi-Chi feel it too, as does Burrs in the elf tribe. Azathoth, on the other hand, the mighty being that he is, takes one look at the situation and decides that running to the Dark Sea is the wisest choice. Alpha and Wang Kai sense the disturbance as well, while the MC, who seems to be lost in thought, is of course crying over Elizabeth. But he is not the only one. Somewhere in the shadows, another figure contemplates whether Elizabeth's fiery presence is an invitation to attack or not. Elizabeth, however, is too busy making some vows. She might have been amused by our boy's tears, but there are bigger things to focus on, like promising Amelia to restore her memories. Over in Deep, the Demon King's training grounds, Experiment No. 24 questions Malfoy about their sudden teleportation. Malfoy explains that he has set up a barrier to block Elizabeth's magic, because now is simply not the time for a grand reunion. To keep himself occupied, he decides to dig through Amelia's memories to see Elizabeth. Experiment No. 24, however, is less sentimental and more practical, and it is worried about the Sword Saint Guild getting stronger, which might mess with Malfoy's master plan. Back at our hero's place, the reason for his emotional breakdown turns out to be onions. He is making Elizabeth's favorite meal, which is onion soup with garlic bread, in an attempt to cheer her up. A noble effort, except he is also drowning in existential dread. If Elizabeth ever finds out about his feelings, she might not even want to be friends with him. At last, the door creaks open. The MC spins around all while hoping to see Elizabeth. But it turns out it's Alpha and Wang Kai. Wang Kai and Alpha are back with the meat, but Elizabeth is nowhere to be seen. Just as our hero starts overthinking, she suddenly appears and starts eating like nothing ever happened. She is back because, well, now that Ruth is out of the picture, she has no reason to sulk in the shadows. The MC is relieved as after the morning disaster, he was convinced she would vanish forever. Elizabeth shows off that she is merciful and implies that she is giving him a chance to redeem himself. But before our boy can even process that, the air turns awkward. Then, out of nowhere, Amelia pops out from under Elizabeth's chest. Elizabeth hands her food and drops another bomb that Amelia has lost her memories. The culprit is gone without a trace, and now she wants our hero to help fix it. This is when it truly sinks into him that Elizabeth has been keeping tabs on everything. She even sent Amelia to wipe out the Dark Guild, while he, the supposed hero, has been, well, just existing. Feeling the weight of his own uselessness, he apologizes. Elizabeth, however, is more focused on the fact that he is apologizing at all and takes it as a sign that he likes her. Alpha starts to brag that he has experience in memory recovery. The MC asks what exactly Alpha plans to do, but Alpha just tells him to trust him. He then leans over and whispers something to Wang Chai. Elizabeth, however, looks less than impressed. Then it happens that Alpha and Wang Kai suddenly radiate pure terror and scare Amelia. The poor girl clings to Elizabeth for dear life. Turns out, Alpha's genius plan is to scare her memories back. Elizabeth finds it pure nonsense and flicks her magic and smacks them both aside. But Alpha insists that it actually worked for him once. Elizabeth reassures Amelia that they will find an actual logical way to restore her memories. Our boy then suddenly remembers something. They head to his farm, where he confidently suggests walnuts might help. Elizabeth has tried all of his produce except walnuts, because he had big dreams of making walnut cake and only grew them by wishing from the magical fruit tree. Our hero hands Elizabeth a few walnuts. The moment she bites down, her face twists. It's bitter and horribly so. Our boy, of course, finds this hilarious. Then he cracks one open and shows her the kernel inside. Elizabeth stares at it and realizes that it looks disturbingly like a brain. She marvels at how he can casually create a fruit that resembles that of a brain. She then hands it over to Amelia. Our hero offers her some too, but she finds the whole thing unimpressive. Still, she hopes the walnuts might do something for Amelia. All three of them eat at the same time, and suddenly, Elizabeth senses something strange. A weird sense of synchronization washes over her, like they are accidentally performing some kind of ritual. Then it hits her that our boy eating alongside them must be amplifying the effect and messing with her perception. And then her memories start projecting onto the wall like some movie screening. She glances around and freezes. The theater is filled with Elizabeths. Not one, not two, but an entire audience of herself, each one slightly different, some looking like they are having a better time in life. And of course, they all have opinions. The room is filled with murmurs and commentary. Then, she spots an elderly version of herself sitting comfortably beside her. Granny Elizabeth explains that this is Elizabeth's theater, a place where the stories of all her alternate selves play out like some kind of Netflix binge. She does not have all the details, but one thing is clear. Every Elizabeth only gets here when her relationship with the MC reaches a certain level. Granny just wants her to follow her heart. After all, Elizabeth is the protagonist of her own world. As for Granny Elizabeth, her story is simple. She married our boy, raised a family, and lived the classic happily ever after. Elizabeth listens as the old granny paints a picture of a simple, peaceful life with no magic, no crazy spells, and no futuristic tech. Just the good old-fashioned drama of petty arguments turning into love, then marriage, then the everyday chaos of raising a kid while slowly aging together. And of course, through all of it, the MC would be the one by her side. Then, out of nowhere, a special broadcast hijacks the moment as our boy's internal monologue is on full display. And it's basically a confession channel. He likes Elizabeth. He thinks about Elizabeth. He practically has Elizabeth written all over his mind like a lovesick teenager. Watching this very public airing of his private thoughts, Elizabeth finally gets the message. The other versions of herself react with some who are thrilled and cheer for our hero, while the others are unimpressed. Granny, however, just gives her a knowing smile and reminds her that the trailer is over and her time with the temporary ticket is running out. Back at the MC's farm, Elizabeth barely has a moment to process everything before our boy pulls her aside, as he is worried about Amelia. Apparently something is off with her. Elizabeth casts a healing spell. Except instead of getting better, Amelia starts acting even weirder. Our hero wonders if it's an allergic reaction. Elizabeth, however, knows the real problem. When he used the walnut synchronizing effect, it forced Amelia's brain to unlock old memories. But because she lacks the ability to retrieve them properly, the gaps are causing her unbearable pain. And there is absolutely nothing Elizabeth can do about it. The hunt for the mastermind behind it has also failed, despite searching every corner of the world. As for Amelia, the moment the MC apologizes to her, something inside her snaps, and she feels fear. On the other side of things, Malfoy stares at the barrier he built, watching as it starts to crack. He has a sinking feeling that the original memory data might have been stolen back. What is worse is that there is a chance Elizabeth has finally found the place. The little dragon girl freaks out and asks our boy for help with tears streaming down her cheeks. In her frantic flapping to escape, she slams right into Elizabeth. The crash knocks the poor kid out cold, and she flops into the Demon Queen's arms. She holds her carefully as if she's a kid, but her face turns serious since she has a hunch about what's going on. The Demon Queen figures the MC has used the rule's power to unlock Amelia's buried memories. Her mind drifts to Leping, who usually brushes off anything he deems not his problem. Yet here he is, tangled up in this mess. She can't quite pin down why he'd bother. Meanwhile, our boy looks like he's just stepped on his own tail, mumbling apologies left and right, swearing it's his screw-up. She doesn't say much and simply zaps Amelia to the contract space to let her rest. The two of them stand in an awkward silence, just staring at each other. The silence thickens, and Leping, out of nowhere, blurts something about how starry the night is. His face flushes pink. Elizabeth raises an eyebrow and then nods with a faint blush creeping up her own cheeks. Nearby, Wang Chai and Alpha are spectating. The guy gripes that when he tries spooking someone to jog their memories, it's a total snooze, but Leping pulls it off, and suddenly it's amazing. Wang Chai just grins, saying his master is on another level and he can't possibly compare to him. Then suddenly, the guy freezes. He can hear a noise in his head calling him and threatening punishment if he refuses. He wobbles, nearly face-planting off the wall, clutching his head and whining about the piercing noise. Quick as a flash, the dog whips out some noise-canceling headphones and slides them onto his head. This gives him instant relief, and he passes out in peace. The robot dog can't pick up any noise through his sensors, so he scoops him up using his mechanical arms and hauls him off to the workshop for a tune-up. Meanwhile, Elizabeth tells our hero that if there is nothing else to say, she will leave and start walking away. As her figure blurs into the distance, she wonders if he'll just let her go, thinking how in some other world, he might have been braver. Leping doesn't move because his brain is a war zone. A dozen tiny versions of himself bicker, some yell to chase after her, some warn he'll regret it if he doesn't, and others call him spineless. One voice pipes up, saying once he spills his guts, there's no going back. But then a single thought slices through. Even if she shoots him down, he'll hate himself more for staying quiet. Elizabeth is halfway through casting a teleport spell when he shouts at her to stop. Nervously, he brings up that time she asked if he liked her. She turns, intrigued. He admits that after sharing space with her for over a year, he realizes how different they are. In his mind, she's a queen, and he's just some hero who can't even swing a sword or cast a spell. Still, if he had his way, he'd pick a simple, quiet life with her. He confesses he's clueless about love, has no idea how to make someone happy, and is always too chicken to speak up. But with her putting him on the spot, he can't dodge it anymore. Taking a deep breath, he finally confesses that he likes her. He took 135 chapters, but our boy finally did it. The Demon Queen doesn't miss a beat. She rushes over and wraps him in a tight hug. Next thing he knows, they're soaring through the night sky, moonlight all around. She whispers that she's just going with her heart. When he asks what she means, she answers with a kiss. Stunned, he says it again, and she admits she feels the same. Then immediately she's gone, vanishes into thin air, leaving him floating in the sky, wondering if it's all a dream and how the heck he's supposed to get down. Later, he is in the kitchen, humming a chill tune while he preps breakfast, carefully carving every veggie into cute little heart shapes. By the time he's done, the noodle dish looks so sweet and thoughtful it practically sparkles with love. He calls Elizabeth over, and her eyes zero in on the plate. She notices the hearts right off the bat, and asks why this morning's food feels a little different from usual. Aside from the rich magical energy, there's this mysterious sensation in the food that is totally new to her. He just chuckles and brushes it off, saying that they should just eat before it gets cold. But deep down, he's second-guessing himself, wondering if the whole heart-shaped thing was a bit over the top. When Elizabeth takes a bite, her face lights up. The taste and effort hit her hard, showing her love can sneak into even the tiniest gestures. Leping catches her pausing mid-bite and freaks out, thinking he botched the flavors. Without thinking, he leans in to try the noodles himself, grabbing the same strand she's eating. The noodle shrinks, pulling them closer, their eyes locked, inches from a kiss. Then Alpha bursts in, all hyped up, yelling about what our boy got planned for the day. Elizabeth loses it. With a flick of her wrist, she blasts him with magic so strong he goes flying out of sight. Slamming the door, she grumbles about her ruined moment. Leping tries to lighten the mood, suggesting they chill with some TV after they eat. Later, they're sprawled on the couch, and he tries to sneak his hand toward hers, but she pulls away, only to grab her juice. His brain goes into overdrive, questioning if last night's big moment meant anything, or if he's just overthinking. Before he spirals too far, she grabs his hand and leans into him, making his heart do backflips. She starts asking what couples in his world do for fun. He says it's basic stuff like grabbing food, taking walks, and binging shows. The Demon Queen points out they're already doing all that, then pushes for what's special for couples. He mumbles something about holding hands, like they're doing now. Hearing this, she grins, clearly fishing for more. Red-faced, our boy hints they could repeat what they did last night. She plays coy, but her eyes speak her true feelings. They lean in, ready for another kiss, until they spot Alpha peeking through the window like a total creep. Elizabeth turns to her demon mode and demands an explanation for the interruption. After seeing her like that, Bro loses it, shouting so loud the whole neighborhood could hear that he wasn't creeping on them. His freakout totally blows their cover, and with a nervous gulp, he reveals that the whole crew Leping rounded up was huddled at the window, gawking. They all come inside and sit on his lawn. The MC is the first to speak and asks why they all showed up so suddenly. Annie, blunt as ever, says she picked up on Elizabeth's magic in the demon realm a few days back and came to snoop. Under her breath, she's stressing that they might have caught on to her cracking open the nine-headed dragon's treasure dungeon to test Raphael's real combat. Juji jumps in, saying she also felt the Demon Queen's power and showed up ready to take orders. Bossy nods, tossing in some news about the divine tree growing like crazy. Alpha, in his usual oddball way, calls them dispatched fringe characters and grins, saying that he envies them since he is the one who gets to stick by Leping every day, carrying out his important tasks. The mood lightens for a sec, but Elizabeth shuts it down fast. Her voice is ice cold as she snaps that she didn't call anyone, and they need to bounce. Before it gets ugly, our boy steps up, suggesting they at least swap updates from their corners of the world. Shuzi says she's back with the Sword Saint Guild, and the Dark Guild's been eerily quiet. Annie adds that they've basically ghosted, even in the demon realm. Leping takes it as good news. Elif chimes in about the Elven lands, where they've set up a new decentralized network to fend off the Dark Guild. Alpha, puffing up with pride, brags about helping Leping collect a protection fee last night to secure the week's food stash. After hearing all of them, the MC gets this serious look, and everyone braces for some high-stakes mission. Instead, he grabs Elizabeth's hand, flashes a huge grin, and drops the news that they're a couple now. His announcement is followed by a dead silence from the entire group, and they wonder if there is something more. Seeing their reactions, he nervously asks them if they aren't surprised that he is going to date the Demon Queen. The group starts to read between the lines and thinks that he is preparing them to take on the next task by themselves without disturbing him. They all start to think about all the things he has done for them and wonder if they can truly finish the task without his and the Demon Queen's help. However, on the outside, they act chill and ask him for his next orders. Our boy is not done yet. He says he's got a request, but if they find it too troubling, they can forget it. Hearing this, everyone tenses up, thinking to themselves that he has seen through their cowardly act and is about to scold them. It turns out that he just wants to take Elizabeth to the kingdom of Aristotle to talk alliance against the Dark Guild. The Demon Queen's mind drifts back to their journey, realizing he's been planning a life with her from the start. She mutters that if Aristotle doesn't comply, she'll burn the entire nation down, but he nudges her toward trying diplomacy first. Annie pipes up, requesting to join them on the trip since she can help with her demon eye ability. Jirchi volunteers too, claiming she knows the slickest route. Bosi and Elif also throw their hats in. Leping tells them all to calm down and says that he is not asking anything related to Aristotle's kingdom. The Demon Queen warns them that whoever spoils her mood by joining in will bear the consequences themselves. Hearing this, he nervously laughs and asks her to wait for him at their home while he discusses this matter with Uncle Bossy. She sighs but agrees, saying that she has no interest in these trivial matters anyway. After she leaves, he asks them if they know of any nearby hot springs. Right after dropping the hot springs question, Elif pipes up, suggesting the elf tribe's healing spring, as they could just zap it hot with some fire spells. Leping shakes his head, saying that they've hit that spot before, and it's not going to impress Elizabeth. Annie jumps in with an idea. Over by the volcano in the magic zone, there are natural hot springs bubbling up, and with a bit of development, they could turn it into a killer spot. She throws in a warning about the dangers, but hey, for the epic hero and demon queen, piece of cake. Leping's eyes light up and he tells her this is spot on. He asks if they can pitch in to clear the place and spruce it up, secretly plotting it as a surprise for Elizabeth. Gigi's on board, but inside she is worried, wondering if he is trying to drop a hint by suggesting this place since it's near the Demon King's ruins. Bozzy hears cleaning up and instantly thinks it's code for handling some new evil. He volunteers right away, and the sword girl rolls with it. Before long, the whole crew's signed up. Leping sets the deadline for a month. It's just his way to snag more chill time with Elizabeth. The gang takes it super seriously, prepping like it's a major op. As he bounces, Bozzy drops a heavy warning telling them that in a month, some dark force is going to hit near the Death Volcano, and this time, the hero and the Demon Queen are sitting it out. Gigi figures it's something from the Sea of Darkness and vows to scout more info. Annie agrees since her Crimson Demon Eye has been picking up a mysterious aura while she was training there. The elf girl reminds them they've got a solid month to gear up, so she will try to break through to the demon rank within this time. Alpha smirks and teases that Lei Ping rounded them up for something else entirely, only to get zapped away with the group mid-sentence. Back home, Elizabeth snags our boy by the arm and hauls him inside, declaring it's finally uninterrupted time. When he asks what's up, she straight up says they're picking up where they left off doing stuff just for couples. What comes next is a wild week that leaves him totally wiped. No matter if he's doing chores, showering, working, or crashing, she pops up, craving that closeness. Days later, trekking through the woods, he looks like a zombie. But he's got a trick. He whips out a small bag of his energy boosters, herbal pills, whipped up from old-school traditional medicine books. One down and he's revved up. Alpha asks him for a pill, but he turns him down, saying that he is just a kid and a sword at that, so he doesn't know what side effects it might have on him. Elizabeth watches with a calm grin, loving how Leping's always got an ace hidden. She's stoked about her own progress. Thanks to him, she's shattered her limits and broken through to the demon god rank, stepping into the human saint rank. Her eyes spark with drive as she dreams of leveling up more and maybe one day having the ultimate powerhouse kid with him. Alpha spots how they're totally in tune these days, almost alike ever since that night. The pup shuts him up quickly, warning not to do anything to ruin their mood since they rarely bring him out with them. The chill vibe shatters when Ziz shows up ahead with a dwarf tagging along. Seeing her, he realizes that they are at the dwarf kingdom's edge. The sword girl and the dwarf lead them inside the kingdom. The crew rolls into the dwarven kingdom, where tons of dwarves are hammering away at weapons and shields like pros. The MC is totally blown away by their skills and all the weapon stores popping up everywhere. Alpha, though, isn't buying the hype and struts around saying he hasn't spotted one sword that could touch his level. The Demon Queen pipes up, wondering why they're detouring here before heading out. Gigi fills her in and explains that the dwarves are the last folk still trading with the kingdom of Aristotle, so snagging a nod from the dwarven king could get them in smooth. No fights needed. Their dwarf guide nods but drops a heads up saying it's not gonna be simple. They've lost the knack for cranking out S-rank gear because they're out of this rare celestial ore. Even the legendary hero's fancy gadgets can't hit that quality. The dwarf spills the backstory. Way back 2,000 years, a huge meteor slammed into the hero continent, forming the holy mountain that's now the dwarves' hideout. His dad, the dwarven king, has been buried in the sacred Hammer Peak mines, fixated on bringing back their old forging glory. The scene cuts to the king in action, Heimerdinger, the top smith around, on his 10,197th try. He nails an A-rank blade but spots tiny defects under super zoom. In a rage, he smashes it and laments the end of the dwarven forging legacy. Right then, his son shows up with guests. Still fuming, the king barks at them to scram, even after hearing they're vouched for by Gigi from the Sacred Swordsman Guild. She tries talking sense, offering a new angle to fix things, but the Dwarf King takes it as a slap. He jets over with his custom flight boots, looming big, and boasts he's the ultimate blacksmith, and if he can't figure out how to make S-grade weapons, then no one can. Before it blows up, heavy footsteps ring out. A voice drops a saying about monkeys ruling when tigers bail. My man goes stiff as he realizes that it's Elizabeth, the Demon Queen. Just her aura makes him drop to his knees so hard the floor shakes. He owns up to his dumb moves and calls himself an idiot, shocked she's still alive after 500 years. The Demon Queen icily asks if he seriously believed the rumors that she was gone and slams him for grabbing the throne too quickly. Our boy, caught off guard, asks if the dwarf was one of her subjects. Still on the ground, the Dwarven King says he's ready for punishment but begs to spill his side, swearing he had no options. The dwarf explains that as the world spirals into more chaos, he has no choice but to hunker down and protect his folks. He headed back to Sacred Hammer Summit, dead set on bringing the Dwarven Kingdom back to its prime. Right then, his son connects the dots that Gigi's crew includes the legendary hero and the Demon Queen. Shocked, he asks why she didn't tell him before. The Sword Girl shrugs it off, saying they wanted a low-key life to stay off the radar, but now that the Queen's secrets are out, no point hiding anymore. The Queen pushes for updates on their old crew, and the Dwarf King starts telling her what happened to everyone. Malfoy, who used to be on their side, started the Dark Guild, snatching folks from every race for twisted magic tests, not even sparing the dwarves. Lord Jim hunted high and low for the Queen, but went missing after the guild came after him, leaving a half-human kid behind. Mugor, the big orc boss, got stabbed in the back by other chiefs, kicking off non-stop orc infighting after he died, and the elf Tuela sacrificed herself to shield her people with a blessing. Finally, he talks about Aristotle's kingdom, which is the destination she wants to visit. He mentions that it was originally a human settlement led by the high priest Barrow. Later, the man named Aristotle made an enormous contribution in fighting the Dark Guild using science. Thus, the name of the kingdom was set to Aristotle's kingdom in his honor. However, since humans have comparatively short lifespans, the guy died, and other leaders replaced him. The kingdom increasingly became isolated, but they have been trading minerals with the Dwarf Kingdom for the past few hundred years. The Queen rips into them for ditching her orders to team up against the bad guys. The Dwarf King admits that ego and greed chipped away at their alliance over time. Leping jumps in to lighten things up, comparing it to a class going wild without a teacher. That seems to cool her off a bit. Chat shifts to the dwarves' big headache. Gigi nudges the MC to use his talents to fix their weapon-making slump. Brian breaks it down. They're out of this special celestial sharpening stone from a meteor crash. The Dwarf King shares how his grandpa found it buried in Sacred Hammer Mountain, and it could turn basic tools into legends. They rationed it over the years, but wars sped up the drain. 500 years back, after the Queen vanished, he used the final bit to gear up allies against the Dark Guild. That was 5 years ago, and nothing's worked as a replacement since. The Dwarf King also mentions that the legacy of their kingdom was built upon this heavenly ore, and now it seems like it will perish. Hearing all this, our legendary hero reveals that he also knows a bit about forging techniques. He asks if they can let him try once. The Dwarf King points at Alpha and mentions that he is the spirit weapon that the Demon Queen once drew out. From his analysis, it seemed like the perfect weapon, so he asked if it was made by him. Our boy denies it, saying that it's out of his scope and instead pulls out a sharpening stone from his stash. Seeing the normal-looking stone, the Dwarf King starts fuming, but the Queen pushes him to try, so he caves. They head to the forge's core, which is a blazing hot room with rivers of glowing metal. Brian talks up the mineral mix they've honed for ages. To show off, he grabs his gear, swirls the molten stuff, flings it skyward, mists it with booze, and quenches it in the air. As the steam clears, a perfect sword shines in his hand, snagged just before it hits the ground. Still a bit wobbly from the booze, he tells his dad he's got the final polishing stage covered. Without missing a beat, the Dwarven King chomps down on the hot metal, gripping it with his teeth while his son yanks it with all he's got. This wild move, dubbed Iron Jaw Honing, leaves our boy floored. He is quite impressed by their fierce forging method and starts clapping. Once it's done, the son hands the finished sword to his father for the verdict. The king peers at it through magnifying lenses, checking every curve and testing the edge. Finally, he dubs it the 100-Ore Furious Tide Blade, a blade with some wild perks. It gives its user a buff and immunity to pain when they're in a drunken state, and it also has a 30% chance of making the enemies drunk. The MC is genuinely impressed that the blade even comes with special skills. Brian, on the other hand, nervously asks for the sword's final quality score, only for his dad to crush it in his hands. The king explains that, cool weapon effects aside, it's just high A tier. The son is gutted, muttering apologies for letting him down, but the Dwarf King just messes up his hair and says he's getting there. Give it a few hundred years, and he's sure he can outshine him. Now it's the hero's turn. Even the Queen is interested since it's rare to see him doing something he is good at outside his house. Alpha starts bragging about himself, saying that all these ranks don't matter if the weapon can't manifest a spirit. According to him, he is meant to be the most formidable weapon. When Robodog presses him, he waves off basic cutlery as beneath him. Then, dead serious, claims the forks and plates back home are basically god-level artifacts. Our boy finally gets to work, carefully pouring molten metal into a mold. The king, eyeing it, figures he's just making a plain dagger, which is way too basic for a legendary piece. It's cooled and ready fast, with only polishing left. The son critiques it, saying the technique's nothing special and most dwarf smiths could do better. But the king tells him to look closer. Upon closer inspection, he realizes that the difference isn't in the moves, but in the mindset. Dwarves grind and wrestle to perfect every weapon, but the hero is simply enjoying the process. Our boy sets the knife against his sharpening stone and tells everyone to pay attention to the sound. He starts polishing with smooth, steady strokes, each one letting out a sharp metallic chime. A soft glow sparks between the blade and stone, like the steel's waking up with some kind of life. When he's done, he casually says he's finished. The sight grabs the Dwarf King's full focus, and he calls his son over. Brian squints, saying the glow's too intense to see clearly. The Dwarf King gets chills. In his nearly 700 years of smithing, he's never seen anything like this. It's like a god swoops down and fuses with the knife, leaving a piece of its spirit in the blade. Alpha, floored, nudges Wang Chai to take a closer look, saying this is exactly what he was talking about earlier. A nervous thought hits him as he realizes that this weapon might actually pull gods from other worlds and let bits of their essence live in it. The legendary hero strolls over to the Dwarf King and asks him to check out the knife. Still shaken, he uses his appraisal skill, zooming in on the blade 10,000 times. The edge is perfect so that he can't see a single flaw, even from this level of magnification. Thinking his lenses are off, he checks the weapon's skills and nearly loses it when he sees its effect. Instant death. The discovery rocks him. This isn't just S rank or even super S rank, it's a straight-up divine artifact. Convinced the sharpening stone's the key, he asks to see it. But when he touches it, the thing crumbles to dust. Stunned, he realizes it was just a plain old rock that somehow created a masterpiece. The old man drops to his knees, overwhelmed, begging our boy to share the secret of his miraculous crafting skills. The Emek, a bit weirded out, says he's not overthinking it. He just forges from the heart. The Dwarf King thinks that he is talking about something deeper and says that he finally understands. Meanwhile, the Demon Queen looks at them with a smile on her face, saying that the hero is teaching someone to fish rather than giving them a fish for free. He used simple logic to explain the truth of rule power. Afterwards, the crew gets ready to move out. The Dwarf King says they'll hop a train straight to the kingdom of Aristotle, with the Demon Queen handling transport to smooth their entry. It'll take 2 days. When someone asks why not just teleport, Leping tells them that showing some goodwill to the kingdom matters more than arriving quickly. This terrifies the sword girl as she thinks to herself that he is talking about destroying them if they don't accept his goodwill. Meanwhile, the Demon Queen is more worried about dinner. Brian warns them about recent bandit raids, but they both brush it off. The MC says he's got ingredients and will whip up whatever she wants. She just shrugs and says anything he cooks is fine. With tears in his eyes, the Dwarf King shows him the knife and asks if he is really giving it to them as a gift. Our boy plays it off cool and says that it's no big deal. He thinks that they are acting this way because he is the boyfriend of the Demon Queen. Overcome with gratitude, the Dwarf King and his son drop to their knees, declaring him the god of forging in their kingdom forever. The MC, red-faced, tells them to get up already. Alpha cuts in, yelling that the train's about to leave. Hearing this, the Demon Queen tells everyone to hustle and mentions that the faster they wrap this up, the sooner they're back home. After saying bye to the rest of the gang, our hero and the Demon Queen gear up to head out. She unfurls her wings, scoops him up tight, and they touch down on a mineral-hauling train headed straight for the kingdom of Aristotle. The vibe between them is super obvious, and by this point, they're way past just being teammates or fight buddies. She glances at him all curious and asks what's on his mind. In her head, she's picturing a chill life after he wraps up his last fixes, without any drama, just them kicking back in their world. He leans in with his eyes locked and says there's something she's gotta know. When she probes, he drops a curveball. What if tech, which is his thing, and magic, her specialty, fused into one thing? Her heart skips a beat as she feels like he is talking about making a baby. Face turning pink, she hides it and stammers about what kind of mashup he's talking, then clocks that they're still in public. He breaks it down, explaining that Annie mentioned that the kingdom of Aristotle is a place where technology and magic are deeply integrated. The Demon Queen, mulling it over, says if that's what he really wants, something like that for them isn't off the table. He grins, confessing he's always dreamed of checking out Aristotle. After all this time, he's finally getting his shot. Snapping back, she eyes him sharply and asks if all of that had nothing to do with her. He grabs her hands, dead serious, and admits that it does involve her since all of these adventures become meaningless without her. Just as he is about to confess something, their cozy chat gets nuked by a massive boom. Something slams the train hard, ripping up the engine and wrecking the tracks. Our boy whips around to scope it out. The Demon Queen's face twists from chill to rage as she spots pirates swarming in. One yells that no minerals are getting to Aristotle on their watch, and another calls for an all-out blitz. Bombs start flying, but she flicks her wrist, blowing them up in midair. Sizing up the mess, the MC wonders if it's airships and explosives, and if these are just thugs or part of something bigger. He tells Elizabeth to go easy, as they might need to snag one for questioning. Moreover, the Kingdom of Aristotle might show more sincerity if they just captured them and handed them over. She nods but adds that if they're tied to the Dark Guild, all bets are off. Inside, she's counting down. Emilia wakes up tomorrow, and then she can wipe out the Dark Guild for good. Suddenly, Alpha shows up, telling our hero to leave the matter to him. When Le Ping double-checks, Alpha's all in, declaring it's prime time for the real sacred sword to shine. The pirates realize that these aren't dwarves and guess they're maybe bounty hunters. Their boss, Perseus, from the Flying Fish Bandit crew, figures anyone zapping their fancy bombs with magic is no joke. He barks orders to skip the scrappers and blast the engine full force, then bail once it's toast. The pirates hustle, zipping along the train to line up their shot. The MC spots their play and warns they're gunning for the front of the train. Our boy Alpha levels up, and with the sunlight directly reflecting from his blade, tells them that he has it under control. Massive cannons fly toward the train's engine, but before they connect, they get sliced clean in half at insane speeds. The man behind all this is Alpha, who at this point is in a completely different realm. For a second, that rush hits him again. In his head, he's only below 3 folks but towers over thousands. Today, he's itching to smash some scrubs and blow off steam. A few pirates get spooked by his show and start whispering about who he is. Their boss yells for Plan B, but his brain's spinning with questions. He wonders if this kid is a weapon spirit, and how the Kingdom of Aristotle even managed to develop such a divine weapon. The pirates swarm in, boxing the sword with slick moves, then unleash this weird smoke from their rides. He squints, thinking it's just fog, until it turns solid. It turns out to be some spray that hardens into gunk, trapping him midair before he slams down. One pirate cracks up, hyping the boss's invention. Our hero shouts his name, all worried, but the Demon Queen stays chill, saying he's got it covered. She nudges him about what he was going to say before the chaos, but he sticks to his guns, saving it for their love anniversary next month. She huffs, annoyed, right as Alpha busts out of the foam trap. He rockets skyward, making the pirate chief scream for everyone to scatter. Our boy shifts to his sword mode, carving through their ships in a flash before popping back to normal. Glaring daggers, he snarls that they're way too late. With all of the bandits crashing, the boss admits that their magic ranks are pretty high. He flips his mechanical arm into a Gatling gun and blasts away, bragging that it won't matter in the face of science. Alpha dices the bullets mid-flight, grumbling that if the Emic hadn't said to keep him breathing, it'd be game over already. But then he senses something odd, realizing that the bullets aren't dropping. They're latching on, coiling around him, and sucking his magic dry. The pirate boss lunges in, schooling him that everything's got counters in this world. Get the basics and rules right, and underdogs can topple giants. He reveals that his custom bullets, mixed from magic-sucking ore and magnet stuff, are built to counter beings like him. He cranks up a steam-fueled haymaker, landing a solid thump. However, it results in breaking his own fingers, and he admits how strong the guy is. He wonders why a powerhouse like this is guarding the train now, after they've hit shipments for 2 months straight with zero pushback. What's brewing in the castle? What are the bigwigs scheming? Ready to wrap it, he morphs his arm into an air-powered cannon fist going all out. But the second he swings, his arm gets wrecked. Gaping at the mess, he mumbles about spatial magic only to get cut off as the Demon Queen drops in front of him. With a furious expression, she demands to know if he is connected to the Dark Guild. The Demon Queen's energy spikes, warping the pirate boss's armored frame until it's on the verge of ripping apart. Our hero reminds her that they haven't even figured out their internal issues so far, and also that she swore off straight up killing folks. She halts and shoots him a glare, calling him out for already piecing it together. With a quick burst of magic, the facade crumbles, and it's revealed that the pirate leader's just a hollow suit. From the shattered armor, a girl gets yanked through a glowing shield as the whole thing blows up behind her. The girl snarls curses at whoever trapped her, swearing she'll never let it slide, even if it kills her. The girl turns out to be the runaway princess of the kingdom, also known as Pisces, or the genius inventor. Our hero does a double take, baffled by how this tiny girl could handle such high-tech mech armor. The queen smiles at him and says that she will be leaving the interrogation part to him. He is already geeking out over the suit's build, but it's obvious he's got a ton of questions brewing for her. The nabbed bandits, spotting their leader in trouble, start hollering for her freedom, with some even bargaining their own lives. The puniest one blurts he's the squad captain, so they should listen to his plan. Before he can spit it out, the whole bunch gets fried into nap time. The culprit is none other than our hero's loyal dog, who saunters up casually with his robo-arm stretching into a gap. He fishes out Alpha, totally wrapped in those nasty metal balls. With a swift zap from a demagnetization rod, the pup strips the orbs off and sets him free, chuckling that the kid has miles to go yet, but our mighty sword is still out cold. Suddenly, an alert flashes in the system informing them that it has detected a vulnerability and is now rebooting. Meanwhile, over in the kingdom of Aristotle, thunderbolts zap down, scrapping robots left and right. A hovering TV from the Dark Guild appears and asks the Emperor how dare he take their gear and still refuse to submit. The Emperor shuts it down, saying that they offered the gear to his kingdom of their own will, and he accepted it out of courtesy. However, right now, he is more interested in dissecting his lightning magic-enhanced body. He bangs his staff, calling up his iron sentinels to smash it, but the TV rips through with lightning, mocking their tough materials. With all the sentinels being torn to pieces, he laughs and says that he might have swapped his soldiers for high-resistance materials, but they are still conductive, so it's no use against his high voltage. As the TV continues to trash talk, a massive bot named Iron Sentinel 3 stomps in, steered by the kingdom's minister. He reveals that he's been tinkering with electric magic to ditch steam power, but it's too inefficient. An energy entity like him, capable of generating endless power, might be able to solve his problem. The TV calls BS and lays out the ultimatum: he can either submit to the Dark Guild or die on the spot. Suddenly, the robot launches a steam-powered haymaker, but the TV dodges. He wonders why his master hasn't taken this kingdom already, even though it's not that strong. Whatever the case, he decides that he is going to be the one to do it today and make his master proud. The robot fires his finger missiles, but the TV laughs, dodging them all and calling him slow. After getting close, he counters with a mega thunderblast, frying the bot and claiming that the kingdom of Aristotle is now Dark Guild turf. However, even with smoke coming out of his clothes, the minister smirks, saying it's all going as planned. Before the TV can react, the bot starts up his steam engine again and slams it to the ground. He is confused how the robot didn't get vaporized even though he used his maximum output on that final attack. Moreover, he couldn't react to his attack just now, even after seeing it. He realizes that the missiles before must be a distraction, and he planted something during the move to disrupt his electricity. Before shooting a projectile at the TV, the minister talks to him through the robot and says that he is curious to know what he actually is, since no lightning magic should be capable of that kind of output. Without wasting another second, he blasts the TV to oblivion and mentions that the Dark Guild isn't the only one who can do sneak attacks. As the minister flies his robot over the rubble, he suddenly notices the TV's energy increasing. Sparks explode from the ruins, and from the destroyed remains of the TV, we see a blue spirit emerging who claims that the minister just broke the limiter set by their master. The spirit turns into a vengeful girl who says that she has changed her mind about making him submit to the Dark Guild. Now she is going to make sure that the entire kingdom is wiped out from the face of the hero continent. This girl is test subject number 24, also known as the Lightning Fairy of the Dark Guild. Instead of panicking, the Emperor seems to be enjoying as he casually asks her to give it her best shot. Inside, he wonders how the Dark Guild managed to collect a fairy since they were all wiped out centuries ago. He steps up to face the Thunder Fairy, saying his big plans could outshine even the Dark Guilds, and he's set on nabbing her. She doesn't flinch, calling down a fierce bolt of endless lightning to zap his robot. Floating above, she tells him dreams don't mean much without the muscle to back them up, and swears she'll take out anyone threatening her boss. Out of nowhere, tiny centipede-like tendrils pop out from the Emperor's head, wrapping around her. He points out her lightning's tied to her existence, calling it wild magic, and lets slip that he's hit Demon King status himself. He adds he's not exactly a normal living thing anymore and hasn't been for ages. She gets annoyed, asking if he's still up for a fight knowing her power level. He admits he is, explaining that in his kingdom, magic rank isn't the whole deal. She shoots back that raw strength trumps rank every time. He just chuckles, saying his body's linked to the ground itself. Unless she can zap the whole planet, she's not going anywhere. Her energy keeps climbing, but before she can let it loose, he leans in close, asking her who does he look like. Suddenly, she's caught in a vision, finding herself held by her master. Flashback 400 years. During a tune-up on Leping's robot dog, a stray spark slips out and zips to the demon lands. That spark grows into what's now test number 24. She's out cold, almost gobbled up by a demonic boar, when a blast of lightning fries it. Crawling from its jaws, she opens her eyes to see Malfoy. He grabs her, only to get zapped by her electric vibes. Using some kind of body-boosting trick, he bulks up to shrug off the shock, promising not to quit on her. She wonders if he means he's got her back, and before passing out, she thanks him. Malfoy hauls her to his lab, sealing her in a pod. He starts pumping electricity from trapped dark creatures into her, dead set on waking her up no matter what. She wonders why he is so obsessed with bringing her back, but seeing his devotion, decides that she won't give up either. His experiments worked, and she eventually passed the critical threshold needed for her to generate current on her own. This meant that she no longer needed any external power source. The Lightning Fairy flies over to him to thank him, but her immense electric power almost fries him from that distance. Worried, she asks him if he is okay, and he explains that he got completely paralyzed just by her being close to him. Judging from her power, he believes that she is at Demon Sovereign or even a much higher level. She apologizes to him, saying that she will back off, but before she can move, he pulls her closer and embraces her in his arms. He is enduring the pain because he thinks that he won't be worthy of her if he can't even overcome this. Meanwhile, she is confused why he is going through all this pain. Hearing this, he asks her if she believes in love at first sight. Suddenly, several appendages emerge from his back and combine all the equipment into a mess called the Cadaveric Chrysalis. Moments later, Malfoy appears out of the mess with the girl in his arms as she is now transformed into a TV. He tells her that this will limit her powers, but allow her to stabilize so she can stay by his side. He uses her to power up a pod in which he has a strand of Elizabeth's hair. The immense power generated hits the hair strand with a small electric shock. This terrifies the guy, and he immediately calls off the experiment. The Lightning Girl is confused and asks him if she made a mistake. Meanwhile, the guy doesn't understand why the electricity damaged her hair, even though she is immune to magic. Suddenly, a realization hits her, and he thinks to himself that he might be able to bring her body back if he can control the entire power of the Lightning Girl. He starts laughing, saying that he has found another way to bring back the Demon Queen. The TV girl confuses his affection for Elizabeth, thinking that he is talking about her, so she also alleges her loyalty to him. Back in the present, a centipede latches onto her shoulder, with the Emperor's floating head nearby, teasing her about how even fairies can fall to mind tricks. The dark creature tells him to get on with grabbing her, but the head says there's no hurry since he'll keep his word soon enough. The Dark One isn't convinced, pointing out his past flop in catching that other girl and wondering if he can really produce out 10,000 dark gears in a month. The head boasts that with the Thunder Fairy's power, their energy issue is already solved, and they don't need the girl's designs anymore. He drops to the ground, adding that some of the Dark Guild members have run while others have scattered. The guild is on its last legs, and soon he will be able to descend into their world. The Dark Being thinks back. Ever since Elizabeth popped her seal, he'd pinned his bets on 3 people, but never saw this oddball coming through. The floating head sketches a quick magic symbol, pulling up a weird gadget. The Thunder Fairy, stuck under the Dark One's mind control, doesn't fight it. She thinks she's giving it all for him, and drifts into the machine like it was meant to be. Back on the train, Leping's crew lets go of the strange girl they'd snagged earlier. She's suspicious, figuring they're hunters after her bounty from the kingdom. Our boy clears it up, saying it was a mix-up as they thought that she was from the Dark Guild too. Though he's curious why Aristotle's princess would hit her own country's supply cart, the princess reveals that she's cutting off the resources to topple Aristotle, thinking it'll free folks from the heavy hand ruling them. She pushes to know who they really are. The MC tells her that he's the famous hero, and Elizabeth's the Demon Queen. They are here to convince the kingdom to link up with the Heroes' Alliance against the Dark Guild. The girl says she's clueless about the alliance, but warns that the mess from the Dark Sea is the real danger now. The hero asks the Demon Queen if the Dark Sea is the same thing that was inside Gigi. She shrugs it off, not recalling, though she is still wondering what he plans on saying to her a month from now. Leping asks the princess to spill the full story. She starts in her early days, when Aristotle was cut off but doing okay, until Elizabeth jumps in, telling her that it's enough. Our boy asks her if she is trying to use that spell again. She says that if they keep listening to them talk, they might have to wait till the next lunar age. With this, she uses her mnemonic violation spell to link to their memories and watch it all directly. Well, she mostly did it because she wanted to get inside our hero's memories to figure out what secrets he was hiding. From the memories, they can see the entire backstory of the young princess as she tinkered with robots and upgraded them, even surprising the science minister. She grew up reading books and got smarter with time. It came to a point when she started inventing new ways of converting energy. The science minister freaks out when he spots the princess tinkering with the board, begging her not to wreck it since it's the fruit of his teacher's lifelong work. But she's not breaking anything. Instead, she's upgrading it, pointing out that by dividing and powering the magical flow a specific way, each part can run on its own without burning out. The following day, the princess steps into the lab with her gear and stumbles on a creepy scene. The science minister got captives who are being used to generate power. He says sorry, explaining he just couldn't hold off on the experiment. He lets loose this odd mist from the Dark Sea, describing it as pure energy that can rework living things. The only flaw in this system is that it needs a desire for life as a catalyst to briefly manifest in their world. He reveals that he spent 60 years wondering how to stabilize this power for practical use, but finally, thanks to her invention, he can solve it. The setup produces dark gears. He picks one of them up and literally inserts it into his own body. A strange creature inside his body grabs the gear and announces that the purity level is 60%. The body twists in agony, but he pushes on, saying they could push humans past their edges and turn Aristotle into the top kingdom around. Even though she looks shaken, she agrees to continue with the research. A few weeks pass, and she claims that she might have achieved a purity of 80%. As she presses the red button, the machine starts working, pumping out dark gears buzzing with sparks. This time, though, she's flipped the wild energy around. It rushes back at him, shocking his entire body until it blows up. She reveals that during his absence, she tweaked the machine so they could amp up their own desires, turning that against him to take him down. She heads to the palace, grabbing her parents' hands, but they are not responsive. Her mentor's cut-off head pops up, poking fun at her for fighting fire with fire, and noting that even her parents can't dodge life's tough cycle. He wonders if she's sure they didn't know what was going on. Fast forward to now. The hero wraps it up, saying the princess put together a crew of saved fighters to go against Aristotle. He wonders why she didn't reach out to the dwarves or the Sword Guild. Elizabeth, keeping quiet, is annoyed that she still can't dig deep into his memories. The princess explains that she lacks any outside connections, and that the science ministers put a reward on her capture, making trust hard. The bandits chime in, noting she rescued and fixed them up so they could survive, and they'd lay it all down for her if needed. She stresses it's not about her, since if the minister keeps at it, the whole castle's doomed to the dark sea. He hasn't replicated her designs for a full converter tool yet, but it's coming. Right now, their best bet is blocking the kingdom's supplies to force him to come out. On the train, Alpha picks up on the weird quiet, and the Demon Queen asks Leping what's bugging him. He confesses that, logically, what they're chatting about shouldn't work without some magic boost. You can't make or run anything like that. But after peeking at Miss Pisces' memories, he's got it now. In Aristotle's setup, magic gets pumped into a booster, heated to crazy levels until it's gas, then shot into a closed chamber for a big magical boom. Still, he figures his own gadgets won't ever stack up to those contraptions, which bums him out. Elizabeth, catching his take, jumps in. She starts yanking the dark gears out of the princess's bandit pals. The princess flips out, saying they rely on those gears to stay alive, but the queen lays out the risk. The gears are packed with messy stuff from the dark sea, which eats away at the spirit. They might give a power kick or extra time, but eventually, the dark sea takes it all back. Those revived with dark gears get swallowed up, powering the chaos's core to drop into their world. As she smashes one gear, the princess snaps, blaming her for killing her buddies, but gets locked in place by the queen's force. Soon after, one bandit wakes up, all mixed up, and notices his body's back to normal flesh. The rest find the same, and the princess tears up, realizing that the queen fixed them back to human. She quickly apologizes for everything she said earlier. Our hero simply laughs, telling her that it's just what the Demon Queen usually does. Since they are all back to human form, he suggests some meds for any discomfort, but they brush it off, just feeling a bit worn out. He shifts to Pisces, promising they'll step in to shut down the science minister's schemes. The queen observes him, thinking how he mixes so easily with regular folks despite his huge strength. When she ruled the world as the Demon Queen, she had gotten so used to looking down on everyone. The power gap between her and everyone was too huge, and it made her feel isolated. This is why she longed for someone to challenge her, and now that she is powered up even more, she wonders if any of it even matters. Looking at our hero, she can see him towering above her and everyone else, but still considers them his equal. This makes her mad, and she questions why he chooses to be on the same level as them despite being several dimensions ahead of them. As she looks closer, it all starts making sense to her. He isn't doing it out of pity, but something else. Her strength has always reached heaven, but she never once thought of looking inside. This realization makes her break through to the next stage of Saint. The Demon Queen smiles, thinking to herself that it's the same way. He deliberately suppressed his godlike powers in order to date her. This is his idea of romance. She suddenly gets up and asks if he needs her help with anything. He asks her if she is really going to help, and she confirms it, saying that she wants to learn more from him. But this only makes him more worried as he wonders if she is mad, since he made the decision to help the princess by himself. The princess, not totally sure about their strength, thanks them but says she's still fuzzy on what they're really after. Our boy pushes for details on her scheme to shut down the science minister's plot, offering their backup. The princess says her first idea was to block the kingdom's supplies, but with extra hands, they can hit first. She breaks it down, sneak in as mineral guards, dodge the border checks, lay low till dark, then dip into the sewers under Central Street 3. It's a 5-kilometer trek to a locked door tied to the royal city's heart called the Aristotle Magic Steam Reactor, which is also the whole place's power core. In order to cut off the science ministry's energy source, they need to destroy the entire thing. However, entering the reactor will kick off alarms and send steam bots in 10 minutes. By this time, all the exits will also be sealed, so 4 of them gotta hang back to plant the special bombs she developed, and they all must be ready to die. The mess will pull the minister's focus, letting her slip in with a gadget to mess up the castle's main system, bringing the whole thing down. Without it, the science minister won't be able to construct the capital giant armor, and without that, his plan to conquer the world will fail. She says that they are not afraid to die for the revolution, but if possible, she must revive her teammates and her parents too. The princess is willing to trade her own life for them. Her bandits push back, saying she needs to stay alive and guide them. She shuts that down, insisting it's on her shoulders. The Demon Queen grins, saying that splitting her lifespan between others is perfectly fair and checks Leping's take. Noticing his silence, the princess wonders if her sacrifice isn't enough. He tells her straight to put that foolish idea out of her head since he has a better plan. At first he thought it'd wrap with him, but now he sees too many have already paid the price. He looks to Elizabeth, asking her to handle the mess right away. She agrees, set on nipping it at the source since she also can't wait to live in a world with just our hero. Over in the kingdom's lab, the tech minister is producing almost 5,000 dark gears in one day, fueled by the lightning fairy's non-stop mana. At this speed, they won't even need a month and can crush the hero continent by tomorrow. With the lightning fairy still trapped as an energy slave, they both laugh, thinking about tomorrow when they will open the gate to the dark sea. The weird creature Azathoth says that everyone, including the hero and the demon queen, will pay dearly for their arrogant defiance. However, just as my boy is yapping, the demon queen appears in front of him and crushes him beneath her feet. The creature senses her presence and wonders if she's shown up. The minister spots his weird reaction and asks what's up. The little guy thinks she's messing with his schemes again, but since he can't afford a full-on clash with her, he brushes it off as nothing and decides to pull the gears back to the dark sea. His partner questions why the hurry, noting they'll be set tomorrow. Azathoth starts sucking all the gears and tells him not to worry since he will come back tomorrow if he is still alive. That leaves the minister scratching his head as he wonders what that even means. As soon as the creature vanishes, alarms blare. The minister sends out steambots across the city while folks wonder why troops are heading to the royal castle. Up in the air, Elizabeth, Leping, the princess, and their crew drop down right in the kingdom's center, where the minister's piled his toughest units. The princess warns them that they might be walking into a trap, but our hero tells her to chill since they've got the demon queen on their side. Alpha grumbles that's a bit much. The steel fighters charge, but the queen flips them into coins with a casual wave. The minister, stunned, figures Princess Pisces must have fiddled with his magic control. Locals, watching metal protectors turn into sewer lids, guess it might be a drill, but that doesn't fit. Suddenly, dark gears start popping out of every person's mouth. The people drop like flies as the gears float up. Elizabeth wipes them all out with a quick flick. The minister gets that she's yanked every hidden dark gadget from the people. Without skipping a beat, he hooks himself to his rigs, saying he'll unleash his ultimate tool even if it trashes half of Aristotle. Pulling extra energy from the lightning fairy, he gets the castle moving. The princess is floored seeing the royal castle's big fighter kick in, puzzled how he pulled it off without finishing the power swap gadget. The minister scans the invaders, spots the princess with fresh backups, and bets they're from the Swordmasters Guild, maybe tied to Gigi. Close by, the MC gawks at the huge machine, calling it a spot-on mix of magic and tech. Elizabeth mentioned she knew he wanted to look at it, so she summoned it just for him. However, now that he's seen it, she'll start things up. At the same time, Alpha jumps ahead, demanding to take it solo to get his pride back. He shifts form, rushes in, and crashes into the giant, but the bot's shell breaks his edge and pounds him down, snapping him back to normal. The demon queen looks at the now folded Alpha with disappointment and asks if that thing belongs to their family since it looks familiar. The minister brags that with the lightning fairy's boost, his massive robot fighter has a 4-star demon lord grade, enough to level the whole hero's land. The man claims that even if the real sword saint showed up, she'd barely scratch the surface of his robot. The minister screams that he's about to take everyone down and swings hard. The hero and the demon queen appear calm, but Princess Pisces and her pirate crew still think it's game over. With a casual flick, Elizabeth turns his robotic arm to dust. Then the whole thing crumbles away. The minister's left gawking as the lightning fairy hovers in the air. The demon queen snags him with a glowing energy grip, squeezing his head off and holding it up for the group to see. She casually checks with the princess if this is the science minister who messed up Aristotle. The princess nods, and the minister admits she's got a heavy-hitting friend. The pirates wonder if they've finally nabbed him, calling it a big deal. The demon queen asks everyone if they have any questions for the man since she wants to end the job. Hearing this, the princess furiously asks her to just end his life as she has nothing to say to him. However, the guy laughs, threatening them that his backers would be here soon. Before he can say anything else, the demon queen squeezes his head and destroys it completely. Meanwhile, the lightning fairy snaps awake, unnoticed. Our hero commends her, saying that nothing goes wrong when she is the one handling stuff. Elizabeth responds that true power doesn't need to flex, and what people call problems are just solutions waiting in another realm. The fairy spots them and wonders if they're the demon queen and hero from her master's old stories. However, the two of them don't seem to notice her and continue to talk about the true meaning of what the demon queen just said. The fairy's thrown, wondering how they're here when she was just battling the minister, but decides it's her shot to take out the hero and grab the demon queen for her boss. She sneaks behind our boy for a zap, but Elizabeth picks up on her aura and feels something familiar. The fairy declares she's going for the kill and swings her charged hand. The second she brushes a strand of Leping's hair, she feels a wild push and a voice asking her how she dares defy them. The voice asks her to come back, and the fairy disappears. Like always, our boy is clueless about the close call and asks what she meant by something familiar. Elizabeth brushes it off as nothing, but wonders why it didn't click sooner. She's convinced this is all part of his big plan, and if it's his way of showing love, she's down. Pisces is relieved that it's finally over, though the kingdom is a wreck and its people are struggling. The Demon Queen suggests letting others handle the cleanup. Grabbing the MC's arm with a warm smile, she asks for some props, and he tells her she nailed it. Watching them, the princess thinks about how the revenge that they were willing to risk their lives for becomes nothing more than dust for someone as powerful as the hero and the Demon Queen. She got her payback and survived, but instead of feeling joyful, she just feels empty. Fulfilling a lifelong goal so fast feels heavier than losing. She recalls her ancestor Aristotle's saying that life's real worth is in waking up and thinking, but wonders if Aristotle ever guessed that waking up might show epic human stories as just tiny notes in the gods' big book. To her, that's more terrifying than death itself. With these thoughts in mind, she watches as the couple slowly walks away together. Princess Pisces pulls herself together, swearing she won't let despair win. She's ready to rebuild Aristotle and steer it right. Out of nowhere, she's decked out in royal robes, like she's already the queen. Her crew's also dressed to the nines, just as confused. A crowd roars, cheering her as the new ruler. A voice chimes in, saying their little princess is all grown up, and it's time to hand over the kingdom's reins. She spins around, stunned to see her parents alive. Overwhelmed, she drops to her knees, tears streaming. Her mom says it's coronation day, and she's officially queen of Aristotle now. Pisces, still crying, says it's all moving too fast. She wonders if her folks are really back or if this is just a dream. Glancing up, she spots Lou the hero and the Demon Queen in the sky. Our boy grins, joking that he didn't expect Elizabeth to be such a team player. She shoots back that she only stepped up because he once called her a perfectionist, and this was her way of paying him back. He thinks about how she could reshape the world like it's a toy, making peace in a snap, which makes him question what he's even doing as a hero. Hearing this, she wonders if she went overboard in her excitement. If everything is too peaceful, mortals won't get any drama, and things become boring. To fix it, she decides to destroy everything once again. However, the hero stops her and instead tells her that they are going back home. He says he's done feeling weighed down by the hero gig and just wants a peaceful world so they can live happily together. Elizabeth, cheeks pink, wonders if he's schooling her on duty, life, and choice. She pulls him into a hug and they're gone in a flash. Watching them leave, the princess swears she'll never forget the legendary Demon Queen who flipped Aristotle's reality with magic. Inspired, she decides to devote her entire life to learning magic, hoping that she may one day reach her level. Meanwhile, a lightning bolt zaps Leping's house, powering up an old lamp that calls in the element team. Fire and water spirits show up first, then the knife genie, the earth beaver, and finally the lightning fairy, who is now at the 9-star magic god rank. She admits she almost went off the rails but got a grip. Fully back, she pushes for the element team to join this year's indoor power championship. The water and fire fairies roll in, both at an 8-star magic god rank. Fire says mocks her, saying that even at her full strength, she will just be a side character, while the gold fairy suggests blending their powers to have a shot. Lightning agrees, suggesting that they go all in on elemental fusion since she is back to her full strength. However, Water argues that they're all outsiders, and without the power granted by the creator's artifacts, they won't be able to access their full strength. The Gold Fairy explains that they can create a temporary realm after fusion, and with the support of that realm, they can access their full power again. Hearing this, the Lightning Fairy mentions that they all came from different worlds, drawn by admiration for the creator. However, if they are not at the top, then she doesn't know who can claim that title since they were the ones powering all the other beings from their energy. This makes her even more determined to win this year's Indoor Power Championship, but they might have to work together in this, since her powers alone won't make it. Suddenly, the Earth Fairy starts to scream, which is a signal that their master has returned. As they all scatter, our boy walks in saying they're home. Plopping on the couch, he asks his robot dog to grab a couple of sodas. When Wang Tai opens the fridge, there's the Lightning Fairy hiding. She reveals that the Element team wants in on the competition. The dog asks her how she still hopes to enter the competition after causing such a catastrophe. In response, the Lightning Fairy tells him that she managed to stop it in time, and it was he who released all that voltage. If they're talking about responsibility, she says, he's the main culprit for nearly causing trouble. The dog thinks it happened because his master pushed his chip too hard, but he refuses to admit fault and asks if she's threatening him. She insists she would never dare, and suggests leaving the past behind since the problem was resolved. She adds that the Elemental team has missed the last 3 indoor championship events and begs to be allowed to participate this time. The robot dog understands and says the tournament will take place while his master is away, and on that day, everything will be decided. The fairy thanks him but says that while regaining her lost energy, she discovered information about someone named Wismarf. Before she can explain further, Wang Chai shuts the fridge and hurries to bring the drinks to his master. Our boy takes the can and comments that he's finally seen both the dwarves' forging techniques and the technology of the kingdom of Aristotle. The Demon Queen says the most important thing is that they achieved mutual balance. He thanks her but says he wouldn't call it that. He only hopes everyone can unite and maintain peace, since with his level of power, demanding things from others would be pointless. Elizabeth agrees, thinking that his grace and strength have united their followers more deeply than fear ever could. She reflects that in the past, she ruled through fear, which led the outside world into chaos during her 500-year absence. She believes the hero has taught her a new lesson. Our boy names the Sword Saint Guild, the Elven Tribe, Annie's Cathedral, the Dwarf Kingdom, and Aristotle as stable forces, but says the Demon Realm is the exception. Even though its Dark Guild members have vanished, something still feels wrong. Elizabeth reassures him that she personally investigated the Demon Realm and found nothing suspicious. He wonders aloud if Amelia has awakened, so he can ask her about the Dark Guild, but his thoughts drift, and he realizes he's been having inappropriate thoughts about Elizabeth whenever they're alone. They're not married yet, so he tells himself to stay calm. She answers that the girl is still recovering in her dimensional space, and will return when her memory improves. She notices him frozen in place and asks what's wrong. He brushes it off, but she senses his intentions and presses closer, asking if he's hiding something and if she'll have to wait a month to know. She leans in and whispers that he just doesn't want to get closer to her. Before our boy surrenders to her charm, his bird clock goes off, giving him an escape. He quickly stands, says it's time, and moves away, claiming he'll make dinner. She watches him with a grin as he runs away, thinking to herself that, like good wine, their love will only grow stronger with time. All she needs to do is wait a bit longer. 3 days pass, then 10, then 18. Elsewhere, Bosi cuts something with his cards while the other members of the Sword Saint Guild face the Lava Octopus King, a supreme 5-star demon. Luna Sorgus of the guild says she doesn't understand her aunt's strange orders, first sending them to clear an empty place, then announcing her resignation as president, forcing them to learn a complicated Tai Chi style, and now having them build hot springs for the arrival of someone unknown. Anna Sorgus adds that Lady Gigi said it's all part of that person's plan and they should just follow orders. Luna nods, recalling her aunt's power as a rank 4 underworld king, far beyond any hero or legendary demon queen. The red-haired girl wonders why someone so strong would obey another person, believing even the Dark Guild had vanished out of fear of her. Suddenly, the elven leader, Aleph, warns them to watch their words, threatening punishment in Lady Gigi's name if they insult that person again. The redhead girl mocks her, saying she's arrogant for someone barely recognized by other forces. Luna questions how a half-elf became the leader of the elves and doubts she could teach them a lesson, claiming she isn't taken seriously. Enraged, the leader calls them insolent and hurls a card at them, but Ching deflects it immediately. The giant octopus glares at the group while Anna tells the guy to step aside, clearly wanting to see Eleph's true strength. The man refuses with a shake of his head, standing firm on his promise to Lady Gigi to protect them all. If their leader wants a fight, she'll have to go through him first. She smirks and accepts his challenge, warning that when she defeats him, he'll need to apologize for his disrespect before realizing too late who he's insulted. The guy doesn't back down and admits that he's been craving this rematch ever since their last guild battle got interrupted. This time, there'll be no holding back from either of them. Before they can clash, the impatient octopus attacks. Both react instantly. Eleph's sky drake materializes as Ching summons the azure bird. Their summoned beasts tear through the octopus while their masters leap skyward, exchanging rapid strikes mid-air. Anna watches, impressed by how Eleph now matches Ching blow for blow despite his 5th level enlightenment. Luna notes how Ching still hasn't used his Tai Chi sword technique, quietly doubting the elves could ever rival the Sword Saints Guild at full power. Elif pushes her flying dragon to its limits, privately acknowledging Ching's skill as Lady Gigi's disciple. The guy senses she's still holding back and remains cautious. Mid-exchange, she demands he stop testing her and end this. As he agrees, she channels her 7-fold burst, Death Reaper's Scythe, while he prepares his 5th style, Dustbreaker against the wind. A card flashes between them before they collide. Bossy intervenes, ordering them to stand down. He reminds his daughter that as an elven leader, she has greater responsibilities than personal duels. The white hair guy understands, though he can't help admiring the effortless power behind his strike. This makes him understand why he is the second strongest after Gigi. The elf girl argues about their disrespect toward that person, but deep inside, she knows that this fight serves her no purpose, since it's a lose-lose situation for her. Suddenly, she hears the voice of a girl telling her that the person also helped her in crises, and she simply shrugged it off when he was humiliated in public. She mentions that the person doesn't believe in punishing people who don't know any better, so he won't take any offense at their disrespect. The elf girl recognizes her as Annie, also known as the Witch of Heaven. She carries a little angel and claims that his aura will calm down everyone, so they should regroup and focus on the problem at hand. Regrouped, Luna voices frustration about their vague hot spring mission. Bosie admits even Lady Gigi doesn't know its purpose, as it's simply an order from that person. The girls complain about this constant secrecy since it makes them feel like they are being left out of the plan. Ching shrugs it off, saying that if Lady Gigi commands it, they obey. With 10 days left and no hot springs found in the volcanic wasteland, the Count explains it's a test from that person, with success earning his blessing. He does give them a small hint about the person's identity, saying that they've already met him. Annie is a bit confused about the whole situation since, according to the records, this place should be overflowing with geothermal springs. However, it's all dried up. The elf girl agrees with her dad, saying that if it's a test, they might learn its significance later when they are ready. The other girl suddenly stiffens, sensing immense magic forming overhead. Bosie is also shocked and asks if the evil descent is happening early. The crushing pressure leaves them all gasping as Alif's father orders battle preparations. Annie warns of something descending. The impact sends debris flying. When the dust clears, a colossal robot stands before them. As everyone tries to figure out what it is, Ching goes in for a preemptive strike. The Count tries stopping him, but it's a bit too late, and the guy releases his Azure Bird Cross Slash. However, before he cuts through the robot, his attack is blocked by the Dragon Slayer's cut, which can only be performed by a sword saint who has killed a dragon. His confusion is soon ended as he witnesses the Dwarf King, the Princess of Aristotle, and Lady Gigi walking out of the robot. Luna checks on Ching with a concerned look. He brushes himself off, saying he's fine, but his eyes lock onto the figures ahead. There's doubt in his voice as he wonders if these are really who they seem to be. Turns out Heimerdinger had intercepted the earlier attack using Leping's knife. He asks if this is the mission site left behind by the hero. Gigi steps forward with a nod and explains that, except for her disciple, everyone present was personally chosen by the hero. The princess practically bounces with excitement as she introduces herself to the group, immediately asking if anyone can teach her magic. The guild leader apologizes to the Count for the wait, but he thanks her instead for finally arriving. Pisces launches into her backstory, telling them that with help from the hero and demon queen, she's now ruling the kingdom of Aristotle. The Dwarf King chimes in and says that the hero also helped him resolve the S-class weapon crises in his kingdom, and they can now produce S-class weapons anytime. The two girls from the guild exchange skeptical glances, wondering if they are truly the legendary hero and demon queen. She also questions whether the person they keep referring to is actually the hero. Pisces keeps chatting excitedly about how Leping's mechanical dog inspired upgrades to her latest model. This is her first trip outside her kingdom, and she's determined to make friends. Hearing this, the elf girl questions how she can reveal the identity of such important people so casually. Luna tugs at her sister's sleeve, whispering that the name Leping rings a bell. The Count explains that the Dwarf King used to serve the Demon Queen, so there's no need for secrecy now. The Dwarf King's expression turns serious as he asks about the hot springs. He remembers this volcanic area bubbling with magical springs centuries ago. Bosie reports their fruitless search, revealing that they couldn't find a single drop of water anywhere. His daughter adds that even her clan's special water-detecting seeds came up empty. Pisces tilts her head, genuinely puzzled by the water shortage. When the elf girl's father asks if she's got any ideas, she perks up immediately, asking why they don't just summon water using their elemental spells. Luna bursts out laughing while Anna teases the so-called Queen of Aristotle for her naive suggestion. Pisces flushes with embarrassment until Annie gently explains that elemental magic's been weak for centuries. Curious, she asks what happened to it. The nerd girl reveals that, according to the records, over 400 years ago, elemental spirits vanished from the hero's continent without explanation. The princess looks shocked since she's never even heard of elemental spirits. Annie continues, telling her that without the spirit's blessing, elemental magic tops out at intermediate level. The strongest water spell they've got now is Ice Sphere, which just pulls moisture from the air, so it is pretty useless in this dry, active volcanic zone. The princess thanks her for the explanation, vowing to study hard to match the Demon Queen's knowledge. Heimerdinger suggests a more practical solution as tells them that they can try diverting the water. Maybe Gigi could slice open a channel from some distant lake with her sword skills. Hearing this, she tells him that she could, but she won't do it. Anna guesses her aunt wants them to solve this themselves. Luna points out that the nearest lake is miles away, so it's pretty much impossible for them to do it. Ching volunteers to try, but the aunt stops him with a warning, saying that altering the terrain on that scale would cause a major ecological disaster just for a hot script. This, she explains, is probably the hero's real test. Blind obedience for rewards leads to greed and destruction. Everyone in the group is shocked as they realize what she means. Annie remembers how the hero helped her when her intentions were pure, and how chasing power almost corrupted her until Gigi stepped in. The Dwarf King agrees, telling them that harming lives for power would make them no better than the Dark Guild. Hearing all this, Pisces suddenly lights up with another idea, suggesting that they could try digging for water underground. Luna starts to mock her again, but Pisces reveals that her giant robot could do the digging in just 7 days. Bozzy nods, saying that with teamwork, it's possible. He and his daughter will use elven seeds to restore the land. Heimerdinger's already planning the furniture for their future hot spring hotel, promising S-class quality even for the chairs. The princess excitedly announces that she's got a bunch of new ideas for the hotel and hot spring layout. She then asks if everyone can help her gather volcanic rocks. Annie jumps in, saying it's no problem as her dolls can carry the heavy stuff for her. Gigi offers to take charge of cutting the rocks and keeping the worksite safe with her squad of expert swordsmen. Seeing all of this, the Count proudly tells them that they are all working together towards the same goal, no matter their race and rank. His daughter nods, saying that this type of atmosphere really fires him up. The Dwarf King even cracks a smile, saying the last time he saw this kind of teamwork was 5 centuries ago. One by one, they put their fists together and shout in unison, promising they're in this together. Deep beneath them, about 1,000 meters underground, Malfoy sits in stillness. He's puzzled as to why Heimerdinger, Gigi, and the heirs of Jimji's bloodline have all gathered here, wondering if they have discovered his hideout. However, he rejects the thought since he is still confident that he can't be traced in the barrier he crafted using the mana of the Demon Queen. Still, the sudden absence of number 24 gnaws at him, and he questions if she has betrayed him. The thought feels almost insulting, especially now, when he is rooted in place, absorbing his master's magic. Yet he swears that once the absorption is complete, every last one of them will be sacrificed to his lord. Meanwhile, in the hero's courtyard, chaos erupts as monsters clash. A beam of freezing energy blasts forward, but a giant serpent evades it, wrapping tightly around its foe. From the skies, flaming meteors rain down, the undying bird's meteor flame, scorching the battlefield to cinders. Just when the phoenix seems victorious, a brutal blow lands from the Mammoth King. Before the Mammoth can finish things, the Toad Lord launches a tongue strike, wrapping around the massive beast and slamming it into the ground so hard the earth cracks. Retracting his tongue, he casually tells the Mammoth to get back up and keep going. Before the fight can continue, slow clapping echoes through the air. A voice compliments the attacks, saying they weren't bad at all. The Toad turns to see Wang Chai. The dog mentions that he has really taken the master's free-range poultry doctrine to heart. The Toad smirks, explaining that without the struggle for survival, magical beasts have gone soft and complacent. Since his last check-in, though, he's pushed them to train harder so they stay sharp. The robot dog says it's time to pay the protection fee again. The Toad laughs, saying it's not really a fee but more like a respectful tribute to the creator. These creatures live on the vast magical beast plains. Among them, the lucky ones who are chosen by the hero are called the Chosen Ones. They believe that being eaten by the creator isn't death, but a form of evolution and transformation. To them, it's a form of rebirth where they evolve into a higher life form. The Toad tells Wang Chai that in just a year, the magical beasts have leveled up, and on average, their creatures have gone from the Mageling rank all the way to Archfiend rank. Then he asks which ingredient the creator is craving this month, reminding him that every type of creature produces a completely different food. The magical bird becomes tender and juicy fried chicken, the eel becomes grilled eel rice, while the mammoth becomes big grilled meat, and the lamb makes a lamb belly hot pot. The robot dog teases him, saying that it's been a while since his master had any spicy stir-fried bullfrog. Hearing this, the Toad freezes on the spot, horrified that this might be his last conversation. Meanwhile, back at home, Elizabeth is lying on a bed enjoying a massage. She tells Liping to ease up as he's pressing way too hard, only for him to remind her he's barely massaging her feet. At one point, he suggests picking this up later, but she waves him off, saying she's not afraid of a little pain. Then a sudden jolt runs through her, making her whole body tremble. He casually says he hasn't even started yet. She tries to buy time to mentally prepare, but quickly changes her mind, telling him to stop talking and just get on with it. He explains that in traditional Chinese medicine, there's an old saying, if it hurts, it's not flowing. If it flows, it won't hurt. The pain, he assures her, will fade once her blood is moving freely. He'll start light and go deeper, so she just needs to relax. He begins by scraping the sole of her foot, a method meant to release tension throughout the body. Elizabeth feels a strange mix of pain, ticklishness, and pleasure all at once. With the scent of essential oils in the air, she feels herself drifting toward an almost otherworldly state. Then he presses the Yongquan point. The moment his fingers touch, her mind slips into the bamboo realm, where bamboo's hollow joints still shoot upward like arrows. She realizes that channeling magic requires leaving space, or else it clogs. Next, he works on the Tai Chong point, pulling her into the lotus realm. She sees a lotus, thinks to herself how it's pure despite its muddy origin, standing tall in clear water without a hint of corruption. Hollow inside, straight outside, neither clinging nor sprawling. Then comes the Zusanli point on her leg, opening the realm of plum blossom. Even in freezing snow, orchids bloom alone, never competing, their fragrance drifting through the cold. Finally, he presses the San Yin Jiao point, sending her to the orchid realm. She sees an orchid resting in a quiet room, releasing its fragrance, and understands that true strength isn't about dominating the world, but knowing yourself. Suddenly she pulls her foot back. A strange energy bursts inside her, and in that strange dimension, she breaks through to the Sage Ascension mode. Moments later, she's back in the real world, collapsing onto the bed. Our boy gets up, telling her to rest while he makes dinner. Left alone, she wonders what kind of strange technique he applied since it allowed her to level up her cultivation with just a foot massage. Far away, in a completely different place, the egg containing Amelia begins to tremble. A crack splits the shell, and a small leg pushes its way through. The MC is thrilled to see her finally hatch and wastes no time offering her a bowl of his dry bullfrog stew. He insists that protein is the key to real strength and urges her to eat as much as she wants. She just tilts her head, not quite sure what protein even means. The queen turns to her and brings up the day she went to wipe out the Dark Guild. She bluntly asks if, even at Demon Lord level, she still lost. This takes the girl into a flashback. She recalls facing Malfoy, who claimed he had finally surpassed her. Furious, she cursed him for daring to insult her master. Then, from a strange capsule, someone who looked exactly like the Demon Queen reached out. The guy told her that she got it all wrong. The fake Elizabeth struck first, forcing Amelia to retreat. She knows that it's her master's magic, but still doesn't understand how the guy even pulled it off. His answer was unsettling. He said his devotion to her kept him going through tens of thousands of failed experiments. He never believed his master was gone and always expected her to return. That love, he claimed, was his strength. Amelia called him a fool and promised to smash him to dust, but before she could move, 2 of his servants attacked. She lashed out with her dragon legs, knocking them both far away. The lightning fairy was still in her sealed state, so she asked him if she could release her seal to fight with the girl. However, Malfoy rejected her request, mentioning that Amelia's magic was vital to his experiment, and she had to be taken alive. He ordered her to get the others to safety, and she obeyed. The dragon girl scoffed, asking if he seriously thought he could capture her. She warned him not to get cocky just because he had a fake version of her master, all while keeping to herself that she was only following her real master's orders. Without warning, a giant energy hand shot from the ground and grabbed her. She barely had time to react before realizing she was trapped. The moves were identical to her master's, which only made her curse Malfoy harder for making this copy. He claimed the duplicate was created from her master's own magic and challenged her to deny it. The fake Elizabeth then sent another energy arm at her. The girl knew she was in trouble since the pet contract meant her master's magic could completely suppress her, and if this went on, she'd be caught. The guy told her to stop resisting and save herself some pain. Instead, she summoned part of her true body, and a huge dragon appeared behind her. She told him that even if she couldn't attack someone with her master's power, she could still destroy the ground he was standing on. With a calm smile, she said she could wipe out everything. With this, the dragon girl began casting world-ending magic. One of the girls in the lab muttered in awe, wondering if this was what a demon lord's true power looked like. Malfoy panicked and ordered everyone to run. The dragon girl slammed her attack into the ground, blowing the entire area apart. By the time the dust cleared, the Dark Guild's key members had already escaped to safety. The blast leaves the battlefield in ruins. Malfoy's men are stunned, especially the same woman from before, who once again questions if this is really the power of a demon king. Far away, Amelia collapses, completely spent. She admits she was too arrogant and never thought he would use her master's power on her. She's glad she managed to unleash her Dragon King's roar, but when she looks up, part of the land is still intact. That's when she realizes the fake queen used a skill called Forbidden Transgression. Malfoy remarks on how terrifying her rage is. Even after absorbing 99% of her energy, she's still incredibly destructive. He's relieved her power comes from her master. Otherwise, he'd be dust. Laughing, he asks if she can use it again, saying that if her master absorbs just a bit more, she'll be complete. But Amelia has nothing left. As her vision darkens, she apologizes to her master for failing. Before she passes out, a mark on her body glows, activating Dragon's Ward. A shell forms around her, making the guy wonder if she has a defensive rune left. He shrugs it off, confident he can still extract her magic. Back in the present, Amelia finishes telling her story. Even at Demon King level, she says, she was crushed. She tells her master she shouldn't still be alive, that she's unworthy as a mount, and asks to be put down for good. The Demon Queen, still eating, simply asks if she's done crying. Leping changes the subject, asking Elizabeth what she thinks of the food since it's been a while since he cooked that dish. She says it's fine, though she's used to bolder flavors and finds plain rice a little dull. He offers to make fried rice, and she agrees. The dragon girl stays quiet as they talk, only reacting when the hero comments that his queen now likes spicy food. She casually says it's because she's been living with him. The dragon girl grows irritated at their closeness and keeps calling to her master until Elizabeth stuffs food in her mouth and says she'll grant her request. Suddenly, the girl is standing on a glowing starry path in an endless void. She realizes her master has brought her into her inner realm. Thinking this is punishment, she believes she's meant to walk it forever, reflecting on her failure before dying in shame. She walks until she collapses, whispering that she'll never see her master again and isn't worthy to serve her, though she still misses her. Then a voice calls out. She looks up to see a giant toad land in front of her. He calls her the Golden Dragon and mentions that this is his final test on the path to evolve past the Demon Lord rank. When she asks who he is, he says she wouldn't remember since, back when he was just a tadpole, she was already the Beast King. In her absence, he took her place, but to be recognized as Lord of Beasts, he must defeat her. He's been waiting for this day. With a group of beasts behind him, he leaps forward, declaring that if he wins, he'll complete his evolution and reach Demon King level. Emilia tries to stop him, but the fight has already begun. Back at the table, Leping serves the fried rice. He notices the dragon girl looks distant and asks what's wrong. The Demon Queen smiles as she looks at her, saying that she is just savoring the protein he made for her. Hearing this, he thinks that dragons are just slow eaters. Meanwhile, the dragon girl is still trapped in that realm, trying to fight the frog. After losing all of his summoned creatures and suffering heavy damage, he admits that she is truly worthy of being called the Beast King. She asks him if he still wants to fight, but the toad has had enough. He admits his defeat and says that it will be fuel for his next evolution. As the toad falls down, she thinks to herself that she must also accept her defeat. Otherwise, she has no right to serve the Demon Queen. Even with that one loss, she is still the Beast King. With this, she suddenly transforms into the Golden Dragon. Meanwhile, our boy watches her tensing up and asks if she needs some water. Elizabeth assures him that it's all fine and she just needs some time to adjust to his food. During this time, the dragon girl is leveling up and she finally realizes the peak stage of the Demon Lord. The Demon Queen looks at her and says that she is worthy of being her pet since she can get up after falling down. This makes her emotional, and she thanks her while shedding some tears of happiness. Leping also smiles as he sees her enjoying the food, mentioning that protein works wonders. The dragon girl looks at him with a serious expression, finally realizing why her master likes him. She blows his previous comment out of proportion and thinks to herself that by protein, he meant that she must taste defeat to reach the peak. She tells him that she is ready to take on any other food that he has. Our hero laughs and tells her that the Demon Queen was also like this during her first night here. However, Elizabeth denies it, saying that she wasn't this greedy. The next morning, our boy wakes up with the dragon girl sneaking into his bed. She takes his spot and says that it's her turn to sleep with the Demon Queen. The hero has no other option, so he simply tells her that he is going to make breakfast. As he walks away, Elizabeth gets up, wondering if he is still waiting for the end of the month to take the next step. She decides that she is going to take him down before that. After making breakfast, he notices the Demon Queen riding on the dragon girl and realizes that she is truly her mount. As he washes dishes, the two of them start talking. Emilia asks the Demon Queen how she is still improving when she has already reached the peak in everything. Elizabeth admits that it's a bit hard to explain. She gives her an example of a girl who just reached the peak of a huge mountain. However, when she finally gets there, she notices a much higher peak in front of her. The dragon girl still doesn't understand, since the Demon Queen has already mastered all types of magic, so there should be no higher peak for her. Elizabeth reveals that she won't be able to understand how small she is until she climbs the mountain. She turns her attention towards the TV show they are watching, and Emilia almost freezes as she realizes how complicated it is. She can't wrap her head around all the characters and suddenly gets knocked out by the information overload. The Demon Queen smiles and advises her to take it slow. At the same time, our boy finishes washing the dishes and suggests going outside to get some fresh air. The two of them step outside for some alone time and also bring the robot dog. Leping throws a frisbee for the dog to catch. Wang Chai takes the job a bit too seriously, but for some reason, he can't seem to catch it. Bro even summons quantum mechanical black holes, but the frisbee seems to be one step ahead of him. As it starts space jumping, he realizes that something is wrong. He uses his robot eyes to analyze the frisbee and finds out that it's actually an alien spaceship that snuck over from another dimension. This makes him excited since it's been a long time since he met a worthy opponent. Our boy and the Demon Queen watch from a distance, and the two fight. She changes the topic and asks him what he wants to do with her. When he acts confused, she reminds him that he had a surprise planned for her at the end of the week, but he has been acting distant after telling her that. They are already too close, so he doesn't need to wait for the month to end. This makes him nervous as he originally planned to propose to her on their hot spring trip, but it seems like she can't wait any longer. When she demands to do it now, he starts sweating and tells her that they are outside, so it's not possible. Our boy thinks that he needs to be bolder for her, since if he just does what she says, it might get boring. To his surprise, she lets it go and asks him about his past. However, he doesn't hear her right and starts preparing to take off his clothes. She repeats herself, admitting that it may be impolite, but she wants to know everything about him. Our hero agrees with her that real relationships mean truly knowing each other. He notes they've lived together for ages without sharing their pasts, then asks if she actually wants to hear his warning that it's nothing special. Leping starts from the beginning. In his old world, he grew up in the countryside with his grandparents, doing all kinds of farm work. It was tough, but those were his happiest days. Later, he went to South China Agricultural University, always going back during breaks to help. After graduating, he moved to the city for work and visited less and less until his grandparents passed away. Alone, life became a boring cycle of work and home. He wasn't into games or anime, and the only joy he had was watching short videos on his commute. Then, out of nowhere, he ended up in this world. A system asked him to become the legendary hero, but he wasn't interested. Elizabeth says his life sounds pure, and that purity probably helped him reach a spiritual level most people never touch. She wonders why the system wanted him as her enemy, but figures his nature stopped it, tying their fates together. However, she still believes that it was all within his grasp from the beginning. He then asks about her past. She agrees but warns it might bore him. She starts with the hero's continent, back when there was no magic and all races lived in peace, until extremists spread hate. Conflict grew, half-bloods were cast out, and they moved into dangerous abandoned lands that became the demonic land. She grew up in that chaos. At 5, when a bigger demon stole her bread, she awakened her powers and fought back. In that lawless place, strength was everything. By 9, she ruled a district as Witch Elizabeth. At 13, she formed the Crimson Moon Mercenaries, feared across the demonic land. She secretly used missions to gather forbidden magic books, and on her 16th birthday, she had a second awakening so strong it shook the continent. She conquered the demonic land, declared herself Demon King, and started a war until every race surrendered. When she finally reached the human kingdom on her dragon, she saw Malfoy staring at her from below. Without wasting any time, she completely annihilated the fortress. Standing on top of the rubble, she realized that the intel was right and threatened to eliminate scum like him from the world. The guy appeared to be king and was using his corpse magic to take on a monstrous form. He challenged her, thinking that he could beat her, but in seconds, she destroyed him and forced him to surrender. With her, she rebuilt the world with equality and peace, but despite achieving her dream, she felt empty. Then came a prophecy about a legendary hero who'd challenge her. She trained harder than ever, becoming the first to surpass the demon's sovereign barrier, but the hero never appeared. Eventually, she took the sacred sword and went searching for him, and that's how she met Leping. Back in the present, she asks if he knows how many years she waited. He apologizes, saying at least they didn't have to fight and became friends instead. She realizes he never meant her harm, and over time her killing intent faded. Leping takes her shoulders, saying he wishes they'd met sooner, and apologizes that her childhood was too hard. He wishes he could have given her cakes, dolls, and happiness. She calls him silly but says things are fine now. He promises she'll never have to be strong alone again, that he'll protect her smile forever. They lean in, hearts pounding until Wang Kai bursts in, proudly holding the frisbee. He boasts about running 3 special codes and optimizing over 70 million lines to catch it. The dog expects his master to praise him for his achievement, but his sensors suddenly detect a threat, and he notices the Demon Queen screaming at him in rage. In the next moment, she kicks him so hard he's sent flying into the distance. Leping watches how far Wang Chai has flown, and comments on the distance, thinking it's lucky he already upgraded it to a cloud-based neural link. Then Elizabeth calls out to him, catching him off guard as she steps closer and asks if they can pick up where they left off. He is confused but can't back away as she cups his face. Meanwhile, the dog tumbles across the ground before stopping some distance away. He mutters that his update was pointless, since he still feels scared of that fierce woman. What he doesn't know is that nearby, a mysterious figure asks Alpha if this dog is the top general under the hero and the Demon Queen's command. Alpha addresses the guy as a hero and mentions that the dog is named Wang Chai. The guy doesn't really think the dog is much of a threat and calls him a dumb mutt. Suddenly, a warning pops up for the player not to underestimate the enemy and to complete the final mission, which is to eliminate the hero and the Demon Queen. The reward for this mission will be full system access rights for the player. The mysterious figure nods and commands Alpha to keep an eye on them and report anything immediately. Alpha agrees and calls the figure Hiro-sama before the man disappears, leaving him to continue watching. The dog notices Alpha nearby and thinks to himself that he has picked up a bunch of weirdos. He admits he doesn't really care and that his priority is fixing himself so he can get over his fear of that woman. At the same time, in the Sea of Darkness, all the fragments of Azathoth are lingering around waiting for their chance to descend to the other world. The Thousand-Eyed Fiend mentions that he's measured the energy through chaotic entropy, so even if they send one vessel first, they can all be empowered later and combine together. Hearing this, the Devouring Worm argues that the locals might catch them and their plan will fail. The Profane Man thinks that they can beat all the locals if they can even send one body through the gate. The Cranial Weaver calls him an idiot, reminding them of the legendary hero in Malfoy, who is waiting to reap the rewards. However, the Watcher assures them that it has seen every future and none of them ends in failure, so they should be good to go. This makes all the fragments excited as they think about destroying the world and consuming everyone. They laugh as they talk about facing the Demon Queen and making her regret. Meanwhile, our boy is packing for a trip. He checks off his comb, nail clipper, bath sponge, handmade soap, and moisturizer, knowing his skin gets dry after hot springs. His own stuff is simpler. A few clothes changes and his swimsuit. He writes a reminder to pick fresh ingredients from his garden and wonders what else to bring. Then suddenly, something clicks in his mind, and he reaches into his drawer to find the most important thing for the trip. Bro is finally about to see the light. The Demon Queen asks what he's doing and offers to help, but he says he's almost done and asks if she needs anything. She comes in asking for help picking a swimsuit since she can't decide. He blushes, wondering how she found out about his swimsuit, but quickly changes the subject to focus on the bikini. He remembers how yesterday, while helping Elizabeth design swimsuits, he got carried away and ended up making some pretty strange sets. Elizabeth is surprised and asks if there's something wrong with the swimsuits. She snaps her fingers, changing into another suit, and asks if it's better. He nervously asks her to wait, admitting he accidentally packed way too many outfits. The Demon Queen is confused by his hesitation and wonders if none of the suits are good enough. She says their bond is growing, and she's starting to feel what he likes, trusting her intuition to pick the outfits. Seeing his reaction, she wonders if her intuition failed. She snaps her fingers again, promising not to give up, and tries another swimsuit, convinced her intuition is stronger than it seems. Then Amelia shows up, asking why humans wear such tight clothes in hot springs since they're uncomfortable. She adds that she used to bathe with her queen without any clothes, and that won't be a problem at the springs. Elizabeth snaps her fingers and agrees. Nothing is really needed at the hot springs. She realizes she almost fell into a trap, thinking those swimsuits reflected Leping's tastes, but that they're just clothes. She knows if she obsesses over them, she'll lose focus. What he really loves is her, not her outfits. So she takes everything off and says none of those suits can be worn in public. Our boy panics and covers her with a towel, reminding her there'll be other people at the springs, and she can't be seen like that. Another day, the group is ready to leave. Leping says they can finally go and is excited to see what amazing things the Dwarf King and Bosi found. She admits she's eager too and wonders what surprises the hero has planned. The dragon says she's excited too, especially about bathing with her master. The Demon Queen activates her teleportation, and in a flash, the three arrive at the hot springs. The MC can't believe what he sees and screams with excitement since the place is huge and luxurious. Elizabeth, however, says it's nothing special. Suddenly, Pisces appears and greets them. Leping asks if she came to enjoy the springs. She nods and says that after her country recovered, she was invited by the Sword Saints Guild to help build the hot springs. He thanks her for her work. The princess says it was nothing, and that the kindness of the hero and the Demon Queen is something Aristotle's kingdom can never fully repay. She's happy to see Elizabeth again, which makes Amelia jealous, telling her not to look at her mistress like that. The Demon Queen tells them to stop fighting and asks the princess to be their guide. She agrees and leads them toward the big building. On the way, they meet someone. Leping recognizes her as Gigi. She says she's patrolling because they're in charge of hot spring security. The red-haired girl is confused seeing them since she was expecting the Demon Queen and the hero to show up instead of these random people. She thinks it's just a princess and a servant from a small southern kingdom. Their confusion grows even more when Gigi bows down to greet them personally. Leping comments that she seems to be doing well with the Sword Saints Guild. She agrees and credits him for her success. They chat while her group watches, shocked at how close they seem. Qing wonders if that's really the legendary hero and is impressed by how well he hides his aura. The red-haired girl is amazed that he taught her aunt the Tai Chi sword technique and says he doesn't look like a hero. The blonde guesses the woman beside him is the Demon Queen. The hero smiles, greeting them and saying he remembers them from the last guild tournament. The three misunderstand and think he said he'll never forget their faces and their attitude. Both sisters faint from the pressure. Someone calls out to Qing and he freezes in panic, wondering what's going to happen to him. Our boy puts his hand on his shoulder and asks Gigi if she's really learned well from him, saying his swordless style is impressive. The white hair guy questions that, but she fires back, asking if he actually wants her to learn the sword techniques of her disciple, thinking to herself that all of his moves originally came from her. Leping explains that when she asked him about the Tai Chi sword's swordless form, he just watched how the guy moved and taught himself from there. He laughs and says it's like that old saying, "Among three people, there is always one I can learn from." The hero admits he's learned a lot from them. The white-haired guy can't believe he is being praised by the legendary hero and says that he is not worthy of his praise. Gigi tells him not to worry and reminds him that the hero already said her level isn't quite there yet and that she hasn't fully grasped it either. She shares that when she first got it, she realized it wasn't about obsessing over techniques but about merging with nature to really feel it. But even that's not the whole picture. Thinking only about merging with nature is another kind of obsession. She believes humans and nature should be one. no separation. Still, she struggles with the weight of once being the strongest human. Luckily, the hero opened her eyes. If someone as strong as him can keep learning from Ching, she can't afford to be arrogant, even with people weaker than her. There's always something valuable to learn. That's why the hero told her to go back to the Swordmasters Association and start fresh. With these new revelations, she suddenly starts floating and glowing with a golden light. It turns out that she has just broken through to the 5-star Demon Lord rank. King watches the hero in shock, thinking to himself how one sentence from him was enough for his master to break through. The legendary hero has been quietly traveling among mortals, pushing every big figure in each kingdom to grow stronger. This whole thing is nothing like anything he knows. He wonders why, if the hero is so powerful, he'd want to learn from him. The guy kneels and apologizes, which makes our boy wonder if he's suffering from heat stroke since the same thing happened with 2 girls who came with him. He asks if he's okay and advises him to take a break. The guy thanks him for the wisdom and undergoes his own breakthrough. Just then, the Demon Queen tells Leping to hurry up, thinking he had already given his blessing when he arrived. She wonders if he realized that they still aren't strong enough to handle the chaotic forces of the Sea of Darkness. This might even be the reason he set up this hot spring at this location, so they would act as their safety net if needed. Gigi tells the hero to leave outside matters to her. He agrees and thanks her, deciding it's best not to interrupt her training for now. The group finally heads inside the building, where they meet Bozzy, Elif, and the Dwarf King. Our boy thanks them for building the hot springs and hotel, but when he sees the inside, he's speechless. The place looks absolutely stunning with different cheerful blossom trees and floating waterfalls. He turns to Elizabeth and excitedly mentions how this place looks much bigger from the inside than outside. However, she seems unimpressed and tells him that it's just basic spatial magic. Hearing this, he points to the upside-down water column and asks if it's also magic. He admits that everything here is seriously over the top. If it were up to him, he'd never pull something like this off. It's a perfect mix of magic and blacksmithing. The Dwarf King, trembling, thinks the hero instantly spotted the flaws he tried to hide with a fancy look. He thinks to himself that the hero gave him a divine weapon, and this is how he repaid him. The shame he feels is so much that he wants to crawl into a hole. The elf leader and her dad also feel embarrassed as they look at each other. The 3 of them suddenly drop to their knees to atone for their sins. Our boy looks at them in confusion, thinking that they are probably too tired because of their tight schedule. He slowly starts walking towards them, saying that he didn't want them to build this fancy hot spring resort. Hearing this, the group thinks that they are about to receive some divine punishment from him, but just as they prepare, he surprises them with some fruits as their reward. He mentions that these are some fresh fruits that he picked himself this morning. Bosi takes the basket, speechless, and asks why. The hero explains he only picked a few fruits, so they'll have to share them with the others, and thanks them for their hard work. Just then, the Dwarf King raises his hand and questions if he can ask him more about his smithing techniques. Leping acts humbly and says that he wouldn't call it teaching, but he can ask the question. The Dwarf King admits that no matter how hard he tries, he can't make weapons like the heroes. He asks what he's missing. The hero thinks that he is just acting in front of the queen. He knows the Dwarf King is Elizabeth's retainer and always asks forging questions out of respect for her boyfriend. Since they asked, he has to answer seriously and can't look bad in front of Elizabeth. He says it's not about obsessing over every little detail, but about feeling it with your heart. In other words, it's not what your eyes see, but what your heart feels, and that's enough. Inside, the hero thinks his skills are limited. What he really means is practice makes perfect, but it has to be guided by intuition. The Dwarf King lights up at that and asks if he shouldn't always trust what he sees. He admits that was exactly what he'd been missing. Hearing the hero's words makes him feel like his 700-year blacksmith career was wasted by walking in circles. Perfect proportions, precise polishing angles, exact tempering times. Even if he refined those details thousands of times, it still wouldn't be working from the heart. It was just an excuse for his stubbornness. He concludes that true forging can't be limited by external limitations. Suddenly, he takes off his glasses and his eyes start bleeding since they are literally connected to his real eyes. Our boy screams in panic, asking him what he is trying to do. With blood still coming out of his eyes, he thanks the hero for his wisdom and reveals that he has seen the light. Bossy congratulates him on reaching Demon Lord level and asks his daughter if she can help heal his eyes. She confirms that she has some healing products, but the Dwarf King doesn't need them. He tells them he can see better than ever. Right now, his eyes can see every forging flaw in his workshop. Seeing all this, the MC asks him if the glasses were actually limiting his power. The Dwarf King says that the tools he once took pride in became the very things that prevented him from achieving greatness. He tries asking him another question, but the Demon Queen interrupts, telling them to stop, as they won't be able to handle it if they get too greedy. He immediately kneels down, apologizing for his actions. At the same time, Pisces informs them that she will lead them to their rooms. As they walk, she reveals that they will be taking a shuttle next. She looks around for a bit and finds some leaves that look the right size. Without wasting any time, she tosses a spatial capsule on the leaves, The leaves turn into a flying vehicle. The princess explains that this is her new invention she made by combining magic and technology. The four of them step on the leaf, and they start flying away. Our hero is impressed since it's much more stable than the mechanical flying fish from before, and it also makes less noise. The princess says that they are the ones who inspired her to make it. Ever since she saw the robot dog, she knew it was the pinnacle of technology. However, the dragon girl is not happy with this since she is the demon queen's personal ride. The princess assures her that it's just a vehicle and they can replace it any time. This makes the girl even more furious and asks if she is really trying to take her place. The queen tells them both to stop wasting time and just get going. They move through the air at an incredible speed, but our hero still has time to look at all the things they've prepared for him, like the toilet seat on a floating rock in a whole water park. The princess tells him that each of the floating islands has hot springs with different themes, so they can visit whichever one they want. She finally takes them to their room, which is on an island with a single massive door. After leaving them on the island, she instructs them to ring the bell inside the room if they need anything. Leping tells her that it's fine and she should take a break. Soon after she leaves, Elizabeth looks at our boy and asks what surprise he had planned for her. He assures her that she will know soon enough, and they should get inside first. The two of them hold hands as they walk through the door together. Inside is a beautiful cabin with red leaves sprinkled on the bed in the shape of a heart. Elizabeth thinks to herself that he doesn't even need to reveal the surprise since she already knows that they are going to take the most important step in their relationship tonight. As she thinks about all the stuff, the dragon girl jumps on the bed and announces that she will be sleeping with her master tonight. Before she can say anything else, the demon queen uses her magic to seal her inside a ball and tosses it in their luggage bag. She then grabs our boy and says that there is nothing between them anymore. The two of them finally kiss, but it doesn't last long as the nerd girl Annie barges into the room dressed as a maid. Leping awkwardly greets her and asks why she is here. She says that she isn't really good with the architecture stuff, so she volunteered to be the maid for them. He tells her that she doesn't need to do it since he can handle the cleaning himself. All the while, the demon queen is losing her mind. The nerd girl thinks it's her fault, and she must have done something wrong with the room's cleaning. She apologizes to him, asking for one more chance to stitch the sheet and the pillows. The hero assures her that it's not about her sewing techniques, but now is just not the right time. Before they can say anything else, the demon queen furiously slams the door and says she has had enough. She asks how many times they are going to replay the same scene since it's getting old now. The girl starts apologizing, but she ignores her, saying that since she wants a gift from the hero so badly, she will get one from the demon queen. Suddenly, the whole room lights up and overflows with energy as she gives her the abyssal gift. The nerd girl screams as the energy flows inside her and suddenly starts to level up. Her skin changes to purple as she successfully undergoes a full awakening. Leping looks at her with a worried expression and asks if she is okay. The demon queen reveals that she has awakened her full bloodline potential, but she needs to learn to control it on her own. With that out of the way, she throws her outside along with the broom. Immediately after, she turns to our boy with a demonic look in her eyes and mentions that it's his turn now. She throws him to the bed, telling him that she has been waiting for this moment for a long time. Before he can say or do anything, she is already on top of him, pinning him down. With the moment all set, she asks him to show her the surprise he had been preparing all this time. He starts blushing as he wonders if she found out about the proposal plan. Meanwhile, the demon queen looks down at him, demanding that she wants it now. The two of them start making out, and just when things are about to get steamy, our boy decides to lock in and asks her to stop. She looks at him in confusion, wondering if he doesn't want to do it with her. He explains that he wants to do it, just not like how they are doing it right now. In his mind, he just wants to propose to her before they get into all this freaky stuff. The queen, on the other hand, thinks our boy just wants to be on top, so she volunteers to let him take the lead. He quickly corrects her, saying that it's not the case. When things start getting a bit confusing, he grabs her hands and compares it to baking a cake. They can't make a perfect cake if they don't follow the recipe down to the last detail. All the steps, including mixing, baking, and even smoothing the cream, are equally important. Only by paying full attention to details can one achieve true perfection. Even though people might think it's unnecessary since they are going to eat the cake anyway, for him, it matters a lot since he doesn't want to eat a cake that isn't perfect. In other words, our boy wants to put a ring on her finger first before they get into bed. Elizabeth finally understands what he means, or at least she understands her own version of it. She thinks he called her a cake, and all this time he had been using her as an ingredient to prepare the best version of her. Everything he did till this moment was to make her better. She tells him that she understands and agrees to his request. Leping thinks to himself that she is pretty considerate and gentle despite her title of the Demon Queen. Meanwhile, the Queen believes that she can only reach higher if she follows him in all of his teachings, and it will also allow them to conceive the strongest child. In the next scene, they both change into their swimsuits, getting ready for the hot springs. Leping says the fun is about to start, but he remembers something the princess told him, They have to pull a lever first. A magic door gives them a random number, which decides which hot spring island they'll visit. He thinks it's a clever way to surprise people who can't make up their minds. They end up at a water park, which is exactly what he wanted. He's excited until he climbs the massive, twisting slide that goes way up into the sky. He freezes and nervously asks Elizabeth if they can go somewhere else. She just calmly tells him to stop whining and go down. Before he can say anything else, she pushes him, and they go flying down together, wrapped in each other's arms. Leping screams, but the Demon Queen is smiling and having a great time. Halfway down, his fear turns into pure excitement, and he shouts that it's actually really fun. She watches him quietly, amazed at how easily he enjoys simple, everyday things. She remembers how he gave up his old life to help the people of Aristotle and thinks about her own journey. Even though she's reached a high level of power, she realizes she still needs to learn how to appreciate small joys and let them make her a better person. He showed her it's possible just by being himself. They hit the water at the bottom of the slide, laughing. Their playful splashing continues. They hide under a giant elephant sculpture, hugging and kissing as things get more passionate. When the kiss ends, our boy looks into her eyes and tells her he really likes her. She blushes and says she feels the same, with her heart racing. Then she feels something hard pressing against her leg and asks what it is. Bro got caught lacking. He freezes, realizing that she has probably noticed the proposal ring in his pocket. The moment feels perfect. His heart is pounding, and he knows this is the right time to propose. But when he tries to speak, the words get stuck in his throat, and he stammers, unable to say what's in his heart. With whatever courage he has left, he asks her if she is willing to be with him. The queen seals his lips with her fingers, telling him that he doesn't need to say anything more, and she agrees with everything he just said. Just when things start looking good, they hear Elif and the princess talking in the distance. The two discuss how much time our MC and the Demon Queen spent in each section of the fountain. As they continue talking, our boy finally interrupts, telling them that they don't really have to do all this. The Demon Queen, however, isn't planning to resolve this peacefully. Her tone turns cold and sharp as she heads toward the two girls. She glances back at the MC and quietly says that, unlike him, she can never truly lower herself to the level of normal people. Just because she lets them get close doesn't mean they can act so rudely. Inside her head, her thoughts are swirling. Her private moment has been interrupted again, and whether it was an accident or on purpose, she decides they have to be erased. A strange, dark light flashes in her eyes, and in the next moment, she unleashes her demonic power. The surge is so strong that it sweeps through the entire hotel, and a loud cracking sound bursts from every wall as if the building is about to break apart. At the same time, somewhere else, Bozzy turns to the Dwarf King in alarm, asking what's going on. The Dwarf King can only stare ahead with his eyes wide with shock. In a low voice, he says it is terrible. He knows this feeling as it's the same one he felt 500 years ago when the Demon Queen got angry. Back then, half the people in the human kingdom vanished in an instant. At the same time, Ching shouts that the entire inn has been swallowed by a suffocating aura. Even space itself is starting to twist. Shaking, Anna asks her aunt if this is the evil power she once warned her about, and if they should go in to help. Juji's face turns serious. She stops them, saying they wouldn't survive against such strong magic. She tells them to stay put and that she'll go instead. In her mind, she knows that this is the power of the Demon Queen and wonders what could be happening. Meanwhile, in his dark hideout, Malfoy laughs like a maniac. He yells that this is the same power, the powerful feeling he's been dreaming of. His breathing gets heavy as he admits the power completely fascinates him. He can never forget the day he first saw her rage. He has a flashback to the day he took her to his father's underground lab, where half the village was turned into a zombie army with black magic. In that moment, she released such a terrifying power that the fear was burned into every part of his body. From that day on, he swore to dedicate his entire life to her, even if she killed him countless times. He admits that being by her side, wanting her rewards, and living with the constant threat of being wiped out is an incredible feeling. It's like walking on thin ice, and he wants to feel it again. But it hurts him that she's so close and he still can't reach her. He whispers for Elizabeth to wait a little longer. Suddenly, his body begins to twist and change as he transforms. Filled with rage, he roars that he will no longer be just her dog, and he will make her completely his. Meanwhile, Elizabeth asks the girls not to be scared since she will recreate them after having her fun. Our boy knows that they interrupted them at an important time, but this is too much, so he tries to talk her out of it. Bosi suddenly appears, flying through the air and falling to his knees before her. His voice shakes as he pleads for mercy. He explains that the two girls are young and inexperienced, and if they have offended the great Demon Queen, he will take responsibility. He begs her to take his life instead and spare his daughters. Tears stream down his face as he waits for her response. The demon queen looks at him with a cold expression and asks if he also wants to vanish with his daughter. She also binds him along with the girl, and even Leping's enchanted cards can't help him this time. Bro realizes that he is truly done this time. Meanwhile, the MC watches all of this and thinks to himself that it doesn't have to be this way. He had forgotten that she was the demon queen. She tells him not to interfere, but he grabs her from behind and says every soul is unique, and so is she. His words shake Elizabeth, making her question if recreated lives are ever truly the same. She realizes they aren't, that she's been treating life like a game. Thinking of Leping, she sees how he calms her, guides her, and maybe planned this trip to push her past her limits. With that realization, she breaks through to the creation realm. The others rush in, confused. Leping laughs it off as a misunderstanding, noting how easy it is to change Elizabeth's mood. Bosi begs forgiveness, but before they leave, Leping stops them. He tells everyone they're pathetic for always relying on him and misinterpreting his words. 176 chapters in, he's finally had enough.